Kim De-in is an ordinary young man, who suddenly transmigrated into a superhero comic called Stardust. In this world, De-in decided to become a villain, thereby enhancing Stardust's powers, and proactively preventing all the tragic events in the original story related to him. However, after everything, the first heroine who was prejudiced against him actually has feelings for him, even becoming obsessed with this villain. One day, De-in devised a plan called Villain Hunt, because, from his knowledge of the matter, they would grow stronger later. So De-in would eliminate them before they could cause chaos for the city and Stardust. Seo-eun, who possesses superintelligence, is aware of and supports this plan. He communicates with him through an earpiece. The current target is within sight, sitting motionless on a chair. The moment is perfect. De-in cocks his gun, ready to execute the plan. His first power is teleportation. In the blink of an eye, the gun was pointed straight at Rhino's forehead. A top-tier A-class villain, and his second power is telekinesis. De-in, like a demon lord, bellowed a greeting from hell, not even giving him a second to react. He decisively sent Rhino to the afterlife. After elimination, De-in picked up the stack of papers Rhino had been fidgeting with for a long time. As expected, it was indeed plans for terrorism. In the original story, this character named Rhino would later become an S-class villain, wearing a rhinoceros mask and murdering hundreds of people. At the same time, Seo-eun reminded him that the police and heroes had arrived. Before leaving, De-in also smeared a blood inscription on the door frame. Soon after, the police and the hero arrived. They deduced that the perpetrator in this case and the previous one was the same person, and the message De-in left was intended for Miss Stardust. This successfully drove her crazy. The press began reporting. Many people supported De-in's actions in the comments below. They also complained about the hero's way of working. De-in was in his room reading these comments and felt very awkward. Seeing him pulling at his ear continuously, Seo-eun peeked to see what was causing such noise. A flame of determination ignited in De-in. He couldn't let things stand like this because if so, only his image would be elevated. But what would happen to Stardust? Public opinion would surely turn against her. Therefore, De-in resolved to become an utterly evil villain. From this moment, the evil persona Ego's Tick officially debuted. He prepared a time bomb and stuffed it into a backpack. Somewhere in the city, everyone was intently staring at their phone screens, waiting to see the spectacular scene. Just as it was about to begin, De-in, under the villainous identity of Ego's Tick, hacked into the screens and greeted everyone. All electronic devices in the city were covered by his live video. De-in introduced himself by revealing that he was the one who recently eliminated Rhino and Zodiac, two A-list villains. Arrogantly, he pointed one hand towards the tower at 127, while the other hand pointed toward the observation deck of Building 61. All the people inside that building were also watching it. De-in directly revealed that those two buildings had been bombed by himself. All the people immediately shared the same terrified expression. Some panicked and tried to escape. Others were so shocked that they froze in place. In front of hundreds of cameras, De-in boldly challenged the hero. No one else. The hero he wanted to mention was none other than Stardust. Without making him wait long, Stardust arrived quickly like a gust of wind. De-in checked everything from his long cloak, pants, shoes to his mask. One thing was that his hands kept trembling, because this was the first time he met his favorite character in person. Stardust landed swiftly and powerfully. At the sight of her, De-in couldn't help but let out wow sounds of amazement. No wonder, because Stardust was as beautiful as a goddess. Before that radiance, De-in was stunned for several seconds. Memories flooded back at the moment when he was first brought into this world. De-in, with his scratched body, looked at the chaotic scene around him. He desperately wanted to return to his old world, but upon arriving at a place, the light from the screen illuminated De-in's face. He recognized Stardust, the female hero he had once read about in the comic. At that very moment, De-in dismissed the thought of wanting to return. If he became a hero, he would be able to be beside her. But being someone who had read the original story, he knew that even if he became a hero, he could not protect her. Therefore, to protect Stardust, De-in decided to become a villain dedicated solely to her. Returning to when our male lead De-in was just 15 years old, the intense laughter that made the stomach twist of the person dazzled on the TV couldn't stop. His face was still very pleased, laughing crazily. At that time, I truly couldn't understand, was Jackie really crazy? Even as a villain, this concept was a bit over the top. Now that I understand the mindset of a villain, I join in with a terrible laugh. Regardless of the hero in front of him looking at him with an angry gaze, ready to beat him to a pulp at any moment. The world seemed to freeze. Even the panicked crowd below. It seemed like there was only one hero and one villain left on the rooftop. Rewinding a few minutes before the two officially met, Dain pointed at Stardust with a smug look. I know what you're thinking right now, even my subordinate who controls the broadcast has a detonation task, so don't think about overpowering me with strength. The hero's footsteps paused briefly at those words. He spread his arms with a swarm of drones buzzing behind him. This stage I created is made just for Stardust. What do you think? In response, her face frowned. Bastard, release the innocent immediately, then fight a few rounds, and that's it. Dain still held a calm smile. He leaned forward raising his hand looking into the camera. Yes, I have to release them, that's what the righteous hero Stardust said, so focus, everyone look at me now, I'm going to hack the elevator at each observation tower. He snapped his fingers with a click. A sound echoed from the elevators of both buildings. Stardust's eyebrows furrowed slightly, because she knew too well the nature of these villains. It wouldn't end this easily. The residents in the building rushing towards the elevators as they started working again, then a voice shouted quickly to stop them. Wait, this is still part of Dain's plan. If we let them go now, it won't be fun anymore. The down button is lit. He excitedly told them. Just press the bomb at the other observation deck and it will explode simply, right? His tone hummed. Let's see, there are still several dozen minutes until the bomb explodes, gradually growing extremely excited, but before that, hurry up and press the button and go down. Dain became a devil tempting the weak-minded people. Hurry up, after all, they are complete strangers, right? On the large screen, scenes of chaos inside the building were displayed. The loud crying of children mixed with the sounds of arguing. Stardust clenched her teeth, cursing those bastards. Dain pretended not to care about her mood and said, Today here I will show everyone the ultimate selfishness of humans. This is Egostic's game. People inside the building had gone completely crazy. If the others press the button first we will die horribly, but we have to survive too. Once the time is up, it will explode. Does that mean you want to kill the people over there with just one button press? They were all anxious and uncertain yet doubtful at the same time, wondering if the others would press it. There is no time to think like this. The bomb will explode in a few dozen minutes, so what now? They will press the button. The current situation is truly chaotic. Some people are restless. Stardust stood still, unable to act rashly immediately, even if she rushed to take down the guy in an instant. If there were still detonation devices elsewhere, it would be useless. If things continued like this, the hostages would die. Her eyes were ice cold, her voice gritted. Playing with human lives like that, is it fun? Facing her was Dain, still casually squinting and smiling. Dain laughed loudly. The fun isn't in that, Stardust, one of South Korea's few Class A heroes, a person who believes in justice and her own convictions, never compromises with evil. Actually, I quite respect you, Stardust. Those words made her furious and blush. What nonsense is he talking about? He gleefully rubbed his nose proudly. I just wanted to compliment you while the whole country is watching you on TV. Dain's voice rang out again, drawing attention, seeing her in a helpless situation unable to do anything. His face crazily touched the bomb button, truly very interesting. His figure flickered and disappeared. I also give you a chance to join the game. Now I will connect you to those urgently waiting for the hero. Stardust's face showed confusion and caution as she stared at him. What? Dain continued acting. If you succeed in persuading them and no one presses the button within 30 minutes. He crossed his legs and gave a wicked smile. The bomb won't explode. Of course, Stardust did not believe it. Tell me to trust a bastard like you. Not only was he unafraid but he also provoked them, better than letting them helplessly stare at the sky. She clenched her fist tightly by her side in frustration. Dain didn't need her opinion. He waved his hand to signal. Well then. A loud shout rang out. Ready. All the cameras started moving around her one after another. 3, 2, 1. After the countdown ended, a dramatic performance began. The hero's face appeared on the huge LED screens atop the buildings. The people immediately recognized her. Stardust, Stardust. She took a deep breath under the invisible pressure. She looked into the camera as if staring straight into their eyes, and with those gazes, she said, Hello everyone, I am the A-rank hero Stardust. Each person holds their own belief inside. Dain's handsome face went blank. That's right, this is exactly what I want. The half-real, half-fake world was just like a dream. I will be portrayed in the public eye as the villain causing terror. His dream came true, and she would shine. This is her stage, Stardust. Her radiant posture, so that later on everyone can be proud of their choice today. Let's show this evil villain. Her voice was like a warmth spreading through everyone's hearts. We are very strong. Their eyes gradually became firm. Our faith does not waver. We never submit to evil. Thank you all. Dain smirked mysteriously. The countdown on the screen was down to 5. Those trapped inside the building held each other tightly and prayed. Stardust's face was filled with worry as he looked at the screen. As soon as the number reached the end point, everyone closed their eyes and braced themselves. Each person was in a state of tense unease, not knowing whether the punishment would be dealt or if the villain was telling the truth. That was also the moment Dain stepped onto the stage. Right now, the entire camera fell, accompanied by his unbelievable scream, "No way, selfish people like." The camera captured his confused and pained expression. Surely they wouldn't just let themselves die. No, impossible. There must be at least one person who pressed the button. There has to be a selfish person like me who pressed it. Dain held his head, murmuring dramatically, "Humans can't be this kind-hearted. Why?" At this moment, Stardust spoke up, "Ego's tick. People aren't as selfish as you think." Her image appeared shining with radiant glory. "No one is completely selfless, but I believe in the kindness of people." Dain said, "It's thanks to you, Stardust. You made them unite." He suddenly changed his expression, chuckling, "Interesting, Stardust." Before Stardust charged forward, he politely bowed his head and said, "The next game is certain." Dain glanced at her one last time. Wow! Stardust's sky-blue eyes full of determination made him exclaim. Her gaze was filled with righteousness. Finally, he disappeared with a confident statement, "I will win." All the people burst into joyful emotion. They cried out loudly, happily embracing each other to celebrate the hero's victory. Everyone shouted in unison a single name, "Stardust, Stardust." Nevertheless, the hero remained silent, standing in midair. Dain quickly teleported to another place. As soon as he landed, he collapsed helplessly. He groaned and lamented, "Oh dear, I'm doomed." This is exactly the consequence of teleportation, the deadly side effect of instantaneous movement ability injuring the body, proportional to the distance traveled. The heavier the body, the more he struggled to crawl, probably bedridden for several days. A girl exclaimed, "I told you not to wear that hat anymore." The white-haired girl looked at him with disdainful eyes, "So ugly." Dain whispered a plea, "Seoun, I'm really about to die, give me a glass of water." The girl shrugged off mercilessly and left, "Drink it yourself," leaving him frozen in place. The large LED screen displayed breaking news. A terrorist attack at a building, but the number of casualties was 0. Stardust hovered in the air. She gritted her teeth in hatred, playing with other people's hearts. "Next time, I will definitely catch you." She would remember this name forever until she caught him. Ego's tick. Early one morning, at the Korean Hero Association, the association of superpowered individuals in Korea. On the big screen, countless tabloid headlines are posted online. These are recent news titles. The radio wave kidnapper watched by the entire country. Who exactly is the hero Stardust? A review of his actions. Who is the A-level egoistic villain? A hot topic. No casualties from the terror attack. The reality spreading across the peninsula. Kidnappings via radio waves abroad. Is South Korean television security really okay like this? The meeting host moves to the next page. Next is the analysis profile on Egoistic, Egoistic's villain information along with some details about Dain when playing the villain role named Egoistic, male, mask, function causing identity recognition impairment. Predicted residence, Seoul. A fat, balding middle-aged man spoke up, "Alright, let's start the report." This was Park Joon-ho, chairman of the Korean Hero Association. Images appeared showing several murder scenes in sealed rooms. He looked on with disgust. "Alright, this part has been reviewed many times already, moving on," he said, confirming, "Yes." The host continued the presentation, "I'll explain in detail about yesterday's incident. First, it seems the perpetrator exploited teleportation ability to plant a bomb in advance on the building's exterior. After disarming, it was confirmed to be a high-powered homemade bomb with explosive force enough to blow up the entire observation tower. It was identified as a high-performance improvised explosive device. The conclusion is that it appears he manufactured it himself." Park Joon-ho rubbed his shiny, distressed scalp. Still no clues about the star kidnapping. The secretary replied awkwardly, "Yes, how he managed to bypass the advanced security system to broadcast remains a mystery. They still have some specific analyses, however, since no one with wave-related abilities has ever appeared before, we think it's highly likely he has an extremely skilled tech assistant behind him. Their temporary guess is only this." The secretary's expression became serious, "And there's one more thing I want to add. That is, he seems to be very obsessed with Stardust." Everyone's gaze immediately turned to the blonde-haired girl. Through these scattered clues, he can be sure that he left a message aimed at her at the crime scene, sending it to Stardust. And in this case, It has also been confirmed that he mentioned her directly through the villain's words, the A-rank hero in charge of Seoul, Stardust. Park Joon-ho, hearing this, directly asked the person himself, how did it feel meeting that guy face to face? He pointed directly at her name, Stardust. She gently stood up and gave her opinion. He seems like someone with a psychological disorder who enjoys playing with people's hearts. Furthermore, he has the capability to organize large-scale terrorist attacks, truly a dangerous villain. 2 days after the previous terrorist attack, in Dain's room, he lay in bed moaning, oh my god, this is deadly. He forced himself to sit up, stumbled into the kitchen to find something to eat. Just as he was gulping down a bottle of orange juice, a sudden sound rang out, he's like this again. Dain was startled, spat out water, then hurriedly explained, no, it's not like that, Seo-eun, I'm not like that. Let me introduce you to this girl, this is Han Seo-eun, a person with super intelligent abilities. At first, I was not used to her calling me older brother, like in the original story. According to the original, in the future she will grow up to be an S-class villain, a genius hacker, well, that's in the original, but now I've kept her by my side. The girl is angrily causing a commotion, this is my home, don't behave like it's yours. Because in fact, the two of them are in Han Seo-eun's underground base. He smiled casually, haha, anyway, I'm the one who takes care of the living expenses and everything. Han Seo-eun immediately cut him off, spit, anyway, you should shut up and drink, got it? Dain smiled softly at that cute threat. He gently patted the girl's head, alright, I understand. The warm moment did not last long before the girl shyly pulled him and the water bottle away. Ah, something else is happening, hurry up. The door of the modern electronics room opened and then closed. Han Seo-eun sat in front of the advanced control screen. Remember the girl named Lee Subin I mentioned before? She is the candidate to be our assistant. Dain didn't have to think much. Ah, the girl who operates on the deep web? It seems she's a fan of mine. The girl made a few moves then pointed at the screen. Look, she's here. The announcer's voice rang out. The fanatics following Ego's tick are causing a hostage terrorism incident in the heart of Incheon, those who planted bombs in that building. He was stunned as he approached the screen. What the hell is this? These crazy people, is that girl being held hostage here? Han Seo-eun pointed at the trembling gunman. No, it was the girl wearing the mask. The announcer reported the situation. The fanatics supporting Ego's tick declared no negotiations, only seeking terrorism and death. The police confirmed that, so far, at least 3 people have died due to the terrorism, and about 300 hostages remain trapped inside the building. His voice went silent. Seo-eun, what is our principle? The girl still recalled her brother's strict instructions, absolutely never harm civilians. His eyes flashed with danger, we have to clear them out, help me, Seo-eun. Han Seo-eun nodded firmly. He was still thinking about how to handle that other person. The girl would observe the scene and then make a judgment. At the site of the hostage terrorism incident, Stardust stood before the blazing building. She pursed her lips and stood silently for a long moment, then spoke into the radio, headquarters, I request permission to breach, but the other side declines, waiting for orders. After the police complete their final negotiation, we will be allowed to breach along with an elimination order if necessary. This incident only deepened her hatred for him, all because of that bastard. Previous terrorist incidents were mostly the exclusive domain of villains with superpowers. This drama, whether more or less, caused a huge shock in the villain community. But this time he did not focus on superpowers. Instead, he used explosives and kidnappings as the spearhead to pressure the heroes. Clearly, his image of cornering us inspired other ordinary people. She angrily railed against it, and the very next day, copycat crimes occurred. Suddenly an announcement came over the walkie-talkie. Stardust, Ego's tick appeared at the scene, streaming the interior content live on YouTube. Check it immediately. She was stunned. YouTube. Stardust immediately pulled out her phone. Indeed, the new villain who once mocked others' deaths was now appearing. Viewers flooded in quickly. What is this? Is villain Ego's tick live streaming a terror attack? The #1 villain in the world. The chat was full of crazies. This is a crime scene, yeah, as long as it's not me. Release Kim Seon-woo, release Kim Seon-woo, release Kim Seon-woo, where's the moderation? Are they censoring the broadcast again? The footage showed Ego's tick inside the building facing a group dressed exactly like him. They pointed guns and shouted, who's there? They quickly realized and immediately rejoiced. Our hero Ego's tick has come down here. Ego's tick, unaware of what they were waiting for, he has arrived, truly arrived. he's going to slaughter all these fools right before our eyes. Dain's face showed little happiness with this group of people. Oh my god, I used teleportation over a long distance again, so my body aches all over, all because of these guys, damn it. The terrorists looked puzzled, egos tick. Suddenly a loud laugh rang out, haha, this is interesting, ha ha ha, they didn't understand anything but forced a laugh along, haha. At this moment Han Seo-eun reported, 3 o'clock position, a guy standing by the column holding the detonation device. He glanced at that person and confirmed. And immediately the guy met his fate. His body ruthlessly carved into the shape of a donut. The terrorists were shocked and shouted, no, this person isn't Ego's tick, he's definitely an undercover police officer. They quickly aimed their guns at him, but before they could pull the trigger, the guns were already knocked out of their hands. What followed was the barrels, pointed straight at each of their faces. Dain sneered, raised his hand and used his power. I've never had any fool like you be my subordinate before. A volley of gunshots erupted, and the building filled with thick smoke. The agonized screams of those shot, caught in the live stream video, the comments showing confusion alongside those still sane speaking up, are they on the same side? Why were they all dealt with already? Just kill them all like that, so satisfying, who is Ego's tick that he acts so violently? Those madmen, someone is already dead, what are the heroes doing? The villain has taken over now, ha ha ha, what will happen to the people there? Boo-hoo, is this a psychopath wanting to kill everyone? Not only that, even from behind, Ego's tick looks handsome, right? There are truly many crazies here, this is a real situation, everyone. At this moment, the superiors gave permission for Miss Stardust to advance, prioritizing the safety of the hostages from the terrorists and Ego's tick. Without hesitation, she rushed forward and confirmed that there was only one person left who had not been shot, the very person he was searching for. Han Seo-eun's voice rang out, honey, save her. From my observation, she was forcibly dragged out by those crazed people, she's not involved in terrorism. She curled up, holding her head and crying in a corner, help me, sob sob. Dain's hand startled her, causing her to hiccup. He directly threw off her mask. His voice asked loudly, did you do something wrong or not? Lee Subin, tears welling up, choked and said, alright, I admit my fault. The more she cried, the louder she got, alright, I admit my fault. Dain was not so patient, if you keep crying like that, you'll get shot. Lee Subin immediately fell silent, clamping her mouth shut. His footsteps turned towards the civilians taken hostage. Yet he solemnly bowed his head and apologized, even though it wasn't caused by me, I felt a great responsibility because the imitation behavior originated from my case. This action stirred heated comments, what is this? Is this the villain? Wait, what exactly is going on? He sincerely conveyed a message, respectfully addressing the hostages and those affected because of me, I will send compensation money to the account, please check, I deeply apologize to the 3 deceased victims, I will pay the highest possible compensation. However, Dain still hesitated inwardly due to drawbacks of this matter, oh dear, transfers from fake name accounts are also easily traced, not sure, Seo-eun will manage it though, right? Han Seo-eun sighed and urged, ha, now take her home. Just hearing that, it's clear the girl agreed to do it, okay. Dain immediately lifted Lee Subin onto his shoulder, sniff. His body instantly felt shattered, the effect of teleportation made him tremble. Suddenly, a shock hit the entire floor. Dain immediately realized the only one who could do that was Stardust. She was charging in without yet fully grasping the exact situation here. A few more days passed amid the commotion at Yonhee University. At a coffee shop, KPS News reported the villain taking financial responsibility for compensation. The public plunged into chaos. Villain Ego's tick bowed at the scene of the terrorist attack, confirming that verifying the hostages' accounts was truly not easy. Who exactly is this man? KPS investigates deeply. A blonde girl sat alone at the table, her eyes focused intently on the phone screen. Her fingers scrolling through the comments, everyone chatting, who is Ego's tick anyway? Sounds like a legend, Ego's tick only rescues women, right? Stardust, when not a hero, is an ordinary person named Shin Ha-yo, currently a university student. Somehow she sighed wearily, recollecting the moment when she had stormed recklessly into the building. The attack caused tremors throughout the entire building. Just as she rushed in, she immediately caught a surprised look on Egostic's face. She instantly locked onto the target, Ego's tick, you bastard, this time I will definitely catch you. She abruptly changed her direction to charge at him. Luckily, Dain's leg was limp at that moment, and she managed to dodge in time. Stardust was truly too impatient to react fast enough, oh my god. And just like that, she let the villain she needed to catch escape. Thinking back, she felt even more frustrated. Shin Ha-yo sighed in distress, and just then, another girl came over and pulled out a chair. She gently and kindly asked, Ha-yo, what's wrong? Is the assignment too difficult to do? Kim Chai-hyun, Ha-yo's senior, Ha-yo snapped out of it and looked up. Oh, it's nothing, sister. She nervously turned back to her lesson. I'm fine, just a little distracted. Stardust, South Korea's top-ranked hero, whose real name is Shin Ha-yo, conceals her identity by using a perception-altering filter when acting as a hero. So everyone thinks she is just a normal student named Shin Ha-yo. Or maybe she isn't completely normal either, since all the men's eyes are fixed on her. After all, recently she has been worried about something, which is Ha-yo constantly mumbling the name egoist. She circled that resentful name. Everyone is selfish. A big question arose in her mind, but why did he save the hostage? Suddenly, the person in front pinched her cheek. Look at you, making that sad face again. Chai-hyun happily made a suggestion, setting aside the homework. Let's go eat mango bingsu, Ha-yo's favorite. Ha-yo's face immediately lit up, mango. But instantly replaced in her mind was the crazed expression and perverted laugh of ego's tick. Ha ha ha. Ha-yo winked, then her face darkened, clearly showing. Chai-hyun was stunned as he closely observed her expression. Mango doesn't solve it either, impossible. Then she was heard snapping her pen while mumbling, Mango is mine. Chai-hyun coaxed her like a child, alright, Mango is yours, all yours. The fire within her burned like hellfire. I'm haunted by that name egoist. I will definitely make you show yourself. Although angry, she still cutely ate the mango ice cream. In the heart of Seoul, where the villain haunts the hero, in a house that looks very ordinary. But when the front door opened, next to the entrance there was another door. When the second door opened, it was truly surprising. An elevator appeared. After entering the elevator and inputting the code, the door would close and the elevator would begin to descend down dozens of underground floors. The destination was the base of egoist. Do-in proudly lay inside the glass chamber, simply called the ego base. Seo-eun showed irritation. Hey, why would you just go ahead and name someone else's house? He used a very natural reasoning, why? Well, between us there's no distinction of whose house it is, right? Your house is my house and my house is your house. The pain suddenly in his knee wouldn't let him relax like that. The pain spread causing him to thrash and shout loudly. Ugh ah, Seo-eun scolded irritably. Stop babbling nonsense. Lying like that will help you heal faster, so don't make a fuss. Do-in whimpered. Please don't say more, because the instantaneous transfer and carrying someone else made me twice as tired. Suddenly he smiled slyly. Han Seo-eun, the one with superintelligence ability. He was definitely directing a covetous look at the girl sitting on the sofa. Where did you get to reading? His face showed satisfaction, although the reason for hiring an assistant wasn't this. The fatigue recovery capsules really were the best. Seo-eun looked at him and casually gave a thumbs up, a strange look. What's that? The door suddenly opened. The person he risked everything to save stepped in. I'm home. Seeing the fridge was empty, Lee Subin shyly asked if anyone wanted some snacks. Do-in suddenly shouted, hey, aren't you being hunted down or something? She excitedly explained again, I covered my face before going out. He was stunned and alarmed. That's even more suspicious. However, little Seo-eun put the book down and obediently ran over to the Melona ice cream. But this attitude made Do-in have an unusual suspicion. Could it be that she was telling him to catch someone to work for her? He immediately teleported in front of the little girl and asked, why did you tell me to bring this person here? The little girl peeled off the ice cream she received and casually replied, oh, I just intend to ask for a little help. Do-in was shocked and shouted, what? He whispered earnestly, that kind of thing should be considered carefully before someone becomes a terrorist. I oppose bringing a terrorist into our home. Seo-eun, can you guarantee she won't open fire inside our house? The little girl sighed and denied, no, that won't happen. The little girl firmly asserted, and this person has no intention of joining terrorism but was almost forced out by your henchman. Then she pointed directly at the girl, saying, sister, oh no, brother, oh I mean sister, it's Lee Subin, right? She was startled and asked, how do you know my name? Seo-eun's expression clearly showed she understood everything. I know everything already, Sister Lee Subin. The little girl even knew the household registration of the girl. Both her parents are researchers at the Hanun Corporation, right? Her face turned pale. How do you know that? Seo-eun calmly explained, I have read the articles you wrote on the deep web, those shielding programs have many flaws, do you want revenge? The little girl approached Lee Subin and said, the Hanun Corporation, do you want to take revenge for what they did to your parents? I am looking for the leaders of that corporation, I have also suffered a lot. The girl clearly and firmly extended an invitation, we have to find those bastards and crush them before I can feel at ease, sister, will you help me? In the blink of an eye, Dain realized Seo-eun's reason, so it was like that girl was also a victim of Hanun, just like Seo-eun. When I wanted Seo-eun to become the first assistant, I persuaded her by promising to help her get revenge. I wanted Seo-eun to become the first assistant, I persuaded her by promising to help her get revenge, of course, my aim was so that later she wouldn't become an S-class villain, but anyway. This Lee Subin girl, in the original story, left me no impression, so she's probably just a supporting character, that might be proof she's harmless, but first, let's see if she can be of help to me. Suddenly, he snapped awake when he saw the two girls hugging and crying. Dain was dumbfounded amid the sobbing of the two, crying, sis, haha. Seo-eun, this development is really too fast, I'm the only one who can't keep up emotionally. Seo-eun, your cool and tough image has shattered. He silently watched the two emotional girls for a while, then, he settled down and returned to the storage compartment. Well, I might as well just lie still. That evening, at a cozy little restaurant, everyone was worried about a young couple. The restaurant was quiet except for the wife's sobbing cries. Tears streamed endlessly down her cheek, her desperate voice begged for an answer. Why have you treated me this way? However, the person opposite glared gloomily at her, which spoiled my appetite for this meal. I'm confessing to you, so why does your face look so sad? This incident caused someone to report to the police. A man with a cold expression approached their table, saying there was a report of assault and asked them to come to the station with him. The man muttered curses, damn it, let me eat a bit, go away. The police officer, unable to wait any longer, placed his hand on the man's shoulder. All right, consider yourself fully arrested. His body flashed with a red light. Suddenly, the police officer was teleported to the edge of the railing on the rooftop of the building. The man's perverted tone echoed behind him, so we're going to the station together. He contemptuously kicked, all right, but let me take you there first. The police officer, caught off guard, suddenly fell from the high floor. The man smiled coldly, who do you think you are to argue with me, fake cop? This is an A-grade villain, Kim Hak-chol, the one who manipulates spatial shifts. The world appeared in a chaotic state. A scream rang out, did you think killing me would change this world? Han Seo-eun, the fifth-rank white witch villain with a completely different appearance now. A call interrupted the reverie. Honey, back to the present. 16-year-old Han Seo-eun, who loved orange juice, shouted, you drank all my orange juice again, didn't you? Lee Subin, awkwardly washing the dishes, spoke up, Seo-eun, I'm sorry, that was me who drank it, I'll buy some more for you. Seo-eun was scolding her brother when he suddenly ran over and hugged her. The girl instantly changed her expression, smiling brightly, it's okay, sis. Dain, seeing this scene, sneered and scoffed, with me, it would have been different. He suddenly spoke up, but Seo-eun, in the end, you finally stopped pretending to be a boy, huh? The girl immediately shouted angrily, you. Dain took the opportunity to get the upper hand, ha ha ha. The lives of the three flowed happily and peacefully. Recapping the misfortunes mentioned in the original work, Han Seo-eun with superintelligence. She was the sole survivor of the Blossom Project conducted by the Hanun Corporation. Hundreds of children were illegally experimented on. One day, a child developed unexpected complications. Everyone involved died, except for Seo-eun. At that time the entire building collapsed. Afterwards, with a body full of injuries, she escaped from the laboratory and hid in an underground shelter, creating the hideout she has now, thus living in solitude for many years. Until I found her, Dain's sudden appearance came at a time when the girl was at peace. A chair crashed down, making a loud noise. Seo-eun bristled like a hedgehog, alert. Dain calmly made an offer, don't you want to take revenge on them? I also need your help, Han Seo-eun. Under the girl's fearful gaze, he reached out his hand in a friendly gesture, I'm not here to harm you. And that was the beginning leading to the present, he came to save her. Unlike the original, where Seo-eun became an S-rank villain out of resentment and died, poor thing, I promise I won't let her fall into the villain path ever again. I do have some questions though, but now that you're my accomplice, does that count as being a villain? Either way, let's stay on the right path. Feeling his intense stare, Seo-eun turned around and waved her hand, what are you looking at? You don't understand anything anyway. Dain's eyes glanced at the other person. While Subin's parents were both researchers but have passed away, she taught herself and got accepted into a prestigious university. He also knew well about this girl, majoring in computer engineering. She'll probably be responsible for supporting Seo-eun in technical matters later. He casually took a sip of water. Although she was a character he'd never known and seemed a bit suspicious, he had to admit her cooking skills were top-notch. Suddenly Seo-eun held out a small spider-shaped device. Here you go, an external tracking sensor. Dain's face recoiled as she took it. What's the tracker for? The girl clicked her tongue in exasperation. TSK, have you forgotten our occupation already? She pointed at the figure on the screen. It's for the villain you picked from the list. He was stunned with surprise. The teleporting person is him. Dain knew clearly and summed up his ability. This guy can teleport infinitely over short distances with absolutely no damage. He can't be bound by motivation, extremely troublesome. The little girl laughed excitedly. The tougher the opponent, the sooner they must be dealt with. He rubbed his head in anguish. Do you understand how exhausting it is for me to teleport continuously? Seo-eun cheered him on. Come on, ego's tick, get to work. They quickly set off. Their destination a small apartment located in a remote area. Dain peeked anxiously from the rooftop. Seo-eun, have you gotten in yet? The little girl urged. What? You still haven't gone in? Hurry up. However, he remained nervous and tense. Was teleporting straight into the living room really the right move? What if the guy was there? Seo-eun sighed and reminded him once more. I've told you countless times, you fire the bullet equipped with the locator. Even if he dodges the bullet by teleporting, he'll still be hit. Dain glanced at the gleaming gun. What? Why? The little girl started to get annoyed. Because I engineered it to be faster than the bullet itself. You study social sciences. Even if I explain, you wouldn't understand. Just go in already. Still, he hesitated. Wouldn't it be quicker to kill him outright out on the street? Seo-eun wanted to flip the table at her brother's attitude. From the start, he never goes outside. He only uses teleportation. I've investigated and prepared this plan beforehand. Oh God, I'm so nervous. The little girl grew hot with anxiety and gulped down a bottle of water hastily. Lee Subin anxiously cheered from the side. Come on, ego's tick, you can do it. Hearing this, the little girl shyly echoed, yeah, ego's tick, do your best. Dain seemed reinvigorated. Alright, thanks, let's get started. He suddenly teleported inside the criminal's house. Just as he finished showering, he was startled by his appearance. Ha! Immediately Seo-eun shouted, honey, shoot. He raised his gun and squeezed the trigger. In fact, two small spiders instantly shot out, at an unbelievable speed. But anticipating this, Hakchul immediately disappeared on the spot. Dain threw the gun away. Damn it, Seo-eun, does the tracking sensor have a lock? On Seo-eun's side, they clearly understood the situation. It's locked on. Sister Subin, report his position. She quickly found his location. Currently he is 500 meters east from here. Without much thought, he followed the directions. Okay. Suddenly he appeared right in the middle of the street. What is that person? What is that? The people around immediately recognized him. Hey, isn't that ego's tick? It's really him. He frowned, observing around. Damn it, this situation wasn't in the plan. And his presence instantly spread widely across social media. At Yonhee University Lecture Hall, Shin Ha-yeol was focused on studying, unaware of what was happening. Suddenly a voice over the radio announced, Ego's tick has appeared in the city center. Superhero Stardust, prepare to deploy under the association's orders. She panicked and jumped up, shouting, what? Everyone in the class turned to look at her. Sorry everyone. Ha-yeol hurriedly packed her things and left. Sorry for the disturbance. She rushed off, wondering what mischief he was up to this time. Ego's tick. Seo-eun carefully checked the tracking. Honey, over there, right at the intersection ahead. Dain quickly saw Hakchul staggering away. Had he been shot? Just then the light turned red. He recklessly jumped out to block his path. No matter what, just come. The startled voice of Seo-eun rang in his ear. Dain. His impatience to catch the top-class criminal made him neglect to look before crossing. A truck rushed toward him at a frightening speed. It was uncertain whether he could react in time to survive. While fleeing, Kim Hakchul suddenly recalled that fateful day. Hey Kim Hakchul, you must have been really happy when you robbed us and ran away. The Kim Hakchul of that time was weak and helpless, only able to moan and plead, I will pay, please spare me. Feeling his begging wasn't sincere enough, he began to shout louder, I will pay. These words annoyed the ringleader. Unable to stand it any longer, he ruthlessly pressed a cigarette into the rope tying Kim Hak-chul and said, "I don't want it anymore." Witnessing this, Kim Hak-chul struggled even harder. "No, please, I was wrong, please spare me just this once." No matter how much he pleaded, the rope burned through and he fell straight into the sea. At that moment, with nothing left to lose, Kim Hak-chul began cursing harshly, "Damn it, you bastards." As his face was about to hit the water, he shouted with all the rage in his heart, "I curse you all to die." At that very moment, Kim Hak-chul suddenly disappeared, and when those men were about to leave, he reappeared suddenly nearby. This strange phenomenon made the others turn pale with fear. What's going on? As for Kim Hak-chul, seeing himself still safe and sound, he was bewildered and didn't understand anything. What? Once they calmed down, the group quickly rushed over to him and grabbed him. Before long, Kim Hak-chul was surrounded, yet he hadn't moved an inch. This ability. After standing still for a while, Kim Hak-chul clenched his hands tightly, full of joyful excitement. So now, no one in this world can catch me anymore. Thinking of this, he quickly disappeared, causing the two sides to crash into each other and then flee. No one could. Back to the present, the truck immediately slammed on the brakes upon noticing someone. But Ego's tick had already vanished, suddenly appearing in the cabin and startling the driver. Seeing him safe and sound, Kim Hak-chul was furious. Damn it. Realizing the situation was unfavorable, he turned and fled quickly. He had timed it perfectly, yet it still avoided him. Damn it. As soon as he got out of the vehicle, Kim Hak-chul teleported to the rooftop of a nearby building. Carefully observing the situation, he gritted his teeth in anger. It was definitely Ego's tick. Could it be that he eliminated the two villains not because of any personal grudge? The more Kim Hak-chul thought about it, the harder it was to swallow his anger. Clearly, he and Ego's tick had nothing to do with each other. Down below, as Ego's tick got out of the car, he was surrounded by a large crowd of villagers. Yes, I'm busy working so I can't talk much. Oh my god, oh, don't be afraid, I'm not here to harm anyone. Now go straight to hell, you rank A villain with instant teleportation powers. These words had just been spoken when a crazy thought flashed through Kim Hak-chul's mind. Could it be that he specializes in hunting down villains and finishing them off? Just as Kim Hak-chul shook off that thought, Ego's tick suddenly appeared from nowhere. Since then, wherever Kim Hak-chul went, Ego's tick followed. Trash belongs in the garbage bin, and worthless villains should be erased from the world. Come here, today I cleaned up a piece of trash, damn it. Being followed too closely, he went berserk and quickly grabbed hold of a nearby villager. Why can I still hear that guy's voice right next to my ear? Kim Hak-chul immediately threw that person behind him and ran away. Before the girl could even fall, Ego's tick reached out and caught her. Oh god, oh god. While the girl was still dazed, he gently asked, "Are you alright?" His tenderness made the girl blush deeply. "Yes, sir." After repeatedly using instant teleportation, Kim Hak-chul had exhausted most of his strength. Unable to endure any longer, he finally collapsed. Why was it me? After letting the girl rest, Ego's tick shifted his attention to his original target, the rank A villain with instant teleportation abilities. Not hearing him say anything, he pulled out a pistol and pressed it straight to his head. "You've already confessed your crime." Suddenly being scolded like that, Kim Hak-chul, who was unconscious, still felt the need to argue back. Ego's tick sneered and snapped back, "Damn it, you're the villain too, aren't you?" "Yeah, but at least I'm not as cowardly as you." Finishing his words, he turned to shout loudly at the onlooking crowd, "Everyone, this scumbag has stolen tens of billions in assets and has even killed 4 innocent people. Those people were husbands, fathers, friends, sons to someone. Do you want to forgive this cold-blooded murderer?" Asked like that, the crowd didn't hesitate to respond shortly, "End him, that's right, end him, kill him, kill him." Hearing these words, Kim Hak-chul struggled angrily. "You sons of bitches shouting to end me, how am I different from you?" Ego's tick, hearing everyone's response, smiled with satisfaction. "Hak-chul, actually, your greatest crime is becoming an S-level villain later, killing hundreds and torturing Stardust countless times." Breaking from that thought, he turned sharply and threatened, "You mean those two things are the same? Sorry, but it seems you're going to die here." Immediately after that moment, a painful scream pierced the air, making Ego's tick cautiously look around. The first thing that struck his eyes was the joyous excitement of the townspeople. This reaction surprised him. What was going on, having just witnessed someone getting shot dead? Everyone should have been scared and screaming, but after finishing the task, he stood up dazedly, observing the joyful faces of the crowd. This world, apart from having superpowers, is not much different from my old world, but moments like this truly make me realize that I am in a different world. The people here are indeed strange. After some thought, Ego's tick put that aside, took off his hat to greet. But I'm the villain here, aren't you guys scared? Witnessing this expression, the surrounding people also showed some hesitation. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Ego's tick immediately recognized the owner. The voice made him quickly lift his head to look up at the sky. Stardust. Damn, I've been drawing attention for too long. Stardust swiftly landed and pointed at him while scolding. You bastard. Ego's tick paid no mind and focused instead on watching the newcomer, who was normally a somewhat cold university student. But when she became a hero, her tone changed just like in historical dramas. Thinking of this, he exclaimed, so adorable. However, that expression was misunderstood by Stardust. What did you do? No matter how infatuated I am, Ego's tick still portrayed the villainous face very well. Do what? What do you mean, do what? I just dealt with an evil A-level villain who was both a murderer and a bank robber. I was simply doing the work a hero should do. Faced with these words, Stardust could not argue against anything. He witnessed that reaction, and he continued speaking. I didn't do anything wrong, did I? A top-tier villain can originally be judged by the hero right then and there, with no room for argument. She completely changed the subject. Ego's tick, do you think you're the hero? These words successfully left Ego's tick bewildered. I'm the villain. As he spoke, he suddenly realized something. There must be a lot of people filming and cheering for Stardust, right? This place is crowded. Exactly right. Snapping out of his thoughts, he smiled and clapped casually. Indeed, Stardust, a villain like me punishing evil is truly against the rules, but I really don't accept her ironclad sense of justice. Perhaps today I should just retreat. These words caused those present to buzz in discussion again. Exactly, are villains only supposed to be hidden from heroes? He spoke impressively. After all, you came late, didn't you? You didn't defeat the teleporting person. Honestly, Ego's tick didn't actually do anything wrong. These words made Stardust feel unsettled and melancholic. Not only did she feel that way, but Ego's tick also felt like the world was in utter chaos. What is this? Something seems off. Just then, Han Seo-eun urged him through the earpiece. Hey, stop rambling and hurry up. Being urged and combined with the current situation, he panicked and explained, no, I don't mean I'm doing the right thing. I will continue to do evil, and Stardust can just keep trying to stop me. He paused briefly, then switched back to a cool demeanor. Then let's call it a day, he said, and immediately vanished using his power. There was nothing more to gossip about, and the crowd left, leaving Stardust still deep in thought. We should probably go too, right? Yeah, let's go. After everyone left, she went over to Kim Hak-chul who had collapsed, looking sad. Back at the base, as soon as they arrived, Ego's tick collapsed, and Han Seo-eun had already prepared and called out loudly, Sister Subin, over here, hurry up. When Lee Subin was called, she ran over in a panic. What's wrong? The girl sat down, examined the situation, and explained that it was a side effect of the teleportation power. After checking, the two girls simultaneously pulled him back to the room. Come on, 1, 2, 3. Just then, Egostic's phone in his pocket rang. Turns out an article about this afternoon's event had already been posted on the free forum, Testing for Goodwill. Who prefers the cool big brother Ego's tick over the old-fashioned Aunt Stardust? Probably me. That evening, Stardust sat on some building, quietly reading that post. After reading it, she couldn't hide her sadness as she sat on the rooftop. Stardust recalled some unpleasant memories from the past. When she was still Shin Ha-yeol, a 17-year-old student, something sorrowful happened. No, mother, father. Witnessing her painful expression, the smug thief holding the stolen wallet in his hand thought she should have obediently handed it over. After examining his loot for a while, he put it away, pulled out a handgun threateningly, and said, blame your stupid parents. Even with a gun to her head, Shin Ha-yeol had nothing left to lose and wasn't afraid at all. Unable to see the expression he wanted, the robber felt disappointed. Then he smiled brightly, put away his gun. Lucky, truly lucky, wasn't it? After speaking, that robber discarded his cigarette and turned away to leave. Letting the person who had killed his parents get away, Shin Ha-yeol was unwilling but could only helplessly collapse and cry. If only I had the strength to protect my mother and father. No matter how much I regret it, everything has already happened. Mother, father, I will put an end to that bastard. After that declaration, Shin Ha-yeol could only sit by her parents' bodies and weep bitterly. At that moment, a ray of light appeared in the dark sky. Immediately after, a shooting star flew straight down into the narrow alley. The student Shin Ha-yeol, who was crying, looked up and observed the strange light. Just as she looked up, a blinding light struck her eyes. Then the alley was filled with a strange light. When the light gradually faded, Shin Ha-yeol had fainted and her hair had changed from black to blonde. The next day, at the secret base, after resting well, Da-in finally opened her eyes. Han Seo-eun had been watching by the glass, just waiting for this moment to cheer. He's awake. Before he could say anything, he encountered the girl, feeling tired. Seo-eun, I'm about to enjoy a hot meal. Suddenly Han Seo-eun brought his phone over. He ate while listening. Immediately the girl read the article on the phone screen to him, summarizing the facts about the level A villain egostick, stating only the facts about the level A villain egostick. Reading the article carefully, Han Seo-eun recounted countless feats Da-in had achieved, having eliminated the A-rank villain Rhino, and having eliminated the A-rank villain in Zodiac. For the weary Korean people, he also orchestrated and suppressed special situations at the observatory without any casualties. It seemed the article ended there, but the girl read on. At the same time, he also suppressed a group of fanatics who caused disturbances and held hostages, then compensated the hostages. Pausing briefly, Han Seo-eun finished reading the remaining parts of the article. An A-rank villain, an instant teleporter who had been hiding for a long time, despite rewards being offered, officials considered capturing him extremely difficult. Truly, egostick hardly seemed villainous at all. Feeling not yet fully shocked, the girl smiled and shared another piece of information. 7,842 likes and 12 dislikes, what do you think? Hearing this, Da-in anxiously asked, and what about Stardust? Upon hearing that name, Han Seo-eun couldn't hide her sulkiness. Stardust, huh? Look at the comments right below this. Before he could take his phone, the girl read aloud, actually, egostick's even more accomplished than Stardust. Stardust hasn't really done anything to date. Hearing these words, Da-in sprayed food out of her mouth in surprise. It didn't end there. The girl read on. The King Egostick has already taken down 3 A-rank villains. After calming down, Da-in asked hesitantly, so, why is Stardust being criticized? In response to this question, Han Seo-eun thought for a moment and replied, maybe because among the 3 A-rank heroes, she is the least active. Actually, Shadow Walker and Icicle have each saved dozens or even hundreds of people by themselves, but Stardust hasn't done much. Having read everything, the girl hesitantly observed the reaction of the person next to her. See, that's how people react. Hearing these comments, Da-in was hopeless and couldn't hide it. Is that the majority? The situation wasn't shocking enough, so Han Seo-eun directly showed the screen with a strange mango and proudly boasted, while Egostick even has an official fan club. This information officially shattered Da-in, who knelt down clutching his head and pulling at his hair. No, that can't be, these lunatics. What do you mean a fan club for the villain? Unable to accept the situation, he stood up, his mind working on a plan. Alright, we can't just let this slide. After some thought, Da-in decided to start preparing the next terror attack. Come on, Seo-eun, Subin, can you two handle it? Suddenly being called out by name, the two girls froze in panic. Hey, me again? Seriously? Ignoring the two girls' gloomy appearances, Da-in was filled with excitement and anticipation. Anyway, we have to show the people of Korea who the real villain is and who the true hero is. Wait for me, Stardust, I'll bring you back to the top. At this awaited moment, someone was thoroughly enjoying a cup of mango smoothie, absolutely delicious. While enjoying a glass of water, Shin Ha-yeol suddenly noticed something. It turned out that the cherry blossoms outside had fully bloomed, creating a scene full of romance. So poetically romantic, yet in her mind, she only heard people's comments, making out like she's some great hero. Finishing work before arriving, sometimes not even able to catch that instant teleporter. Remembering those words, Shin Ha-yeol sighed, swept away by the tide. Countless negative thoughts flooded her mind. The public was still more enthusiastic about Egostick, the villain slayer, than heroes who dealt only with suspended sentences. She had done her best, so why was she still being criticized like this? Not wanting to stay negative like this, Shin Ha-yeol slapped herself a few times to sober up. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Ha-yeol, why are you slapping yourself like that? Hearing this voice, she instantly woke up. Looking at Kim Chae-hyun sitting down gently beside her, Shin Ha-yeol excitedly smiled and suggested brightly to her junior, it's such a beautiful day, let's take a little break. Being invited like that, Shin Ha-yeol didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. Right, since when did the cherry blossoms bloom so fully? Kim Chae-hyun excitedly pulled out her phone. Oh right, do you want to go see this? It's really popular these days, but you probably don't know about it yet. She showed a dancing mango photo and said, what do you think? Pretty funny, right? Lately, I've noticed Ego's tick has a lot of appeal. Looking at that image, Shin Ha-yeol gritted her teeth, unwilling to accept it. Even senior Chae-hyun liked him. She was scrolling through her phone when suddenly something caught her attention. Oh, what is this? Kim Chae-hyun held out her phone screen. Ha-yeol, ST is live streaming right now. Hearing this she was surprised. What? Just as she took out her phone, a familiar voice rang out. Ego's tick was once again targeting Stardust, immediately returning to the association then setting out to the scene. As the announcement ended, Shin Ha-yeol slammed the table and stood up. Sister Chae-hyun, I have urgent business so I have to leave now, sorry. Finishing her words, she turned and quickly ran out of the cafe, not giving Chae-hyun a chance to respond. Ha-yeol. As she ran, Shin Ha-yeol was resolute. Just wait, Ego's tick. This time I will definitely catch you. At this moment, at some cliff, a familiar screen appeared, followed by Ego's tick's voice. Long time no see, hello everyone, I am the villain Ego's tick. Having finished the introduction, he eagerly watched the comments streaming by, wondering how people would react. Crazy, they are treating this like some kind of surprise event or something. Without overthinking it, Ego's tick took out his phone and joked, there's been a lot of news about me recently, I'm not a hero but the villain, and there's even a fan club. Saying this, he flashed a sly smile, controlling the phone to project onto the railway track. Perhaps everyone is misunderstanding. I am the villain. Pointing at the hostages who had been taken, then he pointed back toward the distant train. Ah, the train is about to arrive. Are you watching, Stardust? When the question was posed, a comment arose that he was still a genuine die-hard fan of Stardust. Unconcerned with it, he began explaining, the rules are simple, you choose. Ego's tick turned the camera down to the tracks, starting the pressure, keep the lever in place to save one person instead of 5, or sacrifice one person for the majority, pulling the lever would kill one person. He thought of Lee Soo-bin, who was controlling the train, and continued the pressure, don't decide hastily, if you try to pull these people off the tracks, I will derail the train immediately, understand, Stardust. After explaining the rules, Ego's tick invited, your choice is only one. Pull the lever. No sooner said, Stardust appeared, you bastard Ego's tick, the girl didn't hesitate, rushing straight down to stand above. He watched with satisfaction, it's coming, isn't it, Stardust? Looking at the hostages, she began to calculate, if I try to save them, then the passengers on the train will be in danger. Think about it, Stardust, how can everyone be saved? Witnessing that hesitant expression, Ego's tick, against his conscience, urged, come on, the Pentagon train is entering the station. How will our Stardust choose? She has done nothing yet, the viewers were already guessing. Ego's tick was very pleased with these comments. Indeed, everyone thought Stardust would backstab, but I believe the Stardust I know isn't that kind of person. Just then, Lee Soo-bin panicked and shouted through the earpiece, Dain, she's running towards me, what should I do? Seeing her silhouette speeding like the wind, he comforted her, we're live streaming, so turn off the mic for broadcasting first. Don't worry, she won't come to harm you, keep moving forward. At this point, Lee Soo-bin felt a bit more confident. Yes. Successfully comforting, Ego's tick continued playing the villain. Okay, now turn the mic back on. Oh, can this really work? What is Stardust doing? She actually managed that? If so, it's going to be disastrous. Stardust, why are you rushing to commit suicide? Stop. No matter what, Stardust and the train collided head-on, and with all her strength, she tried to encourage herself. Just hold on a little longer. But suddenly, the train sped up. This state surprised Ego's tick. Was it moving faster? Realizing something, he panicked. Soo-bin, wake up. But she had already fainted 8 lives ago. Receiving no response, he was frantic. I didn't guard against this situation. Looking at Stardust standing dazedly at the foot of the mountain, Ego's tick continued the psychological attack. Come on, the Pentagon train is entering the station, how will our Stardust choose? Though he said this outwardly, inside he was eagerly watching the girl below, the righteous girl who would choose. The person he had been longing for was now struggling with intense psychological turmoil. After a moment of reflection, having made a decision for herself, Stardust gritted her teeth and dashed straight toward the train. Witnessing her action, Ego's tick was very satisfied, lowering his hat brim even further. Good, everything here was going exactly according to plan. Pleased with the events unfolding, he carried a frightened struggling girl closer to the tracks. Once there, Egostick gently set the pale-faced girl down onto the railway. Not stopping there, he also took some tape to secure the girl. Despite acting this way, Egostick's mind was screaming, "Oh, how exhausting. Without the Shadow Walker it might have been easier at night. Preparing to terrorize during the day requires constant vigilance." No matter how much he complained, he still completed the final knot. After securing the hostage, Egostick used his power to instantly teleport to a cliff to watch the performance. Observing the 5 people he had tied under the platform, he was very pleased with the result and felt a bit proud. Looking at the peaceful scene before him, Egostick recalled some information. In the original story, Stardust would weaken after clashing with the villain, but in return, she would mature more. So if he eliminated those villains early to help her, she would lose the chance to grow. Breaking away from that train of thought, he reached out and wrote a few familiar lines on the ground. Finishing writing, Egostick smiled proudly to himself, thinking, "Consider this a special physical training camp made just for you." Back to the present, seeing Stardust charging full force into the train, he was somewhat surprised and hurriedly stopped him. "What's wrong? If you do that, you'll be smashed to pieces, Stardust." That scene also caused those watching at home to start debating, and reading through the comments, one felt despair. "This was not my intention," he said outwardly, but deep down he was very satisfied with what was happening. It truly was his plan. At that moment, Stardust had rammed straight into the train, shattering its front part. Standing atop the cliff, Egostick observed and analyzed the scene. Her abilities, both muscular and flying, were lacking by about 2%, still only a hero close to level A, so stopping this train might be beyond her capacity, but there was one trait others didn't know about her. Carefully watching Stardust's tightly determined and tense face, Egostick sincerely assessed that when in danger, her powers would surge dramatically. Thinking this, Stardust was gradually being pushed backward. Nonetheless, he remained confident, so she could definitely stop this from happening. With that strong belief, the train's engine began to clatter. However, it not only didn't stop but pushed forward even harder. This phenomenon made Egostick somewhat uneasy. Could the train be going even faster? Realizing this, he quickly called for backup, but Lee Subin had already fainted 8 lifetimes ago. "Subin, Miss Subin, wake up." Not receiving any response back, Egostick immediately fell into a state of panic. He hadn't anticipated this. Just like that, the worst-case scenarios played out like a movie in his mind. Could it be that if the people tied on the tracks ended up dead, then no matter how much the road was paved with flowers, the brave superhero image of Stardust would definitely be shattered? Thinking of that situation, Egostick held his head and pulled at his ears a little. What should I do? At the same time, the train was approaching the unfortunate girl. Noticing this, Stardust gritted her teeth and exerted more strength than usual. Seeing that the train didn't stop, she used all her might to hold it back. Although the front of the train was nearly mangled, it hadn't slowed down at all. Standing above, hoping to see Stardust below, "Please, please." As the distance between the train and the hostages slowly closed in, he could only pray, "Please." Suddenly Egostick noticed something. It turned out that after so much effort, the train had finally been stopped by Stardust, and the entire event was recorded on video. Witnessing this unbelievable scene, Egostick's face lit up with joy. "It stopped. We've temporarily escaped a dead end." Amidst this wild and chaotic scene, he was filled with hope. "Come on, show yourself, Stardust. Will she be okay?" The train was moving too fast. Watching the live stream on his phone, Egostick began to overthink. Could it be that she died? Could it be? At that moment, the familiar figure of Stardust appeared. Seeing that the girl he longed for was still safe and sound, he couldn't hide his excitement and cheered. After a while, realizing he was still the villain, he quickly pulled himself together. "No, wait, no, she had managed to block it. She really did hold out. My plan wasn't like this." Turning his attention to Stardust, who was dazed, Egostick hypnotized himself. She had found her own way to resolve the dilemma in her own style. That's right." This declaration caused the commentary to erupt once again. Reading every word, his entire face lit up with excitement. "Yes, this is exactly the reaction needed. See." With that overwhelming pride, he took the chance to shower compliments on the girl standing below. "This is the hero named Stardust. Watch how her abilities erupt purely out of her desire to save others." After exerting herself to the utmost, Stardust could no longer hold on and directly collapsed. Witnessing this, his eyes were filled with worry. Not caring about appearances anymore, he directly jumped down there to assess the situation. Approaching the girl, he felt a pang of sadness when he heard a soft scolding, the name damned egoistic. No matter how upset he was, egoistic still focused on the current issue. Alright Stardust, you did very well. In a way I had never imagined, this is your victory. Finishing his words, he rubbed his eyes to let her rest and then gave a few final instructions. I'm leaving now, rest well, soon other heroes will come to assist you. Once Stardust had rested, he stood up, took off his hat, and expressed his condolences. Yes, my terror attack ends here, thank you all for watching. Following that statement, the screen faded to black to conclude. A shocking comment was made, what kind of vague atmosphere is between those two? The next morning, at the secret base, Han Seo-eun burst with energy running around, wake up, come on, you late sleepers. The two Daein together with Lee Subin looked completely drained after yesterday's event. Oh my god, this is deadly, good morning Seo-eun. This appearance makes the little girl reconsider a bit, just one terror attack and everyone looks so exhausted. Not blaming them anymore, Han Seo-eun pointed to the table full of food and invited them, come on. Seeing those hot dishes, the two pairs' eyes lit up brighter than headlights. Seo-eun, did you prepare this? Daein was fully awake now, stepped forward to stroke Han Seo-eun's head in praise. Thank you so much, Seo-eun, it's nothing. After a brief moment of embarrassment, the little girl directly reached out and pinched his waist. Taking advantage of Daein still fidgeting, Han Seo-eun quickly sat at the table urging, eat quickly, it's getting cold now, really, well then. The three of them then all sat down at the table and began enjoying breakfast, wishing everyone a good meal. After saying that, each person focused on savoring the delicacies. While eating, Han Seo-eun suddenly noticed the nearby remote control and immediately reached out to grab it. She then quickly ate up and ran to the sofa to watch TV, checking out the latest news. As the news broadcast appeared, Han Seo-eun excitedly pointed at the screen, saying, let's see how our achievements from yesterday were reported. Next news. Hearing these words, Daein, still eating, could not hide his pride. His image as the villain must have been deeply engraved. Of course, Stardust also soared in reputation, a single arrow hitting two targets, getting the bird and the eggs. At that moment, Han Seo-eun suddenly burst out laughing, a strange expression that confused him. What's that? The little girl pointed at the screen and shouted excitedly, they say the two of you are dating. At that moment, the commentator's voice rang out, that is the story after the level A hero Stardust stopped the train yesterday morning. First, please take a look at this photo. Immediately after, the moment he brushed the girl's hair to let her rest appeared, and the commentator continued. Looking here, you can clearly see that between the villain and the hero, there's nothing different than a couple in love. In another corner, Shin Ha-yeol was watching the entire news broadcast, unable to suppress her anger as she crushed the glass, while Daein, the person involved, was terrified, thinking, what the hell is this? The host said that in South Korea, the most beloved villain is egoistic, a rising rookie superhero Stardust. The rumored romance between the two has recently become extremely hot. Reporter Park, what caused this romance rumor to explode? Reporter Park pointed at the screen and continued, look here, do you recognize it? The host said, yes, this is a line displaying the name Stardust. Reporter Park slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and said loudly, that's wrong, it's not just a simple line, sent to you, Stardust, this is a gift I give you, that's the real meaning. Next, on the screen was a scene of Daein kneeling on one knee beside an unconscious Shin Ha-yeol. He said, alright, Stardust, you've done very well in a way I never imagined, this is your victory. Reporter Park pointed at this scene and firmly stated, look closely, if this isn't love, then what is it? When Egostick spoke those last words and closed Stardust's eyes, Stardust quietly fell asleep. Reporter Park added, if these two aren't dating, then what else could it be? Elsewhere, Shin Ha-yeol was sitting alone in the study room, watching that segment of the discussion. Shin Ha-yeol's mood was gloomy, she held her forehead with her hand, thinking to herself, is everyone still clear-headed? I swear I would never date that crazy villainous guy, absolutely no chance of that. Shin Ha-yeol fell silent for a moment. Then she asked herself, what is this? Clearly I feel rising hatred and resentment toward that guy, but somehow there is also a strange feeling mixed in. While Shin Ha-yeol was gloomily muttering to herself, a girl approached. Kim Chae-hyun said sympathetically to Shin Ha-yeol, Ha-yu, your soul must be exhausted from all that studying. Then Kim Chae-hyun pulled out a flyer advertising ice cream and smiled brightly at Shin Ha-yeol, today let me heal you. Next, Kim Chae-hyun tossed the flyer aside, her eyes sparkling with emotion, saying, just trust me for today, let's go out and have some fun together. Elsewhere, a constant whining noise came from a house. Come on, come on. Han Seo-eun was lying on the floor throwing a tantrum, just wanting to go. Lee Subin didn't know what to say. Seo-eun, don't be so whiny. Han Seo-eun refused and said, we've already had 2 terrorizing incidents, but now I want to go out. At this moment Daeun also spoke up, Miss Subin, Seo-eun, how about we all go out together? The moment Han Seo-eun heard this, she immediately sat up, stopped throwing a tantrum. The girl joyfully shouted in celebration. Subin also smiled. Daeun also held an ice cream festival flyer like Kim Chae-hyun did earlier. He smiled to himself thinking, this wasn't in the original story, but it probably won't be a problem. On Shin Ha-yeol's side, she was also in a better mood, eagerly thinking, an ice cream festival. At the ice cream festival, everywhere you looked there were people. The scene was full of life. Daeun exclaimed, wow, even though it's just a weekday noon, it's still quite crowded. Han Seo-eun held an ice cream cone walking beside her and asked confusedly, honey, are you wearing black again? Daeun smiled and replied, Seo-eun, men have to wear black. Han Seo-eun laughed and said, what nonsense are you talking about? Daeun was quite surprised, oh, why is she smiling so brightly, even calling me honey? Daeun thought with a light smile, it seems she is genuinely very happy. Han Seo-eun exclaimed and pointed forward, rice ice cream is here. Then Han Seo-eun immediately excitedly ran towards the ice cream stall. Daeun smiled and said to Lee Subin, going out to play is really worth it. Lee Subin cheerfully replied, yeah, definitely, she looks very happy. Lee Subin activated the reduce awareness filter for herself, which had been used once when Daeun recruited her. Daeun tasted a spoonful of ice cream. He exclaimed in surprise, oh, this is really delicious. As Daeun scooped another spoonful, he said, Subin, you should try some too. Lee Subin blushed shyly as she looked at the spoonful of ice cream Daeun offered. Han Seo-eun stood beside them and innocently asked, what's wrong, sis? Hurry up and eat, Lee Subin stammered, wait for me a moment. Lee Subin, embarrassed, slowly opened her mouth and moved closer to the spoonful of ice cream, thinking, isn't this like an indirect kiss? Finally, Lee Subin tasted the spoonful of ice cream. Right after that, her face was full of enjoyment, exclaiming, this is really delicious. Han Seo-eun had also finished her cone ice cream. The little girl happily ran over to another ice cream stand. Over there, mango-flavored ice cream. Daeun hurriedly said, hey, wait for me, will you? Han Seo-eun gazed brightly, staring intently at the ice cream behind the glass. Then, the little girl quickly excitedly told the vendor, give me 1 cone ice cream, please. The vendor smiled as he scooped the ice cream and said to Daeun, oh my, this kid is exactly the spitting image of her parents, so adorable. Daeun was speechless. What? Then the man closed his eyes and accepted it right away. Yes, that's right. Lee Subin standing nearby blushed deeply, while Han Seo-eun turned back with a quiet smile to tease Daeun. This guy really looks older, doesn't he? Daeun didn't back down either and teased back, maybe it's because of my height, not because of you. Han Seo-eun couldn't argue with him and just snorted. The vendor brought the ice cream over. Here's the kids' ice cream, 1 cone, and 2 cups. Everyone took their ice cream. Daeun smiled and asked Han Seo-eun, did you order for us too? The little girl replied, since you're the leader of the mango club, of course you have to eat mango-flavored ice cream. Daeun was confused about his new identity and asked again, mango club? Daeun looked at the vendor's smile, not knowing where to hide his face, and awkwardly said, oh, it's nothing. Suddenly, Daeun widened his eyes in astonishment. It turned out that the sales clerk was showing off the image on the back of his shirt, which was a picture of Daeun in his egoistic persona. The clerk laughed and said, I did this myself, looks good, right? Daeun couldn't really comment, but Han Seo-eun generously gave a thumbs up, absolutely cinematic. After a while, the 3 of them sat together on a bench, relaxing and eating ice cream. Suddenly, Daeun noticed something. Daeun asked Han Seo-eun, Seo, you used to be a master at dart throwing, right? I know that. Daeun was about to show off his skills, saying, I'll show you what I can do. Han Seo-eun seemed to catch on, and she asked, hey, are you planning to cheat using your remote control powers? Daeun immediately stiffened. The clerk explained that there was an ongoing event, and the female employee at the dart booth introduced, if you hit the target 10 times in a row, you'll be rewarded with a 10-layer ice cream cone. Han Seo-eun said she preferred the second prize, that teddy bear was much cuter. Dain asked the clerk whether the first prize winner got to choose freely, and the clerk agreed, yes. Dain confidently promised Han Seo-eun, Seo, listen up, I'll get it for you. Dain thought to himself that he would pretend to concentrate, then at the right moment discreetly use some power to shoot the dart, and that would be it. At that moment, Kim Chae-hyun also walked up to the dart counter and asked the clerk how much it cost per throw. She caught Dain's attention beside her. He thought to himself, this person looks so familiar. Right after, Dain was startled. He recalled this person, Kim Chae-hyun, Shin Ha-yeol's senior in university. Kim Chae-hyun said again, Ha-yeol, the prize even includes 10-layer ice cream. Another female voice spoke up, let me try to get one for you. Han Seo-eun, noticing Dain had been stunned for a while, asked curiously, what are you doing? Hurry up and throw it away. At this moment, Lee Soo-bin and Han Seo-eun finally noticed Shin Ha-yeol's appearance. The group of three officially broke into a cold sweat, not daring to say a word. Then Shin Ha-yeol glanced at the three of them. She looked at Dain, while Dain was still frozen, holding the dart ready to throw. Kim Chae-hyun smiled brightly with excitement, pointing ahead, Ha-yeol, there's rice ice cream over there. The two went to the ice cream shop. Kim Chae-hyun was ecstatic with the flavor, it was incredibly delicious. In a happy mood, she looked at Shin Ha-yeol, try this one. Shin Ha-yeol bent down slightly and tasted the ice cream with her lips. After tasting it, her cheeks flushed pink, her eyes shining brightly, it really was delicious. Kim Chae-hyun, holding the ice cream box, smiled contentedly with her eyes nearly closed, finally your expression has relaxed, Ha-yeol. It seemed the two of them were attracted by something, turning their heads at the same time. She held Ha-yeol's hand, her heart filled with radiant roses, let's go, over there is the flavor you like the most, Ha-yeol. Her eyes focused on the food stall with the mango flavor, hurry and eat. Seeing the mango, Shin Ha-yeol's eyes sparkled with utmost delight. But not long after, her mood abruptly turned gloomy, her face lowered. The staff member happily turned his back to show the back of the shirt featuring the chibi ego stick image. I made this myself, Kim Chae-hyun proudly praised, oh my god, it's so cute. After that, the two ladies rested on a cool stone bench. Kim Chae-hyun stretched comfortably, this is really nice. She gently tilted her head and looked at Shin Ha-yeol, you like it too, don't you? From feeling annoyed to becoming positive, Ha-yeol smiled and replied, of course, sister. Then Shin Ha-yeol's eyes closed tightly as she savored the moment. Under the big cherry blossom tree, a few flower branches gently fell. Shin Ha-yeol thought, how long has it been since I last got to go out and enjoy a view like this? She smiled faintly at the corner of her lips, eyes closed, it was wonderful. Not long after, Kim Chae-hyun pointed at the food stall in front of them, Ha-yeol, let's finish eating this first, then we can try that one, okay? Shin Ha-yeol looked at her attentively as she got excited, darts, huh? Immediately, Shin Ha-yeol smiled brightly, seeming intrigued. Balloons were neatly decorated and arranged on top of the stall in vibrant colors. A friendly staff member gave the two girls darts, there's an event going on, if you pop all 10 balloons, you'll get a 10-layer ice cream as a prize. She gently gazed and responded, yes, ma'am. Her distinctive blue eyes shifted around. Her gaze landed on three players who were sweating profusely. They looked like a young married couple, but why was the girl's hair silver? Maybe she was the granddaughter, it would make more sense. She stared long at Dain, who looked worried, then thought, what about this man? Why does he seem so familiar? Without thinking for long, Kim Chae-hyun shouted from behind, Ha-yeol, give it a try. She quickly agreed, oh yes. Shin Ha-yeol darted forward, emitting a blazing orange light, and Kim Chae-hyun laughed delightedly, eyes sparkling, scoring a direct hit immediately. Dain watched the sweat trickling down with some worry, thinking to himself that Stardust's abilities were monstrous strength and the power of flight. Each day he looked at her longer, but this monstrous power was not simply about strength. Then he used the item in his hand to speak more precisely. At this moment, Shin Ha-yeol gained an additional supreme throw. It was an extraordinarily superior physique. Excited and joyful voices rang out, 2 hits already. He bowed his head, feeling a bit disappointed, then thought that for now her power was a terrifying burst when needed, but later she would gradually become a superhuman beyond human limits. Ha-yeol threw the dart happily. Not only had her 5 senses but also her 6th sense developed, or in other words, her instincts would immediately alert her if something was amiss. Ha-yeol found it strange to see Dain so dejected, he thought long and hard to prove that fact. Right at that moment, enough for her to sense that the guy might actually be, if he revealed his identity here. The image of Shin Ha-yeol becoming a superhuman flashed in his mind, and she would throw him straight into prison. Seo-eun and Subin embraced each other in joy. A dart thrown by Shin Ha-yeol at high speed hit the balloon. Kim Chae-hyun, seeing that, stood beside her pleased and congratulated her immensely. Ha-yeol, you're amazing, you hit all 10 shots. Upon hearing that, she immediately became shy and bashful. It's nothing, just a small thing. The staff happily handed the two girls 10-layer ice cream cones. Here are the 10-layer ice creams. The staff then involuntarily turned to Do-in. Oh, sir, aren't you going to throw? The man was caught off guard but quickly answered, oh my, there's someone next to me throwing so well that I couldn't take my eyes off them, now I'll throw right here. Do-in looked over at Han Seo-eun and forced a hesitant smile as he spoke. Seo-eun, look here, I'll show you my dart throwing technique. The girl cheering him on seemed a bit doubtful. Come on, hurry up. Do-in picked up 10 darts at once and worriedly thought, no need to use any special skill, just throw a few quickly and then slip away. He swiftly threw decisively and quickly forward, but unfortunately his throw completely hit all 10 balloons. Everyone was stunned, mouths agape and eyes wide in shock, but Do-in was the opposite, wondering, after all, how did that happen? In Kim Chae-hyun's hand was the 10-layer ice cream cone. As she looked at him in surprise, the guest beside her was also very impressed. A stuffed bear was brought out by the staff. You said you wanted the bear more than the first prize, right? Here, the bear is ready for you. But Do-in chose to rush away quickly. The female staff raised her hand to stop her. Wait a moment. The three of them ran off then laughed awkwardly. It's okay, we're leaving now. Han Seo-eun also quickly joined in. Yeah, stay behind, okay. In Kim Chae-hyun's hand was a long ice cream. Smiling brightly, I'll bring it over to Ha-yeol for you. Shin Ha-yeol held the bear and turned his face away. Yes. But halfway there, the ice cream stick was so tall that it all toppled. The layers of colorful ice cream headed straight towards him. Do-in thought immediately, if even a little bit sticks, it's a bad ending for sure. With wide open eyes and mouth agape at the same time, she had to avoid it at all costs. Do-in's mind raced quickly. She dashed over to the side where there was no ice cream sticking, then fell flat onto the ground. Everyone who saw it hurriedly ran over. Han Seo-eun panicked. Sir, she exclaimed, while she herself felt guilty, mouth wide open, are you okay? Kim Chae-hyun's eyes suddenly drooped, putting a hand over his mouth to show concern. He quickly replied, I'm fine, you don't need to worry. Then slowly, Do-in cautiously stood up, touching her neck with her hand. It's nothing, I overreacted a bit, just had to dodge a little. Come on, let's go. The girl accompanying them already noticed and looked a bit annoyed. What do you think? Please hurry up, if this continues, we'll all die. Sweat was already dripping down Do-in's face, and halfway through speaking, a dark smoke appeared from behind. Let's go quickly. Shin Ha-yeol and he immediately turned to look at that strange thing. A blood-red sky accompanied by thick black-gray smoke caused the people to scatter in panic. The sharp canine teeth of the green crocodile appeared. It stood tall, stretching its body forward, while shouting, Stardust, Stardust, come out quickly. The system board announced, Crocodile Man, Level A Villain. Do-in hugged the two girls, making the accompanying girl shy. Stay here for now. His sharp and skeptical gaze arose, thinking in the sequence of the original story, that guy shouldn't have appeared yet, so why did he suddenly start acting now? Shin Ha-yeol seemed to have understood the situation and rushed forward. Kim Chae-hyun was surprised. Ha-yeol. He gritted his teeth as pain showed up. Running back to the association to get the perception-reducing filter now is too urgent. If it's Stardust from the original story, the moment she revealed her face was the start of a path of misfortune and decline. The image of a woman with blonde hair hiding her face appeared. No, in the original story when she appeared, bad things happen. Do-in's body ached painfully. He clenched his teeth. Even if the sky fell down, he wouldn't let that happen. Do-in screamed loudly. Sudden purple light rays enveloped his entire body. Those lights grew stronger and stronger. Do-in's regular clothes fell off completely, flying elsewhere. He appeared wearing a suit and a classy hat, completely different from usual. I'll pack things up later, Seo-eun. The girl standing behind asked, what are you planning to do? Not long after, he began giving orders to the little girl to help broadcast for him. Han Seo-eun sat alone hugging a stuffed bear, while Do-in, the monster crazily raked everything up with its hands. Stardust, if you don't show up, I will destroy everything. Its eyes blazing with golden light, then a voice came through the speaker, hello, dear viewers. The black speaker emitted a resonant sound, the true villain of this era. Dain held the mic, smiling to reveal his teeth, the common enemy of South Korea, ego's tick. His voice echoed through the speaker far and wide, dare to trespass on my territory, you little crocodile. He stood below, angry and ready to act. What? On forums and websites, discussions began, mangastic, some exclaimed, oh my god, is he mangastic? Another account said, openly admitting he's the common enemy, some said, wasn't he a hero before? Truly incomprehensible, everyone was excited, laughing their heads off at the opening, it was just like a music festival. Dain's terrifying face appeared, his eyes glanced down as he softly said, now you will die here. 3 years ago, inside the building of a large corporation. At this moment, inside an association lecture hall, a voice rang out, the device you see in front of you is indispensable for heroes. A middle-aged man was standing before a group of seated people, he pointed at the modern machine beside him and said, the so-called perception-reducing filter, commonly shortened to filter. He explained that once inside the device and then out, for a certain period the filter will be applied to the face, only those faces that have been filtered will cause viewers to experience recognition disorder. He continued, but if the face is exposed in front of someone who already knows it, the filter will have no effect. Everyone understood, right? The people below heard this and all spoke in unison, yes. Then his expression grew serious, he gripped the microphone tightly and said, even a fool knows how dangerous it is when a hero's identity is revealed, forget about the career, you lose your whole life, remember this well. Shin Ha-yo, sitting below, heard this and firmly shouted back, yes. Returning to the present, the streets had become desolate, shrouded in dust. Kim Chae-hyun and Shin Ha-yo were desperately hiding by the roadside. Shin Ha-yo turned her head to look around with a worried expression, she thought to herself, it's too late to go back to headquarters to get the filter, what should I do? Suddenly, Shin Ha-yo clenched her fists tightly, showing great determination. Then she looked toward the panicked crowd and thought, in this situation, should I become a hero to escape? Shin Ha-yo immediately untied her hairband, her shimmering golden hair fluttered in the wind. Her expression was resolute as she clenched her fists and stepped forward, thinking, no. Kim Chae-hyun saw this and shouted in panic, Ha-yo. Suddenly, a group of people looked at their phones with happy expressions and then shouted, Ego's tick is here, Ego's tick has arrived. Shin Ha-yo was startled when he heard it and turned around, a confused expression escaping him as he exclaimed, what? Shin Ha-yo said, the truly evil figure of this era, the common enemy of all Korea, Ego's tick. At this moment, Dain was standing on the rooftop of a building, next to him 2 gigantic speakers blasting music at full volume, below was a green crocodile monster. Dain then yelled loudly, how dare you invade my territory, you little croc. The crocodile was surprised and exclaimed, what? Dain smiled savagely, pointed at the crocodile monster, and said, now you will die here. Then Dain picked up the microphone and thought to himself, no, absolutely not. Stardust in the original story suffered so much after revealing his identity, the everyday life of a hero is really important. Dain said angrily to the crocodile, do you understand that, you crocodile? The monster shouted back, confronting Dain, you bastard, isn't the one always acting close to Stardust none other than Ego's tick? Suddenly, the crocodile monster shot up to Dain's spot as fast as the wind. Dain said, hey, why do you keep bringing up Stardust? A comment popped up, a crazed Stardust fan has arrived. Hey Mr. Crocodile, the crocodile charged at Dain angrily and shouted, I will kill you. At this point, it quickly climbed up the wall of the building. Then it used its strength to cling tightly onto the edge of the rooftop. Quickly, it climbed up to the rooftop where Dain was standing. After seeing Dain, it showed aggressiveness and howled, come here to me. Dain immediately used a teleportation technique to move backward. The crocodile monster, seeing that, rushed over to Dain. Suddenly, Dain used teleportation and was standing on top of the crocodile monster. He said, what are you doing, you bastard? Dain struck the crocodile monster hard on the head with a satisfied expression and said, you know my name but don't know I have teleportation powers. The monster, shocked by the hit, was startled. It wildly flailed its arms and legs to hit Dain, but whenever it came close to hitting him, he vanished from its sight. It angrily shouted, you damn fly, fight me one-on-one properly. Dain calmly replied, hey, I'm the villain here. As soon as he said that, comments appeared saying, the villain, still insisting today that he's the villain. Dain looked at these comments with great confusion. They continued, but why did Ego's tick run over there? Then he thought, wait, I need to explain this a bit. If I ignore it, people will misunderstand that I came because of Stardust. Suddenly, Dain stopped and shouted at the crocodile monster, hold on, listen to me first. The crocodile monster replied, okay, speak quickly. Dain shouted in an interrogative tone, alright, but first I have to ask this. Why did you suddenly attack me? The crocodile heard that and immediately responded without hesitation, of course, I've targeted Stardust, and since you seem very interested in Stardust, you are my enemy. Dain was surprised, stunned, and thought to himself, what's this, what kind of logic is that? A comment appeared, that stupid villain also knows Ego's tick like Stardust, I wonder if he can teleport, yet he knows Ego's tick like Stardust, ha ha ha, two guys fighting over a girl. Isn't Ego's tick here standing in for Stardust? What's going on? How did these two get involved like this? Ha ha ha, why now? Suddenly, the crocodile pointed at Dain, who was standing dumbfounded, then shouted loudly, also, you were the one who said you'd kill me first. A comment displayed, ha ha, exactly right. Dain was stunned and replied, when did I say that? Hearing that, the crocodile became extremely angry, its aura blazing like a flame, it shouted, you said it. How dare you trespass into my territory, little crocodile? I threaten you, now you will die here. It continued to question, you did say that, didn't you? Dain, flustered, tried to explain, no, I didn't say that. A comment appeared, why is the crocodile suddenly speaking so sweetly? What kind of threat is that? Suddenly, the crocodile seemed to have reached its limit, it screamed wildly at Dain, I'm really furious now. Then it opened its long mouth wide, and a fireball slowly formed inside its mouth. Seeing this, Dain showed a terrified expression, his eyes wide as he thought, hey, isn't that the ultimate skill? Before he could finish thinking, a large flame burst out from the crocodile's mouth, almost burning everything in front of it. Crocodile Man's ultimate skill, an extremely powerful fire breath. Fortunately, Dain quickly used his teleportation technique and dodged a fatal hit. He teleported behind the crocodile. Looking at the horrifying scene just now with fear and astonishment, he said, getting hit once would result in instant death. The crocodile turned its head to look at Dain and said with a sharp tone, surprised, Ego's tick. At that moment, Dain did not hesitate and flicked out a black cloth. Instantly, countless guns appeared from Dain's black cloth. All the guns lunged toward the crocodile. Dain looked at the monster coldly, without a hint of hesitation, clenched his fist and said, see you in hell, you bastard. Immediately, all the guns fired simultaneously at the crocodile. After a series of loud explosions, everything was engulfed in smoke. Dain flew up, looked into the smoke, and wondered, is it dead yet? Surprisingly, even after being hit by all those bullets, the crocodile was still alive. It rushed out of the smoke and shouted, do you think those bullets can injure me? Suddenly, Dain's mask fell down in front of the live stream screen. He quickly used teleportation to move away from the phone, then slowly took out a gas mask, stood on high ground looking at the crocodile and said, no, gotta do this to catch you off guard. Suddenly Dain threw something indeterminate towards the crocodile. The crocodile saw it and looked down on it, immediately opened its mouth wide and swallowed it whole. It shouted loudly, you damn flies and mosquitoes. At this moment, a strong light emitted from the previously indeterminate object inside the crocodile's mouth. The crocodile was now like it got electrocuted, it convulsed in pain, a golden light appeared around its body. Seeing this, Dain thought, hey you there, in the original story Stardust suffered so much because of your thick skin, do you think I don't know that? Did you think I wasn't prepared in advance? At this point, after receiving that attack, the crocodile was covered in blood. It was dazed for a while then collapsed, completely unconscious. Comments kept appearing, Mangastic, demanding the association immediately appoint Mangastic as a hero, yet he calls himself a villain. At this moment, the guns from earlier also lost their power and slowly fell to the ground. Dain also slowly landed on the rooftop along with the guns. The ground everywhere was full of guns. Dain slowly gathered them up with a trembling and tired look. He looked up at the sky and complained, damn it, that took way too much energy. Wanting to pose cool using telekinesis but his stamina was completely drained, even holding this phone was a struggle. At this moment, Dain suddenly remembered the phone that was live streaming. He read a comment, so you came here to deal with the villain? Seeing that, Dain flustered and frantically explained, right, "Oh no, everyone, I came here just because I hate that crocodile guy, don't think I acted for Stardust or for the community's benefit," the comment displayed, "whatever he says, it's all true." Suddenly, a golden beam of light flew from somewhere and landed on the rooftop where Diane was standing. It turned out to be Shin Ha-yeol, who slowly stood up after a spectacular landing. Then Shin Ha-yeol slowly approached Diane and spoke up, questioning, "Was that guy taken down by you?" Diane calmly replied, "Yeah, since he was blocking the way too much, I dealt with him right away." Hearing that, Shin Ha-yeol was somewhat suspicious. She looked at Diane coldly and asked, "Why?" Diane shrugged and answered casually, "Why what?" "Because he kept shouting that me and Stardust here are all lovey-dovey and ambiguous, and that annoyed me." Shin Ha-yeol was startled hearing this, saying, "What?" Then Diane put on his earphones and said, "Ah, Stardust." He looked at Shin Ha-yeol and smiled, continuing, "Next time if something like today happens, don't just think you can reveal your face and show off. Once your face is out, your life will be really hard." Shin Ha-yeol was a bit surprised, staring at Diane in bewilderment. Then he turned to pick up the phone and said, "All right, today's broadcast ends here. That surprise situation really exhausted me. There's a big event next month, everyone stay tuned, comments are showing." What are those two saying on air that they turned off the mic? Then Diane suddenly disappeared along with a flash of light. "Well, goodbye." Shin Ha-yeol saw this and raised her hand, saying, "Wait a moment." Her expression was somewhat sad. At that moment, Diane had teleported back home. Suddenly, blood gushed out from his mouth. Diane's face was expressionless, looking like a soulless person. Han Seo-eun and Lee Soo-bin saw this and rushed over in panic with worried looks. "Brother, Diane." At that moment, he collapsed onto the ground. On the rooftop floor, Shin Ha-yeol found Diane's mask and picked it up. She examined the mask thoughtfully, wondering, how did he know my thoughts? Why? Who exactly are you, egoistic? Shin Ha-yeol was sitting in front of the computer screen watching the news. On the screen appeared two breaking news reports from KPS News, exclusive news stirring chaos at the ice cream festival, top-tier villain Crocodile Man has been captured, he was subdued by Egostick and transferred to the Eastern Hero Detention Center, the building destroyed by the crocodile 4 hours ago, close-up of Egostick who is faster than anyone else, top-tier villain Egostick. Is he really a villain or something else? Searching for Egostick yields about 20-30 results, the official fan club Egostick, Mangastick, the Mango Association, the Hero Information Portal, the genuine hero of this era for Mango and by Mango, a fan club established to honor Mangastick. Shin Ha-yeol held her head in frustration. Then suddenly she saw a comment, "What did the hero do today? Lately Mangastick goes out on the streets and fans keep cheering blindly, if Korea keeps like this." And under that post was a humorous icon comment from Diane, "That's great, isn't it?" Ha-yeol exclaimed, "A's damn it." She lay down on the bed, closed her eyes, thinking she was the only one who didn't like Egostick. She recalled the ice cream seller proudly showing off the Mango Association shirt. "I made it myself." Kim Chae-hyun beside him also praised it, "Oh so cute." Then she remembered him warning her, "Stardust, next time if something like today happens, don't just think it's okay to reveal your face and show off." Ha-yeol agonized over the answer, could it be that everyone is right and only she is wrong? On the other side, Lee Soo-bin and Han Seo-eun were standing in front of a glass cage. Diane was lying inside, Seo-eun was continuously angry, all because of that Stardust. Suddenly a sound made the girl freeze. Diane opened her eyes, tapped on the glass asking, "Why is everyone crying like this?" The other two couldn't help but look at him with worry. Immediately Seo-eun rushed in to hug him, crying loudly. Seeing that, Diane reassured, "It's okay, it's okay." Finally, he recovered and had dinner with everyone. He could hardly believe he had been unconscious for 3 whole days. Looking back, it was probably because he had teleported a lot and even lifted his body using external powers. It was truly exhausting. Suddenly Seo-eun spoke up, saying he had to take proper care of his body from now on. Diane quickly promised, "All right, I'll do that." He smiled warmly at the girl, thinking that since she had shed tears for him, spending time with her seemed to have a real effect. Over on the other side, Soo-bin worriedly said, "This Diane guy, why did he run off so quickly? People might think he's a hero or something." Seo-eun agreed and questioned, "Exactly, I just don't get it. He's always talking about villains this and villains that." Diane calmly replied, "If I don't intervene, Stardust will. What if the girl still doesn't understand?" He retorted, causing Seo-eun to pause, "It's really dangerous." Diane explained, "If that situation happens, when a hero reveals their identity, their personal information is completely exposed. Next, the usual villains holding grudges or evil people will come searching to hunt down and eliminate the hero. Seo-eun still didn't see the significance of it, wondering what that had to do with her. De-in patiently explained, Seo-eun, the world we live in is misaligned, a misalignment between good and evil. Most heroes don't actually follow the heroic path. They choose the path of the villain. The reward for the effort to eliminate enemies is too small, and they are constantly harassed, so instead of stumbling and suffering as heroes, many choose to be villains to live more easily. According to him, just in South Korea alone, there are only 3 A-rank heroes, Stardust, Icicle, and Shadow Walker, but there are plenty of A-rank villains, aren't there? After hearing this, Seo-eun could only sigh. That's why he planned to eliminate the villains for them. What a dark hero, but what does that have to do with us? De-in scratched his head, at a loss for words. Not that bad, he just cares a little about South Korea's fate. Suddenly Seo-eun darkened and asked, you and that Stardust girl, do you like her? Immediately De-in turned serious. Hey, don't call her that, Seo-eun, speak respectfully. The atmosphere between the two grew tense, and Subin could only advise them to calm down. Seo-eun changed the subject. Why don't you tell De-in about the plan we discussed earlier? Immediately, Seo-eun brightened up and exclaimed, right. The girl turned to De-in and said, hey, you're being difficult, huff. Seo-eun begged, summer is coming soon, let's go on a trip, to the beach. De-in replied, a trip, huh? That could be nice. She cheered happily upon hearing that. But De-in suddenly had an idea, but let's carry out one more terrorist attack first, then go. Seo-eun was confused, another attack. He wanted that to reduce some of his fame. Actually, De-in has another purpose, which is to strengthen Stardust. I'm not sure if those kinds of crocodiles won't come out again. If Stardust faces them, it will probably be very difficult. Seo-eun was a bit sulky. Are we really going on a trip? To comfort her, De-in extended her pinky for a pinky promise. The little girl happily cheered, you promise, okay? Then Seo-eun happily ran off to pack her things. She worked at full capacity, saying that she had actually considered dozens of plans. She clearly said, if I were to propose one, De-in and Subin would probably think, how proactive, huh? She outlined the plan. Previous terrorist attacks occurred at observatories or on trains, terrorist acts on the ground. Both were terrorist attacks on land, weren't they? She proposed a new idea. This time, let's do it underwater or in the sky. Immediately, De-in chanted a spell, underwater and in the sky. Come here, O god of terrorism, grant me an idea. Suddenly, he felt an electric shock rush through him, making him shout aloud, got it. Subin tightly held his hand, anxiously asking, what's that, De-in? He replied, try to guess. He thought of an idea, a plane crashing into the sea. The idea made De-in and Seo-eun smile slyly, while Subin was a bit scared of these two villains. A plane was flying in the sky. Everyone on the flight was relaxed, unaware of what was about to happen. Suddenly, the plane lost power. Everyone remained optimistic, saying, look, when the lights go out, the sky becomes clearer, it really feels like traveling. The screen on the plane suddenly lit up, displaying the text the ego lied. A sound reverberated throughout the cabin. Everyone was very happy to meet again. The biggest puzzle in the sky at 25,000 feet, no, it should be called the biggest quiz game in the air. Welcome to the Ego Live. An angry passenger shouted, stewardess, what is going on? De-in continued to announce to them, yes, and of course the plane you are sitting on also has a bomb already attached. A bomb was attached to the fuselage. At this moment, the pilot realized and wondered, when did he attach that? Hearing this, everyone immediately panicked and shouted loudly. On the other side, De-in smiled slyly, come on, let's start the game. Cut to the hero's headquarters. Ha-yeol rushed into the room and asked, how much time has passed since the incident? Sitting in the room, Mr. Juno spoke up, even if you go, you might not make it in time to do anything. This immediately made her angry, throwing a strong punch on the table and yelling, that is the chairman of the Star Association's words, I have to leave immediately. He turned around and said, I didn't say not to go, daytime is truly difficult. Suddenly someone walked in. Upon seeing that person, Ha-yeol smiled brightly and exclaimed, Shadow Walker. The person who just walked in was the A-rank hero Shadow Walker, King of the Night. He turned to Mr. Juno and said, quickly get to Ju Airport and then rest, the fight is too much for me. He warned, don't overexert yourself, we can't save everyone. Shadow Walker activated his ability, and Ha-yeol responded, I will remember that. As she stepped closer to Shadow Walker, the two were engulfed in a wave of dark energy. Instantly, they were transported to the scene. Ha Yo quickly rushed off, not forgetting to thank him. Thank you for your hard work. Meanwhile, on the other side, someone clutched their mouth and collapsed on the stairs, nearly fainting. Ha Yo dashed outside swiftly. Looking up at the sky, she couldn't help but feel horrified. Her legs suddenly froze in place. Despair showed across her face. How could she possibly stop this from happening? Before her eyes at that moment was an airplane engulfed in flames in the sky. Cut to 1 year earlier. In a building, some villains were holding a meeting. Everyone turned to listen as the man seated above spoke. The day we put all of Seoul, all of the Republic of Korea under our heels is not far off. That man laughed triumphantly. He was Needle 1000, an S-class villain. Suddenly a voice rang out, but I have a different idea. They are on guard. Who is it? Shadow Walker appeared in the corner of the room and replied, it's the hero. Shadow Walker, the rookie A-class hero, the king of the night, crossed his arms coolly and said, you villains. Needle 1000 stepped forward to intimidate, hey kid, do you know whose territory this is? A confusing subordinate villain, how did he sneak in here? Suddenly, Shadow Walker's eyes turned glaring white as he stood still. Needle 1000 charged forward throwing a fist and shouted, this is my territory, Needle 1000 here. He unleashed a powerful punch. That force rushed toward Shadow Walker, but he still stood unmoving. Then it stopped when it touched Shadow Walker. This made Needle 1000 incredulous. He and his subordinates looked around, confused. Where did it disappear to? Suddenly, something strange appeared beneath the shadow of a figure. He was immediately swallowed into the shadow. The remaining subordinates quickly shared the same fate. Needle immediately surrounded himself with power, thinking he could not be careless. He was no ordinary person. Shadow Walker's shadowy power crept onto his shoulder. He appeared from behind and charged forward. But Needle 1000 was somewhat skilled too. He shot power from his back like a porcupine toward Shadow Walker, thinking, you're too cocky. He smugly turned his head and said, this brat dares to bare his claws at me. But when he looked back, Shadow Walker was lying on the ground covered by shadowy power. Suddenly, he vanished, causing him to panic. Shadow Walker with blood-red eyes appeared behind him and asked, hey, little porcupine, you said this was your territory earlier, right? He extended his hand with gray power surging. Sorry, this place has become my territory now. A dark hand enveloped and trapped the guy into another dimension. Remembering that scene where Shadow Walker was lying on the stairs, breathing just out of reach, he must be dead for sure. All this time Dain had been watching the entire scene between Ha Yul and the King of Darkness. He thought, okay, the main character has stepped onto the stage. He grinned slyly and said into the microphone, well then, now for the final thrilling riddle, let's get started. Everyone held their phones, praying in desperation. A man couldn't help but sweat nervously. Rewind to 30 minutes earlier when everyone was still terrified. A piercing sound rang out alongside an image of Dain. Everyone was worried and silent, afraid to make a sound. At that moment he spoke up, all right, before the game starts I will announce the rules. Everyone open Ta phones and turn off airplane mode. Have you all seen the messages that just arrived? Everyone looked at their phones anxiously. A message read as follows, the Ego Live, a pointless quiz. There are a total of 10 questions. If just one person answers all questions correctly the bomb will be disarmed, but if no one answers any question correctly, everyone will be deleted. Send your answers to this number. Ready? Then Dain continued, from now on all silence, cheating, or discussion is forbidden, understood? Any noise and you're immediately disqualified, so question number 1 begins. On the phone appeared the question, how many people can the Titanic's lifeboats hold? 59 seconds countdown for this question. A woman tried to glance sideways, and Dain immediately announced that the girl who just cheated was eliminated. Because she panicked and let out a sound, he then announced that the noise was made, right? She's been eliminated, so the man next to her is eliminated in her place. Everyone watching live commented lively, indeed it's a hellish game of survival, just watching makes you tense. Some even wondered how cruel it was. Who said Ego's Tick was a hero? Truly terrifying. When the timer hit 0, Dain announced, alright, that was too easy, wasn't it? The answer to question 1 is 9 people. Why? Because 9 sounds like rescue. Seo-eun watched silently, feeling pleased. A seating chart of everyone appeared on the big screen. He announced that over half have been eliminated already. It's just the beginning and it's already this chaotic. Everyone should be a bit more tense. Now, let's go for it with the next question. Time slowly passed and the number of eliminated contestants grew. Some sighed in relief for passing the question. Others clasped their hands in prayer. Now the final question had come, and only one person remained. How is it? The tension's at its peak, isn't it? Dain looked at the screen and saw Ha Yul stepping forward. He thought, good job. Then Dain extended the time because it's the final round. Let's try a little interview and see how it goes. Everyone's lives depend on your words. This is Kim Dok-bae from Banpodong. He has become the last surviving contestant. How do you feel? When the man was called out, he panicked. Oh, that indeed was an extremely heavy responsibility. Suddenly Dain teased, why like that? I already said, what would happen if a sound was made? The man and everyone else were extremely frightened. But then he breathed a sigh of relief because Dain said, oh my, after all, it was the last sentence, so forgiving such a small mistake should be okay, right everyone? But I don't quite like that, huh? After saying everything, that man was also rejected. The plane shook violently along with the screams of the people. The plane caught fire and plummeted freely into the sea. Dain laughed proudly. Now, the performance is ready, it's time for the hero to appear, Stardust. However, Ha Yul was horrified when she saw that scene, her face clearly showing despair, not knowing how to save everyone. Shin Ha Yul looked up at the object exploding in midair, then silently asked, what should we do now, president of the association? From the other side of the line came a dismissive reply, what else can we do? Just forget it, I'm busy drafting a statement to deal with the criticism now. Damn it, this time it's the president's call, I have to hang up now. Shin Ha Yul's hands clenched tightly in anger. Then she collapsed helplessly, thinking she had already stopped the ship moving at 100 kilometers per hour. But in the end, was her current strength still not enough? Damn it, what is the right way to do this? Suddenly, Shin Ha Yul seemed to recall some memory from the past. In that desperate situation, the helpless girl's tears fell uncontrollably in the face of pain from losing her loved ones. Mother, father, I will kill that man no matter what. A deeply tragic situation, a girl holding the body of her dearest relative in a dark, narrow alley. Recalling that painful memory, Shin Ha Yul slammed her fist down hard, creating cracks. She clenched her teeth full of hatred. Back then it was the same, and now it's still the same. I couldn't save anyone. Suddenly, there was a connection through the communication earpiece. To her astonishment, a voice spoke on the other end. Hello Miss Stardust, this is Ego's Tick. Elsewhere, Kim Dain was stretching and yawning, saying this terror attack is easier to handle since we're using remote control. Seo-eun, typing at the keyboard, suddenly tensed up and called out, hey Dain. He looked over curiously. Seo-eun turned around pointing at the screen and smiling, that Miss Stardust, no, Sister Stardust is frozen on the ground. Kim Dain's eyes widened in surprise, then suddenly got excited and jumped up shouting, making Seo-eun startle in fear, what's wrong Stardust? The image on the screen showed Shin Ha Yul intently listening through the earpiece. Dain seemed to have realized something, then immediately turned and called to the girl, Seo-eun, can you connect to the earpiece that Stardust is wearing? Seo-eun quickly typed and said, connected, but why? He urged, there's no time, hurry up. Turning back to Shin Ha Yul's side, she was stunned to hear a voice coming from the earpiece. Hello, Miss Stardust, this is Ego's Tick. She immediately got agitated and shouted curses, calling it a piece of rotten trash. Dain on the other end continued, you're making me curious, why aren't you going to save people but just standing there? It's falling now, the plane is about to crash. Shin Ha Yul looked furiously at the plane that was burning and falling down. It's because of you, isn't it? Now you want me to stop it? Dain asked back, if you don't do it, then who will? Shin Ha Yul was so upset that tears streamed down her face. Just touching that chunk of metal falling at a speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour will shatter my body. This is your plan, isn't it? You intend to throw me into death, don't you? On this side, Dain cracked a dangerous smile. You can do it, Shin Ha Yul. What? He continued, just act, clench your fist, fly up there, and save everyone. You will manage it because it's you, only you can do it. Shin Ha Yul became even more confused. Damn it, what is this crazy guy saying? Inside a blinding white space, Dain stepped toward her and asked, why would I want to kill you? Without you, Stardust, I'd just be an ordinary villain. You have helped me become whole. Stardust was momentarily stunned by these words, then quickly propped herself up on her knees. Even if this might be a scheme set up to eliminate me, I will give it a try, she said as she took off the earpiece. On the other end, Dain was stunned. What? Shin Ha Yul clenched her hands tightly, crushing the earphones, then pressed her hands down, following the force, the space began to shatter, flying apart into small fragments. And she launched upward at full speed like a rocket, heading straight toward the nose of the descending plane. Shin Ha-yeol pressed her lips tightly and thought to herself, that's right, if I just stand by and watch the people die like this, I will carry the burden of guilt my whole life. The image of Dain appeared confidently saying, it will be fine, because it's you can do it. Shin Ha-yeol's face was filled with determination, better to sacrifice herself to protect them than live a lifetime of regret. Thus, the two forces collided, creating a large shockwave in the air. I already killed them, if I focus a little more right now. The image of a happy family appeared for a moment. Darling, kids, mom, dad. The man shed tears as he looked down at the scene. Then he closed his eyes tightly, as if surrendering. Inside the plane, the little girl covered her ears tightly, gritting her teeth and trying to stay alert looking outside. Suddenly, she froze in astonishment before the window. Tears streamed down her face as she thought, is the speed slowing down? Those outside, tense about the situation, had to widen their eyes to watch. At this moment, a staff member nervously reported over the radio, it's unclear what happened, but the plane is currently being assisted from outside and is gradually descending to the ground. The reminder voice sounded in the airplane cabin, asking passengers to please keep their seatbelts fastened and wait for instructions. In the sky, Shin Ha-yeol was giving her all to support the tremendous weight of the plane plummeting at a terrifying speed. She clenched her teeth and jaw, veins bulging on her face, just needing a little more. Scene shifts to another location, where a blurry view is gradually becoming clear. A flight attendant anxiously watches the person awakening. Mr. Kim Dok-bae, are you still alright? The man called Kim Dok-bae, newly awakened, holds his head in exhaustion, then looks around bewilderedly. After a moment, the two of them step down from the airplane together. The flight attendant supports the victim, while Kim Dok-bae looks around disoriented. His expression full of confusion, he exclaimed, what's going on? Up ahead, Shin Ha-yeol is kneeling on the ground amid everyone's curiosity. Kim Dok-bae exclaimed, was that you? The flight attendant looked at him in bewilderment. Huh? Kim Dok-bae's tears streamed down joyfully, that is the person who saved us, a hero. Beside Shin Ha-yeol, she lifted her head to look at the sky, panting from exhaustion. Tears streaming down her face, she uttered, egoistic. Then this story quickly made the news, of course, with clear images of Shin Ha-yeol printed prominently. America is terrified, Japan is stunned, China praises loudly, and even France has to rely on itself because of this hero, who is Stardust. China is forced to admit that when it comes to heroes, they have completely failed against South Korea. Even when combining 10 Japanese heroes, they still can't match Korea. The Japanese Minister of the Interior reveals shocking information. According to that, news reports quickly caught the heat and broadcasted. Hello dear viewers, this is the Morning 9 News kickstarting the morning. Yesterday morning, the A-level villain Egoistic used a remote control to seize an airplane and caused it to crash. Fortunately, all the passengers were miraculously saved. The one who controlled the plane was none other than Stardust, our proud hero. Many experts previously predicted that with her known abilities, she would not be able to prevent this incident, but in the end, the plane slowly slowed down and... Finally, Shin Ha-yeol has returned home and has already heard the news about herself. She quickly turned off the TV and took a sip of water. Shin Ha-yeol had just finished bathing, looking very relieved and adorable. Suddenly, the phone rang. She quickly answered, hello. After hearing the person on the other end speak, she asked again, really? On this side of the line was a person with blue hair, who confirmed, yes, I have asked the association president to grant Shin Ha-yeol some leave. Let's go to the beach to see the scenery and take a day off to relax. It's been a long time since we went out together like this. Shin Ha-yeol happily exclaimed, okay, I'll set off first thing tomorrow. The blue-haired one said, yeah, call Kim Jae-yoon over right away. Later Shin Ha-yeol went out to the balcony to catch the breeze. Her expression turned serious as if she was pondering something. Then someone's words echoed in her memory. You can do it, since it's you, you'll manage it. Shin Ha-yeol smiled softly, wondering if anyone had ever trusted her like that before. After all, she's just an ordinary villain. Suddenly she seemed to realize something. Wait, but why did he tell me to go rescue the plane? If he's sure I can block and save it, then why did he cause it to crash in the end? Dain's words echoed again, I'm just an ordinary villain. She was the one who helped me complete myself, causing Shin Ha-yeol to hold her forehead, feeling a severe headache. Egoistic. There are too many hidden motives, but somehow I feel like he's deliberately doing all this for some purpose. I have to thoroughly investigate his movements." Her eyes filled with determination. Suddenly, the phone screen showed an incoming call from the Hero Association. The voice on the other end spoke for a while, making Shin Ha-yeol exclaim in surprise, "What? Recalibrate the force parameters, huh?" The morning of the next day arrived very quickly. The roosters crowed loudly, "Ooh ooh ooh." Han Seo-eun wore a golden float around her waist with excitement. Finally the day had come. Dain came out to remind her, "Seo-eun, since we're just about to leave, release some air from the float, put it in the trunk." The excited little girl responded, "Yes, Dain." Dain looked on with a weary expression. "Hey, man." Suddenly he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Now that I think about it, this is the first vacation I've had since coming to this world. Should I enjoy it or not?" Then Dain also broke into an expectant smile, but just a short time later, seeing the road packed with traffic ahead, a voice full of resentment sounded, "What's going on here?" Inside the car, all three were flushed from the heat, sweat pouring down. Dain sat in the driver's seat full of dissatisfaction. "Why is the air conditioner broken today of all days?" Han Seo-eun looked about to lose it and suggested, "Hey, can we instantaneously teleport this entire car?" He panicked and said, "I'd die right there. Let's stop at a rest station to fix this first. Seo-eun has super intelligent powers. If it's too hot, just take off your jacket." Seo-eun took off her jacket while shouting, "If I'd known, we should have just taken the train. Why make such a fuss?" Dain immediately objected, "Too much stuff. No way." Seo-eun curiously opened the gray box beside her. "What's this? Isn't this supposed to be vacation supplies? Turns out it's a suitcase for holding guns." Dain gave a thumbs up with a smug look. "Who knows what will happen?" Seo-eun in the back was boiling with anger. The little girl shouted, "What kind of trip is this?" Dain hurriedly reassured her, "Sorry Seo-eun, put the gun down quickly and then we'll talk." After a round of problems on the way, their group finally arrived at the travel destination. Seo-eun changed into a cute swimsuit and excitedly dashed into the sea with the yellow float. The sea over there. Dain, sitting on the shore, saw this and laughed, saying, "With this, you really look like a child." At that moment, Lee Subin popped open a can of soda, then handed it to Dain. "I just bought some drinks, you can have a can too." She also changed into a beautiful bikini. He took the drink and replied, "Thanks, Subin." Suddenly, Lee Subin kept staring intently at Dain, causing him to look back puzzled. "I've always been grateful to you." Dain wondered, "Grateful? For what?" Subin said, "Just for everything. Thank you for saving me back then, thank you for treating me well." Faced with her beautiful and charming appearance, Dain, like a wooden block, smiled with squinted eyes and gave a thumbs up. "What are you talking about? I'm the one who should be thanking you. You agreed to do the housework for us and cook so well." Lee Subin raised her hand to tuck a strand of hair shyly. Hearing that, I felt very touched. At that moment, Dain swallowed hard and his expression turned suspicious as he thought inwardly. Could this be a dead flag in a comic, or is there a betrayal? Then he anxiously looked down at the can in his hand. Could he have been poisoned? His distorted expression caused Lee Subin to look at him with confusion. The scene shifted to the large building in the city. Shin Ha-yeol appeared here. The employees were talking among themselves. "We didn't measure wrong. The data clearly shows that she couldn't have stopped the plane." Another employee added, "Maybe there's a mistake somewhere. It could be because we haven't truly grasped her real strength." Shin Ha-yeol was standing in front of a strength test board at this moment, thinking, "No, the ability test was not wrong at all. When I was able to block a seemingly impossible disaster, clearly." As she thought this, she unleashed her power, ready to test once more. This action caused the nearby employees to stare in astonishment. Shin Ha-yeol shouted while swinging her powerful fist. That punch struck directly against the test board. The test board cracked and shattered from the force. All the screws were even popped out. The surge of power spread into the surrounding space. The employees looked on in horror at the scene. Shin Ha-yeol stood before her fist and exclaimed, "I have become stronger." The sun was still blazing down below. Seo-eun leisurely enjoyed floating on a swimming ring in the sea while attentively watching from the shore. Dain nervously responded to Lee Subin, I hope to get more help from you in the future." Seo-eun quickly went ashore, pointed at the two and exposed them. Hey you two, are you planning to flirt while leaving me alone?" Lee Subin panicked and shyly denied, "What flirting? What are you saying?" Dain calmly replied, puzzled, The little girl angrily fired back, "If we're on a family trip, we should play together. He gave a sly smile. Oh really? Seo-eun frowned in confusion as she looked at that expression. A moment later, Dain transformed into a scary uncle, lifting Seo-eun and the float up, making the little girl panic. What are you doing? Wait. Dain playfully tossed the girl into the sea while grinning mischievously. What do you mean what? Just playing together. Seo-eun fell into the sea and struggled to surface. Immediately after, she threw a piece of seaweed at Dain's face while shouting, I'm getting water up my nose, this is really annoying. Dain forced a smile and wiped the seaweed off his face, thinking to himself that it had been a long time since he felt this peaceful, how nice. Then baring his teeth like a demon king, he splashed water at Seo-eun. Lee Subin sat on the shore watching this scene, laughing joyfully. Time passed quickly, and it was evening again. On the road, strange cars sped by accompanied by voices saying, where should our team hit tonight? Busan Marriott Royal Hyperion Hilton Grand Ambassador Hyatt Hotel, all of them. The leader exclaimed in the gloomy atmosphere, let's make a truly spectacular strike. Cut to the Marriott Royal Hyperion Hilton Grand Ambassador Hyatt Hotel. After a fun day playing at the beach, Dain's group returned to the hotel to rest. The receptionist asked, hello, may I have the name for the reservation? Dain replied, it might be Han Seo-eun. The receptionist smiled brightly, handing over a room card. Yes, I've confirmed it. Here is the key to room 2708, Dain asked hesitantly. Is there only one room? Seo-eun went up, standing next to Chu, pouted and whistled nervously to explain, then gave up. Saving a bit of money is good anyway, so she let it slide. The three of them went out to wait for the elevator to their floor. Suddenly Seo-eun exclaimed, oh right, the bed is super huge so let's just all sleep together. Dain rolled her eyes and blurted out, is there really only one bed? Lee Subin, although very happy and looking forward to it, calmly said, it's been a long time since the three of us slept together, it will be fun. Whatever, Dain broke out in a sweat looking at the others, well yeah, we've never slept together before, but quietly praying inside, surely nothing will happen, right? Really, nothing happened at all, what are you waiting for? The three of them really slept together on the bed. Seo-eun slept soundly in the middle and even snored. Dain was closing her eyes to rest when suddenly whispering voices came from outside the door, wait, I want to get into this room. Then came the countdown shouts, 1, 2, 3. Two robbers dressed head to toe, holding guns, kicked the door and shouting, FBI open up. Dain flicked a finger up. Immediately the two were struck on the chin and fell backwards. After a while, Dain sat up, rubbed her eyes and yawned, saying, where the hell did these guys come from? The two had been lying unconscious on the floor. Dain cautiously peeked outside the door, and saw the guests in other rooms still in their pajamas being dragged away by those FBI guys. Hurry up and check on these kids. He exclaimed, is this terrorism, really? Then he gritted his teeth and crushed the door frame. Damn it, only been out twice and both times something annoying happens. On the phone screen, Dain was looking up some information. Wait a minute, Shadow Walker is still here and they dare to cause trouble at night. On the screen was the news, shocking news. An A-rank hero, Shadow Walker, was found collapsed in West Incheon. Oh my god. Seo-eun had also woken up by then. Yawning, she asked what was going on. Was there a terrorist attack? Dain replied, yes, but inwardly she rolled her eyes, thinking she wasn't surprised anymore. Then he disappeared from that spot, reminding, wait a minute, I'm going to check the parking spot. You wake Subin up and wait in the room. Seo-eun was still rubbing her eyes drowsily, wondering if they really encounter terrorists while traveling. Alright, I'll follow orders. Dain had now appeared in his car. He looked outside and saw the terrorists skulking around the cars. He couldn't just leave quietly without dealing with them. Thinking this, Dain rummaged for something inside the car. Pulling out a creepy mask, he immediately put on a sinister expression. Never expected the spare mask he brought would come in handy right away. Serves those bastards right for ruining our vacation. Come on, show your face here so I can see. After grabbing the gear, Dain returned to the hotel room, where the two girls were already awake and sitting properly waiting. Dain tossed the gear toward the two and announced, just receive orders through the in-ear. Let's go, everyone. His expression was immensely delighted. Seo-eun sighed wearily. At times like this, he really looked excited. Outside the hotel lobby, the terrorists piled a heap of chairs into a small mountain. The leader sat atop it, while below were his henchmen pointing guns in every direction. At this moment, the leader named Monkey Spanner, an A-level villain, stroked his beard and spoke, is everything ready? two men below nodded in response. All set, he praised. Good. Then he loudly pointed downward, declare to the Hero Association and government that we are currently holding hundreds of hostages here. If the ransom is not transferred into the given account immediately, all will be eliminated. Below were the captured guests kneeling on the floor, bound. Monkey Spanner continued shouting, the account number is 1002. Suddenly, a noise rang out, making both the hostages and terrorists look in one direction. Monkey Spanner cautiously shut his mouth and paid attention to the sound. Dain, now wearing an orange mask, stepped forward applauding and laughing. Enough, this kind of ridiculous terrorism ends here. Then he extended his hand, generating a surge of energy. Immediately, a gun in the hand of one terrorist was pulled away by that power. Then countless guns were controlled by that force, their barrels pointed at the foreheads of the very terrorists holding them. Then Dain raised his fist. A wave of power erupted from the vast hotel lobby. Inside, the hostages were terrified by this and screamed. Dain's pupils darkened, a bit tense as he thought, was all the energy he'd accumulated over the past few months really used up just like this? Then he jumped up, rushed forward to strike Spanner with an attack. Dain kicked him down to the floor, while he took Spanner's place. Looking down from above, he gave a sinister smile. It was ridiculous, these weaklings dared to cause terror. Suddenly Monkey Spanner's eyes flashed a red light. He pulled out a gun and aimed it straight at Dain. A shot rang out, a bullet pierced straight into his abdomen. Even he was stunned, looking down at the wound. Then a mad laugh broke out. Ha ha ha, just one bullet. Dain's expression shocked Monkey Spanner. Dain sat above, the bullet still lodged in his stomach, calmly smiling and asking, that's all? Monkey Spanner now seemed like a giant who could control everything within the palm of his hand. Above, Dain was silently sweating profusely. Beneath the mask was a face twisted in pain. Damn it, this is serious, if I move here I'll die from bleeding too much. Below, Monkey Spanner was beginning to move his steps, a premonition told him he had to leave immediately. He began calculating inwardly, damn it, I originally planned to take advantage of Shadow Walker's absence to hit fast and retreat, that guy must be egoistic. Could it be that I'm also on the list of targets he's eliminated, which is why he hit here in advance? Above, Dain was trying to endure the pain and laughed out loud, saying, it seems you're really tense, I'll give you a chance to run away right now if you can. Monkey Spanner gritted his teeth and raised his fist to question, what are you scheming? Dain sat there continuing to tease, what you're racking your brain over is the real scheme, now my vacation has been ruined because of you, don't bother me, retreat while you still can. Inside, he was tense, urging the other party, please don't overthink it anymore, just go, just opening your eyes makes me dizzy. Monkey Spanner calculated in his mind, this is the opportunity, that's right, if I just boost my power, I can revive at any moment. Then, to the horror and panic of the hostages, he shot out of the hotel door like a lightning bolt. Silently he vowed, I, Monkey Spanner, will one day become the king of Korea, I cannot die here. But at that moment, a fist swung from outside the door accompanied by sharp shards of glass. That punch sent Monkey Spanner flying strongly backwards. His body became distorted. It was like a misguided rocket flying off course. Shin Ha-yeol appeared just in time, loudly warning the terrorists, you are surrounded, drop your weapons and surrender, Monkey Spanner gang. But when looking down at the floor, she saw a group of terrorists lying sprawled out long ago. At that moment, a pair of long legs stepped in. Shin Ha-yeol was bewildered by the situation, then Icicle, an A-rank hero, said coldly, all dead already? Shadow Walker, an A-rank hero standing nearby with a frustrated expression, said, so boring, are they all lying down? Spread some fake news a bit and they get terrorized immediately. Then he noticed Dain sitting atop a stack of high chairs, wondering, who is that person anyway? Dain at that moment wore a dazed expression, pink bubbles floating around her head, quietly thinking, why is she here? Shin Ha-yeol furrowed his brow and looked up asking, who are you? Did you subdue these terrorists? Dain tried to tightly press her wound, thinking, if you don't focus, you'll die right here. Luckily, it seems they don't know I'm egoistic, so I just need to stall a bit longer, I only need to recover enough to teleport twice. Elsewhere, Seo-eun and Subin listened tensely to the voice through their earpieces. Dain, acting dangerously outside, asked, who am I? I'm an S-rank hero operating secretly in South Korea. This statement astonished the three people below, who looked up. Shin Ha-yeol hurriedly pointed and exposed her, there's no record of any S-rank hero in the association, what nonsense are you spouting? Who exactly are you? He calmly replied, I'm Stardust, an A-rank hero. Don't you know what it means to operate secretly? Icicle, an A-rank hero, and Shadow Walker, an A-rank hero. I am a hero who has been active since the generation before you all. Seo-eun wondered confusedly, Dain, what the heck are you doing? Subin frowned anxiously. Dain outside is still arrogant. When you meet your seniors, you should greet them first. These guys are too foolish. Shin Ha-yeol looked up with a face that was both annoyed and a bit suspicious. He continued to shake his head in disappointment. Just by the expression, you can tell you don't understand anything. In that case, I'll introduce myself. Listen carefully, I am a hero. His gaze shifted to a boy wearing a t-shirt with the words apple mango printed on the back. The image of a delicious fruit appeared. Ain promptly blurted out that identity, apple mango. The released guests listened and then their expressions stiffened at that name. Suddenly, Icicle overheard some information through his earpiece and responded, yes. He says he is apple mango. No, there isn't. Then coldly beckoned and exposed, hey you over there, they say no one has a hero nickname like that, who exactly are you? Dain angrily shouted, you insolent rascal, I even know the association president's real name is Park Man-chun, now Park Juno, right? My name was too rural, so I changed it, check it quickly. This statement stunned all three. Inside, he was very tense. He didn't expect that the miscellaneous information from the original source would be so useful. Icicle replied, after all, the president said he doesn't know you. At this moment, a guest spoke up, hey heroes, I've been watching for a while and feel annoyed, so I have to say something. That extremely dissatisfied voice rang out, the boy wearing the mask had controlled these bad guys for us, so none of us really matter. Icicle was nervously sweating, that matter, I mean everyone should stay calm. Dain screamed inwardly, oh god, that's perfect, just a little more energy and I can escape. That man continued to tell the story, and I saw him make the gun float in the air and then shoot in all directions. What was that? Oh, he's like that guy who often appears on TV. Shin Ha-yeol caught the main point. Dain hesitated awkwardly, uncle. The uncle below gave a thumbs up to him, and if that's the case, so what? Thinking back, I felt a rush of joy. He screamed inwardly, stop it. Icicle smirked faintly, seems a bit suspicious. Dain silently tensed up, sweating heavily, just a little more. The three people below began to exert their power. First, we should control them. Then expose their identities, see how it goes. Icicle stretched out his hand, projecting power forward. An ice pillar pierced firmly into the floor. Dain gritted his teeth inwardly, cut, 3, 2. Shadow Walker silently closed in behind him. Dain tightly covered his wound and shouted inwardly, please, move. Shin Ha-yeol's sharp gaze fixed on the opponent, then dashed toward him like a missile. Dain's face grimaced with great worry about the situation. At that moment, Dain managed to use his power to move downwards and avoid that control. It was Seo-eun and Subin who appeared just in time to catch him. Then both quickly disappeared, taking away the injured Dain from the scene. A little later, their car showed signs of movement. Several people rushed out from inside. Seo-eun's eyes were spinning and he sat unsteady, hurriedly asking, are you okay? Dain's face twisted in pain, Seo-eun, right now we need to erase all evidence that we were ever in Busan, including the hotel guest logs and the CCTV footage, if they find out. At this point, he couldn't continue speaking. The two girls looked up in panic, hey, are you okay? What's wrong? Blood from the wound on his abdomen kept flowing. Subin shouted, we have to get him to a hospital immediately. Dain tried to stop her, no, you can't. I don't have the strength to move anymore, we will definitely be caught and taken back to Ego Base. Subin gritted her teeth tensely. Then while steering the wheel, she loudly instructed Seo-eun, Seo, first get the first aid kit and do some basic treatment. Seo-eun, with tears welling up, seemed to be seeing a haunting scene, sobbing. Subin turned around and shouted urgingly, hurry up. The girl regained her composure and wiped away her tears hurriedly, yes. Subin, with a serious expression, sped off driving, I'll get everyone out of here first. On the pitch-black road, the car raced forward like it was flying. Back in the hotel lobby earlier, the hostages were all being reassured by the police. Icicle stood aside sighing, oh really, such a rare vacation and yet these villains still don't let us rest for even a day. Shadow Walker frowned darkly and asked, can I take a short break? She turned and replied, sure, you've worked hard. It's also because I invited you here to relax a bit. Icicle turned to Stardust, saying, since we're already here, Stardust. Meanwhile, Shin Ha-yeol was pursing his lips thoughtfully, not paying attention to his surroundings. At this moment, a car was passing by on the road. The driver yawned repeatedly, tired and sleepy, thinking to chew some gum. Suddenly, he saw another car approaching rapidly behind him through the rearview mirror. "What is that?" he shouted. "That car is speeding like it's on fire, overtaking us. Is that driver crazy?" The speedometer now showed over 220 kilometers per hour. Seo-eun tried to treat De-in's wounds. Subin held the steering wheel with a frightening expression. At this moment, he was covered in blood. His wound kept bleeding despite being bandaged, sweat dripping from the pain. Meanwhile, Shin Ha-yeol clenched his fist tightly and said seriously, "We need to observe his movements carefully." The scene shifted to the past. In De-in's room, voices exclaimed, "It's the villain again, the villain again. They harass Stardust by any means." De-in snapped the book shut forcefully. He lay on the bed with a vacant expression, saying, "So this is how it ends." This was 19-year-old De-in in the past. With dark circles under his eyes, he thought about how this matter was truly a theme of utter despair, the ending like that. Then the book fell to the floor. De-in tossed and turned on the bed, lamenting, "Stardust." He muttered something, then fell asleep. At that moment, a flash of light streaked across the night sky through the window. The scene shifts to the present. At some apartment complex, Seo-eun was tending to De-in's wound, the girl's face pale from extreme exhaustion. Subin brought over a tray of food, which the girl immediately refused, saying she wouldn't eat, but she was persuaded. "Seo-eun, have a little, De-in will wake up soon." De-in lay unconscious on the glass bed at this moment. Seo-eun buried her face, crying uncontrollably, while Lee Subin sat beside her, comforting her with a heavy heart. Just as the girl was both crying and swallowing food, a voice suddenly rang out, "You still eat so well, are Seo-eun." De-in turned around and smiled, saying, "And I'm about to die here." The two girls looked toward that direction in astonishment. Then Seo-eun whimpered and burst into loud tears once again. The little girls screamed and struggled, striking De-in, while Subin sat beside them moved to tears. He could only laugh wryly and cry out in pain, "Ouch." Outside it was still pitch dark. The image of De-in wearing a white mask appeared, holding a golden mask in the other hand. Online, news about him was all over the place, questioning whether the terrorism incident without casualties was really terrorism. Shin Ha-yeol sat in front of the computer screen searching for information, saying, "Indeed. The plane incident also had no casualties, so what if Egostic's call failed and I couldn't act?" The image of De-in appeared and smiled, saying, "It'll be fine, because it's you, you can do it." Shin Ha-yeol lowered his face tensely. He believed he would definitely succeed, as if already knowing his abilities would be enhanced. Then she suddenly curled her lips and said, "How could you know? It's probably just a coincidence." Then she clenched her hands into fists again, but the fact that she was stronger was undeniable. Then she picked up someone's information board. There was another suspicious point. The villains killed by Egostic. This guy once had the power to cause a large-scale disaster one day, and he saw that too. Egostic surely wasn't a hero, but calling him simply a villain was still insufficient. I have a hunch that he's setting up some massive chess game. The next terrorist incident must reveal his identity no matter what. Shin Ha-yeol was determined. On Seo-eun's side, the girl was also thoughtfully checking her phone, wondering what the purpose of those terrorist attacks was. Egostic knew the real name of the Hero Association chairman Park Juno. It was Park Man-chun. Could Egostic once have been a level 5 hero in the past who, after conflict with the association, switched sides to become a villain? The conspiracy theory that Egostic is at odds with the Hero Association was spreading. The three of them were sitting at the dining table. Hearing that information made De-in almost choke. Seo-eun, I'm about to vomit, eat your meal." Subin forced a smile and put away her phone. "Seo-eun, for now, don't bother De-in anymore, she's very tired right now." The girl was still very dissatisfied and questioned, "What are you planning to do?" Again with the, "I'm the villain, I have to be like this," and continuing to terrorize, with that body. Again, De-in flinched at the other's expression. "Seo-eun, you're at a loss for words." Suddenly both girls facing him looked at him with sharp eyes. De-in had to make a decision. "We will rest for a while, about 3 months, which made both of their faces relax with joy. "Really?" He continued chewing his food while affirming, "Yeah, let's lay low for a while, with the current public attention, if I disappear for some time, it will cool down." In his mind, he quietly thought, "During the break we will need to recruit new members." An image of a mysterious person appeared. De-in calculated that if things stayed like this, in the future he would become a villain causing great imbalance. If we don't kill him, we must recruit him to our side. Quickly, 3 months passed, an announcement was broadcast, a villain has appeared, Stardust prepare to sortie. Shin Ha-yeol hurriedly asked, is it Egostick? The other side denied, no, it's a villain calling himself Rockbottom. Upon hearing that, she replied disappointedly, ah, I see. Later on, Shin Ha-yeol was again in hero form, dashing through the sky like a rocket. As she rushed off, she asked herself, Egostick, where have you been and what have you been doing these past 3 months? Scene shifts to Dain's house. He was now watching a large TV screen showing images of Shin Ha-yeol. Oh, he's here, he's here. Dain was excitedly eating popcorn as if watching a movie, while Seo-eun sat beside him looking annoyed. At this moment, a monster called Rockbottom, an A-class villain, was erupting with power and growling. Dain cheered through the screen, come on, Stardust, while she dashed forward to attack Rockbottom, shouting, are you Egostick? No, you're not. Shin Ha-yeol seemed to be overtaken by rage at that moment, punching the opponent to pieces. And afterwards, what appeared on the ground was a punk with eyes rolled back, lying unconscious. Dain excitedly threw the whole popcorn tube up and cheered, look, power-ups really are worth it, Stardust. Seo-eun frowned in annoyance, is that really that much fun? Dain was startled and felt a bit uneasy, well, it's fun too. Then the girl loudly reminded him, making him spill out his drink, now let's get to work, okay? I can't stand you always lurking around Stardust's fan club anymore. He looked confused and glanced over, what? Seo-eun spoke gloomily, Dain, leader of the Stardust group, thinking you didn't know. I'm a well-known hacker. Exposed like that, Dain quickly grabbed the remote, turned off the screen, and made excuses, it's just a little hobby, the girl repeated, anyway, today we agreed to work, right? Dain then sat up and asked, let's see, today is the 17th, right? The girl became excited, what is it? Terrorism. Dain denied it, no, Seo-eun continued to ask, so is it to eliminate villains? He denied again, nope, not that either. Then Dain broke into a bright smile and said, it's actually about recruiting new members. The scene switched to a high corner overlooking the town, where an elderly couple was admiring the view below. The man exclaimed, oh, this place is still the same, huh? This scenery hasn't changed at all compared to 20 years ago. At that moment, someone suddenly bumped into the man. The person, wearing a hat and looking down so his face was unclear, spoke up, ah, I'm sorry. He waved his hand, it's okay, I'm fine, student. But after the girl walked past, she was holding a wallet in her hand. This girl had bright green irises. When she glanced down below, she saw a group of people. It was obviously a gang of thugs, each one hanging a cigarette from his mouth, looking up at her with sly, mocking grins. The girl clenched her teeth angrily. Just then, a boy with clear green irises like hers appeared, running over with a bright smile, calling out, sis. This boy's name was Lee Chae-hyun, 13 years old. She pinched her younger brother's cheek and asked, are you having fun? The boy replied cheerfully, yes. She then noticed his injured knee, pointing out, your knee is scratched, ah, where did you get hurt? Chae-hyun answered innocently, I slipped and fell on the way home. The girl raised her hand, using healing power and reminded him, really, be more careful next time. Seeing the wound on his knee gradually healing, she exclaimed in surprise, wow. After a short while, the gash had completely disappeared. Then the girl took off her hat. After that, she put it on Chae-hyun's head and said, you go home first now. The boy obediently nodded, yes. She took off her hat to reveal a beautiful girl with orange hair. She smiled brightly and said, I'm going to buy some delicious food and then come back. Introducing the girl, this is Lee Haru, who later becomes the antagonist named X-Saintus. After some time, it was already dark. Lee Haru had also returned with a bag of food. As soon as she opened the door, she smiled brightly and called out, Chae-hyun, I bought a bag of delicious pastries for you. Suddenly, Lee Haru's face turned pale when she saw the scene inside. A voice came from inside, I knew it, this little brat. The bag of food fell to the ground, and inside were a gang, the stray dogs from the dam area. At this moment, Chae-hyun was being held by a masked man. Another man spoke up, you're still daring to pickpocket in our territory. If I find out you're hiding anything else, I'll send you straight to heaven, understand? The man had big, small eyes that looked ridiculous but gave off a dangerous vibe. Although Lee Haru was very frightened, she still shouted, enough, leave Chai-hyun alone and take all that stuff and get out. The man sighed in frustration and looked at the other one. Then he grabbed Kei-hyun's hair tightly, causing the boy to scream in pain. This man took pleasure in other people's pain and sneered, "Hey, little girl." At this time, Lee Haru was also suddenly tackled and restrained by two other men, bastards. The man continued grabbing Kei-hyun's head and said, "Look, it seems your sister has no idea what's going on." The scar-eyed man held a knife to the boy's neck and said, "Today, I'll teach you a lesson." Seeing this, Lee Haru screamed in horror, "No, I was wrong, please." The ruthless scar-eyed man raised his knife. "It's too late, you damn bitch." Chai-hyun shut his eyes tightly in despair. Suddenly at that moment, some force snatched the knife from his hand. He was stunned and glanced back behind him, then was struck by some force and slammed forward into the wall. After that, above the heads of the wild dogs at the dam, several gun barrels were pointed, extremely dangerous. Chai-hyun took advantage of the moment to surge forward. Lee Haru tightly embraced the boy and called out excitedly, "Chai-hyun." At that moment, Dain appeared outside their yard. He thought, today is Friday the 17th, Lee Haru's little brother should have been killed by that gang by now. Lee Haru would have turned dark and gone down a villainous path. Luckily I arrived early. If I had been a little later, disaster would have struck. Chai-hyun looked outside and saw him, stunned, exclaiming, "Could it be?" Lee Haru turned and stood guard in front of Chai-hyun, suspiciously questioning, "Are you egoistic?" Dain then smiled villainously, "Very pleased to meet Lee Haru and Chai-hyun, I've come to take you both away." Hearing that, Lee Haru scowled and barked, "Why would we go with you? Clearly, you're that cruel villain too." Dain calmly explained, "Why? Of course it's to save you both, didn't you see just now? Besides, if the police show up, it would be a big hassle." She refused, "Even if it kills me, I won't go." "You bastard, what are you planning to do?" Then Chai-hyun rushed outside like a gust of wind. Lee Haru was struck like lightning by this sight. She hurriedly shouted, "Chai-hyun, no." The image that appeared before her eyes was Chai-hyun rushing toward a dangerous and evil demon. At that moment, Chai-hyun had run up to Dain, grasped his hand tightly, and exclaimed, "Egoistic, you're in the Mango group." The boy looked at the other with a face full of admiration and pride. Even Dain felt embarrassed by the boy's feelings. Very soon, after a short while, Dain took the two sisters to his shelter, then introduced them to the other members, saying, "Well then, these are our new members, let's greet them." Kei-hyun's eyes shone brightly as he cheered, "Wow, and here's also the internet terror beauty of ego." Subin broke out in a sweat at this nickname, the internet terror beauty of ego. Kei-hyun's eyes still gleamed with admiration. "So that person is a hacker." Lee Haru carefully bowed and greeted, "Ah, hello everyone, I'm Lee Haru, this is my younger brother Chai-hyun." Seo-eun wore a serious expression as if evaluating the merchandise. A new member with healing abilities, turns out to be a girl. A little while later, the five of them became more harmonious. Dain happily opened the fridge. "Mango." Chai-hyun wore an excited expression, "Indeed, it's a mango." Seo-eun stared straight ahead, thinking, it was just like the first time I met Dain. But Lee Haru sitting beside him was very tense and cautious. Dain was by the fridge, tilting his head back to drink juice. Seeing that, Seo-eun screamed fiercely, "Don't put your mouth on it to suck it right away like that," making Dain startled and spill everything out. "It's mango juice, this is mine." "Seo-eun, your portion is in the fridge." Seo-eun, though knowing she went overboard, still sulkily reminded, "Then remember to be more careful next time." Subin gently carried the peeled apple plate and cheerfully asked, "Chai-hyun, do you want some fruit?" The boy's eyes lit up even more. "Wow, thank you." Chai-hyun quickly took a fork and pierced a piece of apple. Lee Haru called tensely, "Chai-hyun." The boy at this moment was opening his mouth to eat a big bite, then chewing while looking over with a puzzled expression, "Huh?" Lee Haru helplessly turned away, still very worried. "Oh, it's nothing." At this moment Dain smiled brightly and called out, "Seo-eun, Subin, I'm planning to have an honest talk with them for a while, could you two go outside first?" Seo-eun stuck out her tongue playfully mocking his words, "Could we go outside for a bit?" Dain was at a loss for words at her personality. "Subin, please accompany her back to the nursing home first." After a while, only the three of them were left in the room. Dain sat facing the two sisters. He spoke first, "Lee Haru, you killed the orphanage director and ran away, right?" These words made Lee Haru frown cautiously. Dain continued, "I have investigated everything already, that director often abused you too. I didn't come to you by chance. I have a purpose. She asked suspiciously, what purpose? Dain exclaimed that to let the two of them live happily. Lee Haru frowned and stared at the other person, then exclaimed in surprise, what? Dain smiled, then continued, of course not in this cramped underground, no. I've already set up a teleportation gate, we'll move to the big house, live there and go to school too. Lee Haru felt suspicious and questioned him, why on earth did you do that to us? We just met today. Dain thought of Seo-eun and said, because I also have a younger sister. That's why I did it. Keihyun's eyes shone brightly, I've watched all those tragic bombing cases from Mangastic, I've watched them over and over. Dain replied awkwardly, really? Thanks, but in my heart I wondered if elementary students should be watching those things. Lee Haru gave a stern warning, Chae-hyun, Dain spoke again, just try living together once. It will be more fun than you think, we're not as bad as you imagine. Chae-hyun tightly clasped her hands with hope for a beautiful life ahead. Lee Haru seemed to have serious thoughts. Alright then, later, Dain led the two sisters to a place, this way. A secret gate opened, revealing a mysterious spatial gate. Dain turned back and smiled brightly, telling the two, follow me. Then he stepped into the gate, his whole body gradually disappearing. Lee Haru's expression remained very tense. Chae-hyun excitedly jumped to the gate door, turned back waving, you're not leaving yet? I'll go ahead, which made Lee Haru panic and call Chae-hyun back. But she couldn't help but sigh helplessly, really. Finally, she decided to follow everyone inside. A moment later, Lee Haru climbed the stairs with a look of surprise. The scene before her was Chae-hyun standing looking out the glass door, with light shining through brilliantly and warmly. Dain said, do you like it? This will be our home. Chae-hyun seems to like it. I'll be on the 3rd floor, and you'll be on the 2nd floor. There are 2 rooms for the 2 of us. Don't worry about tuition. At this age, you're supposed to be studying anyway. I have plenty of money. Lee Haru looked at him skeptically. Dain continued gently, if it feels awkward, just stay for a few days and then decide. If you want to go back, you can refuse anytime, okay? Thus, Lee Haru looked at him wide-eyed. Suddenly she grew angry, her pale face looking around. Recalling the image of the scarred man holding a knife to Keihyun's neck just now, I will teach those guys a lesson. At that moment, the boy had shut his eyes tight in utter despair. Then the image of Chae-hyun now, looking very cheerful, appeared. Lee Haru nodded in acceptance and replied, thank you very much. Dain patted her shoulder reassuringly, it's nothing, let's live well together. Elsewhere, Dain displayed a very triumphant, villainous grin, having successfully recruited the sister he cared about. Suddenly he scratched his head in confusion, as if he had forgotten something. What was it again? The time was night again, with the moon high in the sky. On the network screen was information about what you did yesterday, what the hero did today, the hero's bulletin board. Is Egostic really gone? A flood of comments expressing concern about Egostic's whereabouts appeared. Shin Ha-yeol was still sitting in front of the computer screen with disappointment. After all, where are you and what are you doing, Egostic? Her frowning expression showed she was so impatient she was about to lose all patience. In the laboratory bathed in green light, the viscous liquid in the gigantic tank began to boil violently. Bubbles rose and burst as if something enormous were stirring inside. 2 scientists stood on the balcony looking down, their gazes a mix of fear and excitement. One of them spoke in a trembling voice, every time I witness it I still get goosebumps. The bespectacled man, sweat beading on his brow, tried to swallow, his smile twisted between fear and exhilaration. He exclaimed, incredible, his eyes glittering like someone intoxicated by the frenzy of science. Behind him, the silver-haired man remained standing silently, his expression cold as steel. The silver-haired man gave a thin smile, his voice ringing with confidence. The behemoth project must be completed. He turned to his colleague and said, we will present it to Dr. Kim Seon-woo when he is released. The green light playing across his face made the smile look even more terrifying. Beneath the layer of liquid, the gigantic creature continued to convulse, its black tentacles whipped against the tank walls with a bone-chilling sound. The silver-haired man twisted his mouth and said, when that happens, South Korea will collapse. His eyes flashed an uncontainable madness. And the Hanwha Corporation will dominate the entire world, no one can stop us. Around them, a cluster of scientists stood around the test tank, hands stretched toward the seething creature. Shouts rose in frantic chorus, the room trembled in waves, a blue light flashed brightly. The whole scene resembled a ritual summoning a monster. Cut to inside the Egostic base. In the sunlit kitchen, the knife tapped out a steady rhythm as mushrooms were sliced. Lee Haru carefully cut each slice, her face serious but slightly embarrassed, her hand trembling faintly from being unused to kitchen work. Beside her, Subin washed the greens, smiling gently as she asked, "You could stay home and rest, why insist on helping me?" Lee Haru replied flustered, "No, I feel more comfortable when I help," her voice small and shy. Subin murmured, "Thank you," her eyes closed, a gentle, grateful expression on her face. Lee Haru knit her brows slightly, looking sad as if worried about something. Subin smiled softly as she watched Lee Haru help tidy up, her voice tender, "We'll finish preparing soon, it's all thanks to you." Lee Haru bowed her head slightly, her green eyes flashing with embarrassment. In her mind a thought echoed, the beautiful victim of the ego's tick bombing, Sister Subin. For months after that case, she was living a happy, prosperous life, so complete that it entirely dispelled the worrying rumors that she had been assaulted. Seo-eun's voice sounded at her side, "Hey, can you help me up?" Daein warned again, "Try to stay steady when you walk, Seo-eun, you'll only hurt yourself." In Lee Haru's head the stream of thought still continued, and the true identity of ego's tick was Kim Daein. Daein flopped down into the chair, her voice sharp, "This house is so bright and yet you still sleep in the pitch-black basement." He still tugged Seo-eun lightly, the girl replied wearily, "You're the one who keeps talking about that ego base." After a few seconds of silence, Daein shifted her tone in a flash, "All right then, let's eat." Daein was extremely excited as she looked at the food before her, but Lee Haru's thoughts had not stopped. Someday, if he returned wounded, with his healing ability. She reached out her hand in front of her, then clenched it with determination. Cut to Daein now sprawled on the bed in the bare room, light streaming through the window onto the wall calendar. He murmured in a weary tone, "It's time." A hint of fatigue crossed his face, his eyes contemplatively fixed on the ceiling. "It's time to prepare for the black disaster caused by those bastards at Hanum Group." Suddenly a loud "Kwang" exploded, the window rattled, a cold voice echoed, "So it's you hiding here, Mangastic." Seo-eun burst into the room, fired up, shouting, "Now let's go terrorize them. I'm so fed up I'm going crazy." Daein answered, "All right, now we're going to go terrorize them." The girl asked in surprise, "Really?" He simply smiled faintly, then announced, "Team Ego, all members assemble." By now everyone was present. Suddenly Lee Haru spoke up, but at first why are we going to terrorize like this?" The three others' faces darkened. Daein wore a proud expression and began to explain, "If you're curious about the reason for our terrorist actions, the world's compassion is the answer." Seo-eun crossed her arms and said exasperatedly, "Stop, get to the point, will you?" That one, Daein was helpless, "It's no longer on, but that." His face grew serious, "Lee Haru, actually we're the villains." She broke into a sweat, "Understood. So we have to carry out a terror act." Seo-eun raised a finger and continued, "However we absolutely must not cause civilian casualties. We need to create a dilemma perfectly suited to Egostic's idea. Oh, and it has to be related to Stardust, that bastard. It has to be a terrorist act that somehow benefits her." Daein could only smile wryly, "Thanks for the summary, Seo-eun, but did you just say something inappropriate? That was just a slip of the tongue, right?" He uncapped his pen and smiled confidently, "Anyway." He sketched an image of a bridge. The idea for the next terrorist act was, "Has the Seoul Bridge collapsed yet?" Lee Haru was a bit puzzled why it had to be the Seoul Bridge. "Because right here, a giant monster will appear at this location in Uedo, and it will head straight north, sweeping across the entire Korean peninsula. But what if we make the Seoul Bridge collapse during the terrorist act? It will be drenched, the monster's weakness is water, it will be finished. We must terrorize and also capture the villain, in other words, kill two birds with one stone." After finishing his words, he tipped his hat and bowed to mark the end of his performance. Seo-eun looked at this pile of plans and had to ask, "Where on earth have you been getting this information all this time? You only left one line, it's a trade secret." Seo-eun lightly raised a hand to hide her smile. "It felt like we were both taking down a villain and committing an act of terrorism at the same time. Moreover, this time it didn't seem to be about that damn Stardust." Daein could only give a helpless smile. "Can you drop the word damn?" Hearing that, the girl sat down happily and replied, "Perfect. Is the idea decided yet?" Daein answered with a confident smile, "What's the one thing we have in abundance?" Seo-eun replied skeptically, "Money," but he had to dismiss that with the gesture of a tycoon. "No, that's not money." The day had finally come, his image appeared before everyone's cameras. He was hovering in the air with a loudspeaker and a camera. Behind him was the Seoul Bridge. Hovering above, he began to speak, "Greetings everyone, chosen as the most influential villain by the Heroes Association. His gaze narrowed slightly. Ego's tick, have returned. Everyone knows what I'm about to do, right? What else could I do, at Seoul Bridge? Ha ha ha, of course a bomb threat. A driver shouted loudly, it's a terrorist attack. Sunlight still shone before the impending disaster. Dain's face darkened as she lifted the switch to announce, everyone hold on tight. After he pressed the button, a series of explosions lit up the bridge. The ruined bridge lay before them, his voice still echoed. It seemed the selection of new guests to assist our little game had been completed. Below someone commented, who in their right mind would recruit guests like that? His words continued to be broadcast to everyone. The participants in this game were the good citizens of this country watching the live stream. Yes, it was you. The method was simple. Send your bank account number to the link mentioned in the video, and I will immediately transfer 100,000 won. However, before 7 p.m. tonight, if the number of people who accept 100,000 won from me exceeds 500,000, I will blow up this bridge, of course including those traveling on it. Everyone received this information. Some were panicked and worried, but others eagerly began entering their account numbers, offering the choice, 100,000 won for free or this possibly explosive bridge. Now, your choice, 100,000 won or the bridge. With that line the screen suddenly went dark. Before it ended, he left one last line that set the chat ablaze. Oh, Stardust, you don't need to appear today, take a rest. People began commenting excitedly, I'll personally protect my woman, the sweet villain telling Stardust to rest, LMAO as if she'd sit out just because he said so, she's a hero though. Finally done, he stretched. His eyes closed, he smiled inwardly, thinking she was probably relieved not to be bothered by some crazed villain. Before he could finish speaking, Stardust came flying in from afar at breakneck speed, which made him involuntarily exclaim, Stardust. Seeing her, he awkwardly flung the detonator control into the air, and Stardust, seeing it, immediately recognized the device. Looking at the girl before him, he thought to himself, long time no see, Stardust. Her face darkened as she looked at him without saying a word. Under the weight of this deadly silence, he could only call out, Stardust. She still said nothing, only fixing him with a cold, piercing stare. Dain, not understanding what was happening, also turned to look. At this moment he looked utterly small under the pressure of this woman. What on earth is going on? The scene shifts to a workspace. An older man speaks up, Hey Kim, what's the matter? Sneaking a cigarette, the young man over there cheerfully holds up his phone and replies to the captain, look. On the phone is footage of Dain being replayed. If you enter your account number here, he'll actually send 100,000 won. The uncle frowned at the phone and said, let's see, if more than 500,000 people receive it, he'll blow up the Seoul Bridge. The young man replied, yes, I know Ego's tick. He's staging some kind of terror on the bridge right now. The uncle beside him also remembers, that villain who wants to act like a lunatic. What a joke, who would believe that? The young man, his face like he'd struck gold, replied, I just finished, 100,000 won. The uncle heard that and shouted loudly, hey, don't do that. The young man immediately bowed in fear and stammered, sorry, Captain. But then the uncle immediately changed his expression, pulled out his phone and smiled, I got it as soon as you appeared. Seeing that the young man recovered and gave a thumbs up in return, Captain, you really startled me, you're a good actor. After that it was just the two of them talking, we'll really hit 500,000 stars, forget it, let's have a company party tonight. The young man could reply just fine. Inside a kitchen, a mother was checking on her child over the phone, hey, have you eaten yet? My bank account number. She was puzzled, suddenly what's wrong with the boy, since when has he been giving me an allowance? On the screen it appeared that Ego Team 100,000 had been transferred in. She exclaimed, oh my, really, but what is Ego Team? Cut to the burning bridge. Dain sat there trembling uncontrollably, who would have thought it would be this cold today? Then he grew serious again. After all, he recalled the image of Stardust. Her gaze was as sharp as a knife. She was ready to rush in if I blew the bridge up, as if the air had frozen solid. Why was she glaring at me like that? Could Seoul Bridge hold some memories that weren't in the original? I didn't think she'd be that angry, it almost made me feel guilty. But then he resolutely came back, with no other choice, it was all for Stardust. Given the way the dark threat was portrayed in the original, her current powers would never be able to stop it. In the original storyline, it was the first true threat. It marked the moment this comic moved beyond meaningless heroic beats and into something much darker. Putting everything aside, Dain took out his phone to check the progress. Looking at the number on the screen left him astonished. 450,000 people had already signed up and there were still 3 hours to go. He slowly jumped down onto the packed dirt, bit his lip and said, "These people are something else." Raising a hand to his neck and exhaling softly, Dain told himself he didn't need to lift a finger to win against them. Were they really that reckless? But standing before the camera he still had to smile and say, "Good citizens of South Korea, I don't believe any of you would stoop so low as to accept that money." Below, a string of comments read, "Exactly, right, of course." He placed his hand on the white car and continued, "You haven't forgotten, have you? Wait for our new guests, their lives hanging by the whim of a merciless villain." He looked into the car and thought to himself, this part was beyond his control. I would like to say it's someone else's doing, it's just that. He said with a smile to the person inside, "Hello, thank you for joining us, could you introduce yourself?" The man sitting in the car chuckled in response, "Yes, hello, my name is Choi Jung-jin." Dain judged from his nonchalant expression that there was no longer any worry. "You climbed into the car and continued the interview. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Choi, your life is in danger, aren't you scared, not even a little concerned?" Hearing that, Choi Jung-jin laughed even louder. Dain was a bit surprised, he was laughing. Choi Jung-jin radiated a kind of saintly light and replied, "As long as people don't accept the money, including the Seoul Bridge, I'm fine, right?" Dain was also affected by that light and closed her eyes. "I'll apologize for them right here." Below, comments appeared one after another. "I thought about taking advantage of it but never mind, you're a good person, am I trash, right? I'll take the money then rather than you. I apologize, I'm sorry." Dain was at a loss for words. Well then, what a splendid declaration from Mr. Choi, trusting his fellow Koreans. Any last words? Stardust watched from a distance but could still hear Choi Jung-jin saying, "Go to Korea, I believe in you." She slightly frowned. "What's your game, egoist?" Dain was still lingering on the bridge, silently hoping, "So tired, please, this time just a normal reaction." He looked through the window at another car. When they saw him, there were loud screams from inside the car, like seeing an idol. The girls took turns expressing themselves. Mangastic, "Oh my god, he's insanely handsome in real life. Hey, after this let's buy a lottery ticket, we'll die before we even scratch it, we're his loyal fans. But will he really kill us? He always saves people at the last moment, right?" Another friend said, "Hey, haven't you seen him crush the plane?" That's right, the murmurs made him feel scared too, and he thought to himself, "What a headache." Dain used the excuse to run off. "Alright, the interview is over, let's get out of here." A girl quickly grabbed him. "Wait," he said impatiently. She took out a tablet and asked him to sign before he left. You also had to sign for the girl. People started gossiping. He really signed. Now it's hard to say who the victim is. Inside their car they thanked him with 100,000 won each from him, 400,000 in total. "Great, let's go eat malatang later. You know we won't get to eat if we die here today." Oh right, Dain resolved in her heart that she would never interview ordinary people again. This terror stunt has failed. The drone hovered. Dain gave orders. Seo-eun pulled up the screen. Dain's image was projected onto the big screen. A swarm of cameras turned toward him. "Yes everyone, the appointed time of 7 o'clock in the evening has arrived. The national projection, 100,000 won on the bridge. Now I will announce the results." Everyone immediately started gossiping. "Come on, no way, it's up to 500k now, don't let Jung-jin lose everyone. Jung-jin, I'm sorry, damn, if Seoul Bridge collapses how will I go to work tomorrow?" And then the shocking result was announced. 1,250,000 people chose the 100,000 won option, and following his words a fireworks display appeared. They couldn't believe it. Viewers from the beloved Republic of Korea, the girls from earlier also screamed in panic. "What is this?" Dain snapped her fingers. "Please enjoy this final fireworks display, a gift for each of your selfish souls." After that a series of explosions occurred. Stardust, watching from afar, was furious. He finally. Dain raised her cap to her chest, bowed formally and said, "Your host, Egoistic, ends here." At the same time the camera panned to the scene of the bridge blown to ruins. "Oh my god, he killed them." People couldn't bear to watch and left the chat room. Dain was a bit tired, hanging here too long, she's exhausted and about to faint, now she's reached her limit. "You stand in the night full of fireworks, so let Stardust fight them while we just watch." Suddenly a light streaked across from nowhere. Stardust was dashing off at a terrifying speed. It turned out she was plunging toward the falling car. She reached out trying to grab it. She couldn't grab it. He began to cast his magic, silently cursing, "Damn it." The car was slowly enveloped by Dain's power. Even Stardust and Dain both gave it their all. Fortunately Stardust managed to grab onto the car. She slowly lifted the two vehicles up. Dain sighed in relief. Thankfully everyone was safe. As soon as the words left, he immediately lost strength. his heart seemed to stop beating. His whole body then collapsed downward. Luckily you managed to teleport in time. Your body hit the ground with a thud, landing in Ego Base. Subin and Seo-eun rushed out in a panic, shouting, "Dain." Blood and other fluids were coming from his mouth and nose, his pupils clouded white, there was no sign of life. The two girls watched the scene through the glass, overwhelmed with worry and fear. Inside, Dain lay receiving treatment. They prayed silently, "Please open your eyes, Dain." Lee Haru was also standing outside the door, thinking for a long while. She took a deep breath. She gently wiped away a tear. Elsewhere, Ha-yeol stood dazed, staring up at the night sky. She carried a deep sorrow inside her, her thoughts fixed on Ego's tick. Holding the newspaper in her hands, the articles about the two of them, she remembered his words, "Never show even the slightest hesitation, because then you and I will be finished. Just one moment of hesitation and your life will become a living hell. Even so, if he hadn't allowed me to retreat, I wouldn't have been able to get out here." She fell into contemplation, but that was clearly the mindset of someone convinced they could do it, as if he knew everything about her. The image of Ego's tick encouraging her came to mind, "You can do it, step up and save them." Since he said that, I've been unable to stop thinking about it, even though he was the one who put them in danger. Meeting him again after so long, I was filled with a ton of questions. Are you really the villain? Are you really the bad guy, Ego's tick? Who are you after all? Ha-yeol gently took my hand, but because of some strange emotion, in the end I couldn't say a word. The image of her and little Dain appeared. Then a scene of her desperately trying to grab the car. "Please, reach for it." Suddenly the car was enveloped in energy. She startled as she realized its speed was decreasing. She looked up. It was Dain struggling to hold the car with her own strength. After saving the car she still couldn't stop wondering. Ego's tick really is. While lost in thought a voice called out, "Why are you sitting here alone? I heard it was an attack with no casualties." Icicle stepped forward holding 2 cans of soda, her adorable little Shin Ha-yeol. Seeing her, Ha-yeol shouted happily, "Seola, thanks for coming." They shared a warm embrace. Seola replied, "What are you talking about? Of course I'd come, we're friends after all." Ha-yeol's face flushed as she felt warmth from her friend. They started drinking. Seola puffed her cheeks and gulped down each sip. She shouted with delight, "Ah, this is great, taking in the whole view of Seoul, spending a quiet night with my Ha-yeol." Suddenly she realized something. "Hey Ha-yeol, why are you still buried in work when you're off shift? Is it because of Ego's tick again?" "Forget that guy, even the president of the Hero Association is secretly pleased that the crime rate has dropped. Of course he would never admit it. Looking at his most recent attack, it seems he is no longer trying to target you." Ha-yeol turned to respond, "But Seola, can I tell you something?" Ha-yeol's gaze hardened. "From my point of view, maybe Ego's tick isn't a bad person." Moving into the Ego Base, a pair of feet opened the door and stepped inside. Lee Haru quietly watched Seo-eun lying on the floor. She gently pulled a blanket over Seo-eun so the girl wouldn't be cold. Her gaze shifted toward the side of the room where Dain was lying. Slowly she pushed the door open and stepped in. Dain still lay there with no sign of waking. Standing before Dain she felt a little doubtful. Should I really enter like this, even if he seems much better now? What if he ends up like the others who try to exploit my power? What should I do? Dain's brow furrowed slightly. Lee Haru placed her hand on the glass to observe him more clearly. He doesn't even know who I am, yet he saved me. He treated me kindly without asking for anything in return. But he is in critical condition, right here in front of me. A tear fell from her eye. Can I really just let him die? I'm sorry, Dain, I'm just not brave enough. You're truly a good person, but if you knew about my power, I was afraid you would be like the others. She wiped away her weak tears. Looking at his battered body, she became determined to use her ability. This time I will be braver. The wounds were slowly being healed by her. Shortly after they had completely disappeared, Dain still lay there. Lee Haru gently stepped out. She didn't forget to look back. Thank you. In the end she also stepped outside, leaving Dain alone. Nearby, Dain woke up, quietly relieved. At last I can recruit a healer. He slowly sat up. His face was radiant with life. Lee Haru, thank you. Turning back to Ha-yeol, Seola's voice rang out, so let me be blunt. It's strange that Egostic's attacks never cause casualties except among the villains, and the call during that plane incident, something no one else could have known. And what about him catching that falling SUV this time? Ha-yeol answered with a kittenish expression, right. Seola chuckled wryly. Oh come on Ha-yeol, don't tell me you actually believe that conspiracy, that Ego's tick is a secret S-rank hero operating in the shadows. Ha-yeol's face darkened with anger. I shouldn't have told him everything. Ha-yeol turned away and replied, not about believing or not, I just mean it doesn't feel like a conspiracy theory anymore. Seola kept teasing, he just kidding, I'm joking, calm down, little Ha-Yo. Anyway, you're right, there are a few things that don't add up. This caught Ha-Yo's attention, but then Seola continued, but he still does bad things, right? Even if no civilians were hurt, he still crossed the line. Ha-Yo hummed in agreement, that's true, but Seola began to counsel, so what's important is to treat him like a villain. Ha-Yo. Ha-Yo fell into thought, I think Ego's tick is aiming for something bigger, I still don't know what it is, but Seola's voice rose, cutting across Ha-Yo's train of thought, Miss Workaholic Shin Ha-Yo, don't bring up that guy with the cap anymore. Anyway, have you been interested in anyone lately? You should take a break and try dating, Ha-Yo said with disdain. Someone who's never dated wouldn't know how to meet anyone. Seola blushed awkwardly, it's just that my family is extremely strict about my private life. Okay, it's not that I can't date. The class A hero Icicle, real name Lee Seola, is the heir to a major conglomerate in Korea, Yuseong. Ha-Yo seized the chance to tease, hey, you're cute when you're angry. Seola pouted in reply, what do you mean by that, really? The scene cuts to a prison somewhere. An inner gate slowly opens. An old man stepped in. He was an S-rank villain, Kim Seon-woo, the technical advisor for the Hanwha conglomerate. A white-haired young man spoke up, well done, Professor. Kim Seon-woo was answered by two axe-wielding bodyguards, skip the formalities, how's the progress right now? The young man replied, we've completed 56%, at this pace the project will be finished around September next year. Before he could finish his sentence, Kim Seon-woo scolded him, damn it. He shouted angrily, too slow, I told you to have everything ready before winter, no excuses. He flinched slightly at that. Sitting in the car, he said softly, let's go. In his head he calculated silently, just wait. Before this winter ends, everything in the Republic of Korea will kneel before me, Professor Kim Seon-woo. Cut to the ego base. On the TV a news bulletin reports that Dr. Kim Seon-woo, who was previously accused of concealing unethical human experiments, was released at around 7 this morning. He is expected to return to Hanwha Corporation's research facility. Dain's gaze hardened, her voice turned sly, alright, the players are stepping out onto the field. Seo-eun, passing by and overhearing, also felt suspicious, what's with that tone? 3 months later, it was snowing outside. Chae-hyun shouted excitedly, snow. Seo-eun behind shouted, hey, come back here, I was here first. They romped around. In the distance Subin and Haru were carrying a teapot to set on the table. They sat down. Subin took a sip. After drinking, her face brightened with feeling, this is so pleasant. Haru beside her chimed in, yeah, it's really wonderful. From behind Dain called out, hey Seo-eun, causing the girl molding a snow duck to involuntarily turn around. He scolded, could you walk properly? What are those steps? You ruined the whole patch of snow. The snow had been beautiful just now, pristine and untouched. Let us start playing. But before he could finish speaking a snowball flew into his face. The kids in the distance shouted excitedly, come here Mangastic, get in here. Dain, irritated, lightly brushed the snow from his face, and began to condense mana in his hands. Not letting the children stay excited for long, shortly after each of them got a snowball. His eyes lit up like a war god descending. He said, you brats, come here, I will teach you manners. His body flew into the air, his eyes shone like a star behind as if preparing to use a very cool skill, a special skill, super speed frost. Seo-eun, shocked, shouted, what on earth is that? That is cheating, Mangastic. Chae-hyun behind also joined in, that move clearly exploits a loophole. The boy raised both hands and shouted that he surrendered. Dain happily agreed. Meanwhile Seo-eun turned to look at her teammate in utter shock. The face of Seo-eun went dark, both hands holding 2 snowballs ready to fight. A demonic voice from Dain rang out, Seo-eun, are you ready? The next moment the whole body of Seo-eun had turned into an adorably cute snowman. On this side Dain laughed loudly after winning. Ah, so hungry, let us go eat something light. Chae-hyun happily followed, obeying. Eating cookies in winter is simply wonderful. They could not resist and shouted, so delicious. They were only focused on eating and did not notice a white figure slowly approaching. Dain turned and said with a blank expression, can you ask Haru to bring a few more? Before she could finish the sentence Seo-eun had hefted the huge snowball and slammed it into his head so hard his eyes seemed about to pop out. Seeing him lying there like a lump of meat, Seo-eun was a little frightened. Mangastic is finished, was that too rough? She shouted, are you okay? The girl anxiously shook him and called, Dain. Haru carrying out the cake was a bit surprised to see that. She spoke up, He is laughing over there, the pretending is too obvious. Only then did Dain turn and mimic her words. With his teasing face he continued, so touching, Seo-eun really worried about him. The girl at this moment both embarrassed and angry blushed. Seconds later another brawl broke out. Seo-eun lugged a giant snowball with 2 cups on top that looked like a shrimp head chasing Dain. He ran while talking back, but it really hurt. The girl didn't believe him and snapped, "Shut up." Dain began to wonder. Over the past 3 months we had relaxed and enjoyed the winter. I once thought about staging another terror attack, but Stardust is now as strong as she was in her 3rd year of the original timeline, so it's no longer necessary. Actually the only change is that Haru has started smiling more. Perhaps she has finally thawed a little and is opening up to us bit by bit. Oh, and public opinion about me has also turned. Everyone pinned the blame for the Seoul Bridge collapse on Ego's tick. My reputation has completely fallen apart. I mean 1.2 million people who received my payments obviously had to find someone to blame. It was Ego's tick who orchestrated that bizarre terror plot. That's right. He manipulated everything and even called us accomplices. Convenient, isn't it? After all, becoming the villain was my original goal. Now we only have to wait for Black Disaster to appear. Back in the present, Seo-eun's voice rang out, "Got you." The girl had grabbed Dain by the hair. A triumphant smile blossomed on the girl's lips. I won. The next second she turned into a snowman again. Dain ran off while Chae-hyun pointed and laughed with delight. The 2 women had to laugh at the sight. Subin spoke up. "What is that pitiful shriek?" Haru beside him warned, "You'll get hurt if you keep doing those stunts." Dain, exhausted, slumped into a chair and complained, "Ugh, I'm starving. What should we eat tonight? We've played a lot, or should we do a barbecue?" Chae-hyun ran after them chiming in, "Ooh great, hurry inside, it's freezing out here." Haru agreed, but first we have to call Seo-eun. She must be angry somewhere right now. Cut to the red alarm bells blaring loudly. Inside the laboratory, cracks began to form and people clutched their heads and ran. Kim Seon-woo sat before the wreckage shouting, it can't be like this, damn it, where, everything has disappeared." Someone beside him stepped forward to advise, "Doctor, you must leave here at once." But he wouldn't listen. He barked back, "Let me go, how could I abandon my life's work?" Suddenly he froze when he heard a strange sound. A hideous monster appeared. The others dragged him away pleading, "Please sir, doctor, we have to run quickly." Being pulled away he still turned back to look. "No, it can't be. Behemoth, how is test subject number 1? It was only a prototype yet it has consciousness." The scene cuts to some building. The staff are all in a panic. Explosions erupt everywhere. Stardust darted away as if flying. Opening the door to a room, Stardust asked Mr. President what was happening. He cried, pointing at the screen, "Urgent, Stardust, look." On the screen was the image of a monster destroying the houses around. He asked, "Where did that terrifying thing come from?" Witnessing this, Stardust also froze for a moment. Outside, people were shouting and running as the monster attacked. Each strike of its tentacle caused an explosion. The man in the car panicked as he saw something flying toward him. Fortunately he managed to pull his hand free in time. Still worried about his car, he shouted, "My car." The man next to him yelled, "What good is the car now? Run." The monster kept ravaging everything while people stood helpless. The father and son could only cling to each other and pray to God. Suddenly the monster leaped up. On this side Stardust dashed off while calling back, "I will depart immediately." The president seeing this shouted, "Calm down Stardust, you cannot single-handedly confront something that big." Hearing that she angrily turned and snapped, "I will not sit idly by and watch it rampage like that. Go ahead and sit there eating popcorn, Mr. President." He hearing that froze. "What did you say?" Suddenly a scream made Stardust turn around. The monster from earlier had jumped into the water. Gradually its body disappeared into the water. They stood there frozen where they were when they saw that. The president, his face darkening, spoke again, "Stardust, I want a full report on my desk by tomorrow morning. What is this popcorn nonsense? You only know how to say sorry." The scene shifts. Dain is now eating popcorn. They did not know what they were watching, yet they were shouting intensely. On a quiet night, under the glow of a full moon, the gentle sound of the wind echoes through the city. Inside her apartment, the A-class hero, Stardust, clicks through web pages on her computer. She's scrolling through comments about the infamous villain, Egoistic. The public seems confused, with some people even questioning if he's truly a villain at all. Her eyes land on a popular post titled, "A must-read for anyone who still thinks Egoistic is a villain." The post praises him, calling him by the fan nickname, Mangastic, for saving Korea from the recent Black Disaster. Stardust nibbles on a snack, a wry smile on her face as she puts the pieces together. so this is how it turned out, she muses to herself. She realizes that if Egoistic hadn't collapsed the bridge in what seemed like a terrorist act, no hero in Korea would have been able to stop the monster. The revelation leaves her feeling uneasy, thinking, this can't be right. Troubled by this new understanding, Stardust heads out for a walk in the dead of night. Her internal conflict rages. Despite his actions, she holds on to her conviction. He's a villain and I'm a hero. She breaks into a run, her resolve hardening. No matter the complexities, she reaffirms her duty. Even if I have to protect, I'll be the one to protect. As she steels her determination, a news broadcast reveals a shocking truth to the nation. The recent black disaster was no random event, it was caused by experiments from a top conglomerate, the Hanun Group, which has since collapsed overnight. The report continues, stating there's no trace of human presence at the Hanun Group building. The chairman, the lead scientist Dr. Kim Seon-woo, and his entire research team have vanished without a trace. Elsewhere, the villain Egoistic, whose real name is Kim Do-in, is having a celebratory dinner with his 3 teammates. Hearing the news of Hanun Group's downfall, he cheers, woohoo, so this is how it ends up. His companion, a fiery girl with orange hair, erupts in rage. Serves them right, those bastards, she yells, wishing death upon the corrupt officials. Not yet, Kim Do-in says, his tone suddenly serious, we need to catch every last one of those runners. His other 2 teammates, Seo-eun and a brown-haired girl, share the sentiment, comically fantasizing about hunting down the remaining Hanun members. But Kim Do-in just smiles cheerfully, waving his chopsticks. Don't worry too much, he says, full of confidence, they'll crawl out on their own soon enough. More importantly, he continues, can everyone gather here? The sudden shift makes his team nervous. Seo-eun immediately gets a bad feeling, while her friend cautiously asks, what are you planning to do this time? Kim Do-in dramatically unrolls a massive blueprint, revealing his next target. His teammates stare in disbelief, exclaiming, Hanun Group's underground lab. The group erupts in chaos, as Seo-eun has a minor panic attack. The others demand to know what's so important about the lab that warrants such a risky mission. Ignoring their frantic questions, Kim Do-in calmly takes a red marker and circles a specific location on the blueprint, Sector B9. With a wide, unnerving grin, he finally reveals why they're going there. Deep within that lab, he declares, lies something absolutely insane. He explains that the insane thing is a project codenamed Behemoth, an army of artificial superhumans, all connected to a single monstrous entity. It was designed to be the ultimate weapon, composed of a miraculous material capable of withstanding a nuclear blast and even nullifying the powers of the S-class hero, Shadow Walker. He reveals that the black disaster that Egoistic helped stop was merely a prototype. If the true Behemoth had been completed, its power would have been unimaginable. Even Kim Do-in himself seems taken aback by the sheer scale of it all, letting out a stunned, huh. His entire team is left speechless and wide-eyed. Seo-eun looks around at her frozen companions, wondering why everyone is suddenly so quiet. The shock quickly turns into excitement for Seo-eun. Her eyes glint as she realizes the danger means a chance to get stronger. Asking if it's time to wreck her body again, Kim Do-in playfully retorts that a few more holes in her stomach might look good on her. Seo-eun explodes, getting right in his face. Are you kidding me right now? She screams, demanding a power-up for herself. The meeting immediately devolves into chaos as Seo-eun unleashes a flurry of attacks. Kim Do-in dodges and yells, while their other teammates try and fail to de-escalate the situation, begging them both to stop. While dodging the playful assault, Kim Do-in recalls a key detail from the original story. The Hero Association never took action. Based on that, he dismisses the risk. Nothing serious will happen, right? But he was wrong. At that very moment, inside the towering headquarters of the Korea Superhuman Association, the situation was already escalating. Inside the association headquarters, an emergency meeting is underway. An official reports that multiple life signs have been detected in the buried lab. The monsters Hanun Group was creating are still alive. A high-ranking official sitting at the head of the table asks for a report from one of their top heroes, Shadow Walker. The hero, Shadow Walker, appears on screen. He reports that he attempted to infiltrate the lab the previous night, but his shadow-based powers were completely neutralized by a strange wavelength emitted from the site. The official turns to their remaining option. You heard that, support will be difficult. Are you still going? Stardust. Below, the hero Stardust hovers over the massive, dark pit. Without a hint of hesitation, Stardust looks up and gives her answer, yes. With her confirmation, the official formally approves the dangerous solo mission. Wreathed in a brilliant golden aura, Stardust dives headfirst into the darkness of the collapsed lab. At the same time, another figure appears at the edge of the crater. It is Kim De-in, now in his full villain persona as Ego's Tick, complete with his signature mask and top hat. Speaking to his team remotely, he admits, "It's making me a bit nervous since it wasn't planned." From their base, Seo-eun immediately teases him, asking if he wants to come back already. He scoffs, putting on a brave face for his stream. "Man, Kim De-in, like I'd be scared of some monsters," he boasts. Back at the base, his teammates just roll their eyes at his antics. But beneath the teasing, their smiles show genuine concern. "Be careful," they say in unison, seeing him off as he prepares to go live. And with a flourish of purple energy, Kim De-in begins his broadcast. "Nice to meet you, everyone, this is Ego's Tick." In an instant, 10,000 viewers flood his stream, the chat exploding with questions. He playfully asks if they're curious about today's terrorism, before clarifying that today is simply an exploration. He then reveals his location, the secret underground lab of the now-defunct Hanun Group. Feigning curiosity, he invites his massive audience to discover the lab's sinister secrets alongside him. Back at the Hero Association, the officials are watching the stream in horror. They realize that the nation's most famous villain is now in the exact same location as their top hero, Stardust. The association head frantically tries to contact her, but there's no signal. He realizes with dread, she's gone deep enough that radio signals can't reach anymore. An official slams his fist down in fury. "Damn it, who does Ego's Tick think he is, suddenly barging in there, this is insane." The senior official, however, remains oddly calm. He turns to his bewildered assistant and gives an unexpected order. "Assistant, go get some popcorn, half caramel, half salt." Meanwhile, Ego's Tick takes his first steps into the dark, abandoned laboratory. Using a small drone as a floating flashlight, the creepy atmosphere immediately gets to him as he wonders what horrors took place there. He looks around, his masked face betraying a sense of genuine unease at the eerie green glow of the forsaken test chambers. As his audience comments on the scary atmosphere, Ego's Tick quickly puts his showman persona back on. "Would I, the one who made all of Korea tremble, be scared by mere traces of experiments like this?" he boasts. His boast is immediately cut short by a loud, metallic clang echoing through the hall, making him jump in fright. Letting out a terrified scream, he instantly summons an arsenal of glowing blue guns, ready to obliterate whatever made the noise. But the source of the terrifying sound is revealed to be a small, fluffy white cat, peeking innocently from behind a corner. Ego's Tick lets out a huge sigh of relief, his floating gun still aimed at the tiny creature. What? It's just a cat, right?" he stammers, trying to regain his composure. His relief quickly turns to suspicion. In a sealed-off, underground lab where everyone has vanished, the random appearance of a live cat is more than a little strange. His suspicion proves correct as the cat begins to distort, its body twisting and contorting in an unnatural way. Ego's Tick stands his ground as sinister red tendrils begin to snake across the floor, heralding the arrival of a much greater threat. The cute animal is gone, replaced by a grotesque monster with glowing red eyes, perched atop a writhing mass of flesh. Ego's Tick turns, his face a mask of pure shock as he finally comprehends the horrifying creature before him. With its transformation complete, the monster reveals a grotesque, mask-like face and throws itself directly at the terrified streamer. The monster shrieks, its massive jaws opening wide as it closes in on Ego's Tick. Screaming in pure terror, Ego's Tick instinctively opens fire, unleashing a panic barrage of bullets at the creature. Elsewhere in the dark laboratory, Stardust freezes, the distinct sound of rapid gunfire echoes through the desolate halls, telling her she is not alone. Her eyes narrow, her expression turning serious as she identifies the sound, heralding a confrontation to come. Gunshot. In the chaos, De-in remembered the moment before carrying out the plan. He and Seo-eun were lying on the bed, and she had nagged that he shouldn't have come here. He himself regretted it deeply and wished he could be stronger. Back in the present, De-in panicked intensely. He blamed himself for not listening to Seo-eun and thought he should have stayed home to practice teleportation instead. He hadn't expected increasing his power to be so difficult. At that moment, a grotesque monster full of jagged mouths lunged straight at him, its horrific cries echoing down the dark corridor. De-in quickly regained his composure. No, regretting now would do no good, he told himself, and used his powers to create guns from thin air, ready to fight. The face behind the mask hardened with determination. At this point he would have to take the risk. De-in charged into battle, directing his weapons to attack the monsters. He shouted, if I'm here I have to catch the behemoth before I leave. He moved with extreme agility, dodging the enemy's attacks by a hair's breadth. During the fight, Dain didn't forget to raise his camera. He seemed intent on recording every moment even in this life-or-death situation. Then the giant behemoth appeared right before him. Dain showed no hesitation, reached out toward it and shouted, "Die!" Suddenly, a massive beam of energy came from somewhere and struck the behemoth, knocking Dain backward. The creature roared in unbearable pain as the energy burned it, its body beginning to disintegrate. The explosion was so powerful it shook and collapsed the entire chamber. Dain fell to the ground, stunned by the scene before him. In the chaos, the weapons Dain had created rained down and vanished from the floor. Sensing danger, Dain fled in haste. He panicked realizing he had left behind both his camera and guns in the chaos and had no idea how deep this place extended. He tried to contact his teammates via his communicator. "Alright, Seoun, can you hear me?" But all that answered was static interference. The signal couldn't get through here. Dain began to feel real fear though he still tried to act tough and claim he was only a little scared. Suddenly his ear twitched. A strange sound had just sounded, indicating someone else was nearby. Another explosion even larger than before occurred at the end of the corridor. Stardust stood at the epicenter of the blast. Dain hurriedly raised his hand to shield himself. When the light subsided, the image of Stardust appeared, heat radiating from her fist. Dain felt a strangely familiar sensation. Dain was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. The one who had saved him was the S-rank heroine he had always wanted to encounter. "Stardust," he uttered. Stardust, exuding an aura of power, turned and also recognized the familiar villain, her blue eyes glinting sharply. Egos tick. The two faced each other in the ruined corridor. Stardust asked coldly, "What are you doing here?" Dain, a little flustered, stammered back, "Stardust, if I may ask, what are you doing here?" "I am a hero," Stardust replied decisively, "so it's no surprise that I'm cleaning up this place, is it?" Dain forced a smile. "Ah yes, I suppose not," but inside he was cheering. Perfect timing. His plan seemed to be going as intended. Stardust smiled menacingly. To her this was indeed an unexpected harvest. Contrary to her fearsome presence, Dain was inwardly ecstatic. He couldn't believe Stardust was smiling at him. She warned, "If you come with me quietly it won't be too painful," but Dain seemed not to understand the threat. He was simply entranced by her beauty. Without saying more, Stardust launched her attack. Dain hurriedly used his power to barely dodge the blow. The fight between the two officially began. Stardust kept unleashing powerful strikes. Dain could only struggle to evade. His defensive abilities were gradually being overwhelmed. He screamed in despair as the heroine gave him not a second to breathe. Knowing he couldn't hold out, Dain hastily raised his hand to signal a stop. "Wait, stop," he shouted, trying to halt Stardust's next attack. Pinned to the wall, Dain began his plan. He cried out in panic, "I know, in your eyes I'm just a villain," but inside Dain is screaming like crazy. "What should I do?" Dain began to persuade Stardust. He pointed to the ruined surroundings and said, "Look around, this place is extremely dangerous, and you don't even know where this is, right? How about we form a temporary alliance until we can descend to the deeper levels?" Stardust looked skeptical. She crossed her arms and asked back, "Why don't you tell me why you are here first?" Dain stammered an answer, saying it was out of curiosity for knowledge. Stardust explained that she had come to investigate the Hanun Corporation, the ones who caused the horrific black disaster before. She suspected they were plotting something even more terrible here. After a moment of silence, Stardust curled her lip in a peculiar smile. "All right," she said. Dain was completely surprised by her answer. Stardust declared, "Then form the alliance. Come with me." She admitted she was struggling to deal with the monsters alone and Dain might help. Then she turned and walked away, leaving Dain still dazed. Dain couldn't believe what had happened. He had just blurted out an offer not expecting Stardust to actually agree. The situation unfolded in an unforeseeable way. Both had their own calculations. Stardust thought that if forced, Ego's tick might flee, so it was better to keep him close for monitoring. Meanwhile Dain was delighted the events were going as he wished and hoped to get answers about Stardust. Stardust began rifling through the drawers nearby, searching for clues about Hanun Corporation's activities. Dain sneaked along behind, curiously peeking over her shoulder to see what she was doing. He looked more like a fanatic fan than an ally. He got too close, making Stardust extremely uncomfortable. Stardust suddenly spun around and shouted in Dain's face, "You villain, what are you sneaking around for? This is classified material, get out." Dain flinched, hurried back and stammered apologies. Dain was so scared he shrank back, sweat pouring down. He thought to himself, "This is terrifying." However, shortly after, Dain quickly regained his composure. it seemed he had another idea. In Dain's mind, the image of Stardust suddenly became radiant and gentle. He imagined them together in a garden of white lilies. Dain's face flushed with delight. He thought to himself, I love this so much. Being alongside his idol was wonderful. The two continued deeper into the base, Stardust leading easily in front. Dain followed behind, wondering, has her clairvoyance developed to this level? They stopped before a metal door, on it a sign read, Superpower Neutralization Room. Dain read the sign aloud, Superpower Neutralization Room. Stardust suddenly called his name and stood so close it made him a little flustered. Yes, he replied, sensing something amiss. Without hesitation, Stardust pointed at the door and ordered decisively, go inside. Dain was utterly shocked. He stammered, unable to believe she would use him to test such a dangerous room. Though he felt treated like a guinea pig, Dain pretended to agree cheerfully, but Stardust gave him no chance to act. She shoved him inside. Dain staggered into the pitch-black room, not knowing what awaited him ahead. No sooner had he stepped in than Stardust slammed the door shut, trapping him inside. Immediately, Dain sensed something was wrong. His hat fell to the floor. He tried to use his powers but nothing happened. He realized in shock, my telekinesis doesn't work, and neither does teleportation. Dain stood motionless in the silent room, bathed in strange red light. For the first time he felt utterly powerless. The door opened and Stardust stepped in. Dain turned, both astonished and curious. It really doesn't work. Is that so? What's the principle behind this thing? Dain suddenly froze, staring at Stardust in horror. Stardust, using only her bare hand, punched the metal wall of the room with a thunderous blow, cracking it open. She stood there calmly, as if what she had done were nothing at all. Stardust explained coldly that she was merely testing whether the room truly neutralized powers. Dain snapped back in anger, it really works. Even as a villain I don't lie about things like this. Dain's inner world was a mess. He admired Stardust's extraordinary strength while fearing her recklessness. His emotions rose and fell like a roller coaster. Suddenly an alarm blared, red warning lights began flashing continuously. Thick steel doors started slamming shut, sealing off every exit. Both were shocked and had no time to react. They looked at the sealed doors and realized they had been trapped. Both Dain and Stardust sensed the grave danger of the situation. They were locked in a confined space where all superpowers were disabled. Dain realized the ironic scenario, a hero and a villain, two adults locked together. He was living out a classic plotline. Stardust was trying her best to break the escape door, her whole body emitting a brilliant red light, but the door did not seem to budge. Dain told Stardust that trying to break the door was useless, because this door was designed to open automatically in about 3 hours, and showed her a countdown clock reading 2 hours 58 minutes 41 seconds. Dain continued, saying this heavily guarded door would open in 3 hours and advised her not to waste energy pointlessly, to go out together when the door opened. Stardust looked surprised and annoyed, standing in the dark space surrounded by strange rays of light. Blood flowed from Stardust's hand. It seemed she had been injured while trying to break the door. Dain, quietly watching, also noticed the wound. Dain slowly stood up and continued to admonish Stardust not to be foolish, saying she wasn't even in a state to use her powers. Stardust stood there, eyes determined, hands clenched tightly watching Dain's movements. Dain stood up straight, reached out to Stardust and said, "Give me your hand." Stardust looked at Dain in surprise, eyes wide with astonishment and suspicion as he kept his hand out. Dain carefully took Stardust's hand, now bandaged carefully, blood still seeping through the white gauze. Stardust stared at Dain, her deep blue eyes wide, an indescribable surprise and complex thoughts rising about his action. Stardust turned her back, saying she wouldn't thank Dain, but Dain teased that her words sounded like a thank you. Stardust angrily punched the wall and turned to scold Dain, causing him to say, "Ah, yes, I get it, let's stop here, be careful with your hands." Dain placed his hand on his hat and sighed softly. Dain sat down on the floor, leaning against the wall and said he'd lie down for a bit. Stardust watched him in astonishment. Dain stretched out on the floor, saying there was nothing to do for the next 3 hours anyway, and advised Stardust to rest, nap a little to conserve energy. Stardust looked suspicious and annoyed, her face showing clear vigilance. After an hour had passed, Stardust sat against the wall while Dain still lay there with his eyes wide open, thinking to himself that though he said that, how could he possibly sleep like that? Tears streamed down Dain's face as he thought that he could not let his guard down for even a second, because the situation was very dangerous. Dain turned his face inwardly thinking he was like a mouse in a jar, and Stardust, stronger than most grown men even without powers, prevented him from fully relaxing his guard. At that moment Stardust also turned to look, the two of them locking eyes. Seeing this Stardust felt a little bashful and looked away. Dain seemed to have caught this endearing moment of Stardust's. He tugged his shirt slightly and smiled with satisfaction. 2 hours later the situation worsened as Stardust began to have difficulty breathing because the oxygen was decreasing. Dain also looked tired and said that this time he was truly exhausted. Dain observed Stardust struggling to breathe, then suddenly Stardust spoke, mentioning the soul bridge. Dain turned with a surprised expression, appearing not to understand Stardust's meaning. Stardust gasped and asked Dain about the car incident, whether it was him who did it. Dain stared at Stardust, eyes wide with astonishment, inwardly suspecting, she found out already. Dain recalled his hands surrounding Mana trying to hold the car that was falling into the sea during the Soul Bridge incident. Stardust, still weak, repeated the car accident and pressed the question, I'm asking, you stopped it, didn't you? Dain awkwardly scoffed, what? Me, a villain, how would I know how to stop? I only ever move forward. Stardust looked at him angrily, thinking he was talking nonsense. Stardust stared at Dain with determination, asking about the plane crash and demanding why he told her to save it. Dain's face showed clear horror, his eyes wide and rolling as if searching for an excuse to cover it up. After thinking a moment Dain began to explain, I'd already said it, I'm the villain and you're the hero, your existence makes me more complete, that's the kind of relationship we have, though inwardly Dain asked himself, wait, why is she like that? Finally, with sweat dotting his face, Dain concluded, isn't it strange for a hero to go save people? Dain sat on the floor still trying to explain while Stardust curled up, her face full of discomfort. Dain thought to himself that he had overreacted out of embarrassment, and hurriedly told himself it was just the lack of oxygen. Stardust lowered her head, eyes cold, reasoning that then it was the one who made the soul bridge collapse. Stardust continued, asking Dain whether he had known in advance about the monster's appearance and that it would head to the soul bridge to do that. Dain forced a smile, mocking Stardust for believing the ridiculous conspiracy theories online. Dain kept rationalizing that he was somewhat surprised too, but it was clearly just a coincidence. Dain looked at Stardust's resolute expression, thinking, could she really be testing me? Dain appeared flustered, wondering if he had missed something. A horrifying image flashed up, Mapo Bridge destroyed in a sea of fire and smoke. Next came an image of a plane in distress, plummeting through the sky. And then, the image of a gigantic, dark monster looming like a disaster, a black calamity. Dain thought to himself, Stardust isn't believing nonsense conspiracy theories but is suspecting whether I'm the villain. Looking into that suspicious gaze of Stardust, Dain realized this came from contact with him, suspicions naturally arising from past terrorist incidents, in other words the hero's intuition. Dain stopped himself, thinking that if he explained clumsily Stardust would only suspect him more, and he chuckled softly. Stardust kept her suspicious expression and wondered, while Dain thought that the only way out of this was to charge straight into confrontation. Dain burst into mad laughter, saying yes I knew everything, I knew the monster would come so I took it down beforehand. Stardust sat there utterly shocked. The skill Dain imagined was a secret move like ego. Dain continued, then, meanwhile Stardust's expression had darkened. Dain sneered, challenging Stardust, so what will you do then? He thought this strategy could be summed up as, so what, which sounded reasonable. Stardust leaned back, wondering how Dain knew, whether he could foresee the future, and then he pointed at himself and said bluntly, hacking. Dain stood in a dramatic pose, surrounded by lines of glowing red code, his eyes shining, boasting that as Korea's top hacker knowing some classified info was nothing strange, he thought inwardly, prophecy what, how naive. Stardust still looked doubtful and said, that's still strange. Dain kept a sly smile, his eyes glowing red in reply, what else is strange, Ms. Stardust? Stardust glared at Dain angrily, demanding why he prevented civilian casualties when he's supposed to be such a villain. Dain, panic on his face, explained that he hated having the spotlight stolen from him. He timed the monster's appearance and stopped it, because if civilian casualties were too high no one would pay attention to him anymore, it was all to attract attention and serve his own spectacle. Dain sweating, eyes rolling, forced a smile and said that as long as it wasn't completely out of control he didn't care whether civilians lived or died, because it had nothing to do with him. Stardust turned away without speaking, the room falling silent. Dain, looking a bit flustered, tried to emphasize his point, asking Stardust if she understood, his own heavy breathing still audible. Suddenly Dain maintained a sly smile, his eyes glowing red. Stardust sprang to her feet, causing him to slump down instinctively. Dain stared straight at Stardust, his eyes serious and thoughtful, unsure what she intended to do. Stardust glared at him for a long moment without speaking, making Dain slightly anxious and sweat. Her face went dark, her blue eyes widening. Dain watched Stardust carefully, waiting to see her next move. Stardust coldly ordered Dain to move aside, his face blankly surprised. Dain glanced at the digital clock on the wall. Only 10 seconds remained in the countdown before the door would open. The moment the clock hit 0, a loud beep sounded and a heavy door slid open, revealing the path ahead. Stardust's knees buckled, her hands still bandaged, she picked up a stone. Stardust's next action startled Dain, the stone in her hand crushed to powder, a light emanating from her hand, signaling that her power had returned. Move straight ahead, Stardust ordered. Let's go. Behind her, Dain also tried to test his power. A purple magic flowed from his hand controlling the fragments of stone Stardust had crushed earlier, then replied to her. The two entered a long, dark corridor marked by a network of glowing green lines. Tension filled the air. They passed a damaged information terminal, and Dain stopped to check the data on its flickering screen. The screen displayed information about a creature codenamed Teleporter, recording an A-rank threat level and the ability to teleport instantly for surprise attacks. Dain looked surprised, realizing the creature had evolved beyond expectations. A flash of light made both of them look up involuntarily. The investigation led them to a giant, empty vial labeled Behemoth Prototype 0. Dain confirmed this was where the Black Disaster that had escaped earlier was contained. Dain then acted cheerful, claiming their job here was done and the lab was now empty, as if trying to persuade Stardust to leave. But inwardly he was amazed by Stardust. He realized she was not fooled by his act. Her instincts told her there was more to find. He thought silently that her intuition was incredible. Playing the fool, Dain anxiously suggested they check a random direction, but Stardust saw through his weak attempt to distract her. Completely ignoring his suggestion, she confidently declared they would take a different route, leaving a hilariously bewildered Dain behind. And her instinct was right. She led them to another room where they found the real target, a grotesque creature floating in a giant containment tube. Dain confirmed, this is Behemoth. While the monster was still contained, Stardust immediately got to work, checking a nearby control panel for more information. Suddenly, Stardust turned away from the panel and walked off. Dain panicked, calling after her and asking why she would leave him alone with the dangerous Behemoth. But Stardust was simply reviewing some documents she had found. Dain was puzzled by her calm demeanor. He had tried to present himself as a real villain, but she casually turned her back on him. He thought wryly that his villainous pride had been wounded. A wicked smile formed on Dain's face. He decided that words alone were not enough. It was time to show her what a real villain would do. With a loud crash, the containment glass shattered. Stardust turned in shock as Dain declared he would show her his true face. Dain reached out to absorb the monster's power. A powerful wave emanated from it, sweeping through the room. What the hell are you doing? Stardust shouted in alarm, as Dain's grotesque arm, covered by Behemoth, reached out. A calm, mocking version of Dain's voice rang out. What does it look like? He was clearly enjoying the chaos he had created. Dain's face twisted into an evil grin as crimson energy surrounded his fist. He stated his intent coldly, this is betrayal. Stardust screamed in fury, her voice echoing with scorn and anger toward the man she had reluctantly trusted. Dain looked at his hand with smug satisfaction while recalling a plot point from the original story. There was a scene where some Dr. Kim Seon-woo used Behemoth against her. He was deliberately recreating a past event. That means... He trailed off, implying he would play the villain in this scenario. He stood facing Stardust, ready for battle. I'll beat you to death. Stardust shouted. She lunged forward, throwing a punch that blazed with golden energy. Dain matched her, charging with his enhanced arm. Dain's red and black energy flared, his arm slowly transforming. It began to swell and lengthen, then lunged toward the attacking Stardust. Their blows collided, shockwaves rippling through the space. Stardust was stunned to see such a massive energy strike. She hadn't expected her attack to be so easily blocked. Dain flashed a smug smile, completely in control of the situation. Quickly Stardust regained her composure. She threw another punch, but Dain still easily parried. The battle erupted into a series of fierce collisions. Stardust's golden energy and Dain's dark power kept clashing, causing a string of massive explosions. Stardust bravely charged through the blasts to strike, but Dain used his teleportation ability to dodge, keeping her from getting close. Dain laughed maniacally, taunting her, ha ha ha. So, are you going to blow this place up, Stardust? It'll all collapse on us. Then Dain delivered a blow that forced Stardust to pull in to defend but still sent her flying downward. Furious, Stardust yelled for him to fight fair. Dain, with a mocking look, replied, since when does a villain have to fight fair? Stardust's anger peaked, she roared and concentrated a massive amount of energy, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. The two forces collided again, creating a more horrific explosion than before, bathing the area in blinding light. This is what a real villain is, Stardust, understand? Dain taunted, teaching her a lesson about the nature of evil. Stardust gritted her teeth in anger, but behind her the shadow of the monster began to appear, ready to join the fight. This even startled Dain opposite her. The mantis-like monster with long, razor-sharp pincers approached them at lightning speed. Dain assessed as he had to contend with Stardust, it's too fast. Amid the chaotic fight, Dain thought he couldn't find a good opportunity to teleport with Stardust as the monster's pincer was very close to her. As its pincer neared Stardust's head, Dain resolved it was too late. Seconds later, Dain teleported behind Stardust. He shoved Stardust out of the attack and took the blow himself. Stardust was completely shocked by this action. Stardust, panicked and unable to believe her eyes, screamed the name of the enemy who had just saved her. Before Stardust could grasp what was happening, Dain's body began to dissolve in a beam of teleportation light. What just happened? She stammered. Taking that hit caused Dain's blood to flow incessantly. In his final moments before disappearing, Dain's thoughts were only of Stardust. Just now, you owe me once. His thought ended as he vanished completely in a flash of light, leaving Stardust alone among the wreckage. The scene cut to a modern room where members of Dain's team waited anxiously. Seo-eun was complaining that he always disappeared without a word, never thinking of those waiting at home. Suddenly Seo-eun's face lit up. Oh. He's back, she cried out with joy. The girl hurried to the door to greet him, honestly, suddenly unreachable. Hey, why are you home late? Her words carrying a hint of reproach. Seo-eun's smile froze, replaced by an expression of shock and utter horror. The two other members turned pale at Seo-eun's piercing scream. They rushed over to see what had happened. Dain lay unconscious on the floor in a pool of blood. Seo-eun knelt beside him, horrified at her brother's condition. A terrible wound was visible on his side, blood pouring out continuously. The group panicked. Subin stammered about finding a first aid kit or calling 911, while Seo-eun desperately shook Dain, trying to wake him. Dain remained unconscious, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He looked like he was teetering between life and death. Amid the chaos, Haru spoke up, telling the panicked Seo-eun to step back. Seo-eun looked up at the girl, her eyes glistening with despair and hope. Haru's hands began to emit a green light, a vital healing energy. She placed her glowing hands on Dain, focusing the healing energy into his wound. Green energy enveloped the room as the girl poured all her strength into saving Dain. Back in the collapsing laboratory, Stardust knelt on the ground, panting. She looked at the empty behemoth containment and realized Dain had lost too much blood. Stardust was utterly bewildered, her hands trembling. She wondered to herself, why did he save me? By now Dain had come to, someone was feeding him. Dain weakly muttered, Subin please. It turned out Dain was handcuffed and being forced to eat by Subin. Contrary to his cruel villain image, he was screaming in despair, please let me feed myself, let me keep a little of my dignity. Despite Dain's feeble resistance, Subin successfully fed him a full spoonful. She cheerfully praised, good boy, while Dain could only helplessly accept his fate. The scene then cuts to Haru preparing to leave. Dain waves goodbye. Haru turns back, hesitantly apologizes for having hidden her powers until now. Her eyes well up, she thanks Dain for allowing her to return to school. Dain smiles brightly, dispelling the heavy mood. He says that he is the one who should be grateful and wishes Haru a wonderful first day of high school. Everyone, including Seo-eun, waves goodbye to Haru and Chae-hyun together, the scene warm and cheerful, like a real family. But as soon as Haru leaves, the atmosphere changes. Seo-eun suddenly flies into a rage, her eyes bloodshot. She threatens that if brother dares to go out again she won't let it slide. Seo-eun notices a strange object Dain brought home. It's a skein of black yarn, and she finds it quite heavy. Dain steps closer, smiling mysteriously. He explains it's a tool for pressure point massage and asks to borrow it. Seo-eun seems skeptical. Immediately Dain uses his power to pull it toward him and flashes an evil grin. He whispers at once, awake, behemoth. The skein in his hands begins to glow a fierce red, brimming with dark energy. Subin and Seo-eun freeze, both sensing the terrifying power and not understanding what's happening. A clang rings out, the handcuffs locking Daein suddenly shatter and fall to the floor. Red energy tentacles from Behemoth rise, wrap around Subin and Seo-eun, lifting them into the air as they scream in terror. Daein sits back and continues eating leisurely, muttering, "Did I do it wrong or not yet?" He turns to the two girls hanging upside down and asks, "Are you two going to re-offend?" Subin and Seo-eun can only scream in fear, "I'm sorry, I won't dare again." They hastily shout, "We won't, please put us down." The scene shifts outside the apartment on a full moon night, ending Daein's punishment. In another room, Stardust is sleeping soundly. She suddenly jolts awake, screaming in terror. It seems Stardust has just had a horrific nightmare related to the monster attack she faced earlier. She sits curled on the bed, trembling with fear, her gaze staring distantly out the window. Fear still evident on her face, Stardust clutches her chest, trying to calm herself after the nightmare. Her mind conjures an image of Daein. She whispers anxiously, "Ego stick. He'll be okay, right?" Time passes. A month later the story moves to a large school. This is where Stardust lives under the guise of an ordinary female student. In class the heroine sits with her chin propped on her hand, her mind so absent she doesn't notice a friend approaching. A classmate comes over, noticing Ha-Yul seems distracted. She asks worriedly, "Ha-Yul, why have you been zoned out lately? Is something wrong?" Ha-Yul startles and quickly replies, "Ah, it's nothing." Her friend doesn't believe her, moves closer and persists, "Nothing, how, tell me, come on." Faced with her friend's enthusiasm, Ha-Yul hesitated, her mind full of complicated thoughts. She didn't know where to begin. Finally Ha-Yul decided to ask a hypothetical question that had tormented her for a month. "Hey, if a villain saved a hero, what would that mean?" Her friend looked puzzled, not understanding why Ha-Yul would ask such a strange question. Ha-Yul stammered awkwardly, just if a villain saved some hero." Ha-Yul quickly waved her hand, trying to brush it off. "It's nothing, I'm probably just too into the novel I'm reading lately." Hearing that her friend eagerly dug something out of her bag. Her friend excitedly boasted that she was also hooked on a similar novel, she said as she pulled out her phone. She held the phone up to Ha-Yul and said, "Tada. What do you think?" Ha-Yul curiously looked at the screen. On the screen was the cover of a novel titled, "The Forbidden Love of Villain Ego Stick and Heroine Stardust." The cover showed Ego Stick holding Stardust romantically. Ha-Yul was so shocked she fell forward, banging her head on the desk as soon as she saw it. Lying sprawled on the floor, Ha-Yul's mind was in turmoil. She couldn't believe her eyes. Worry rose again. Will he be okay? He can't die, right? Seeing Ha-Yul fall, her friend panicked and shouted. She tried to reassure her that a shameless guy like Ego Stick, who had toyed with all of Korea, was surely still grinning somewhere alive. Even so, Ha-Yul couldn't stop thinking about him. She even wondered when the next attack would happen, revealing her longing for Ego Stick. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Daein was leisurely peeling an apple and declared, "There will be no attacks for now." Seo-eun and Subin were sitting in the backyard. Upon hearing Daein's statement, Seo-eun immediately sprang up, surprised. Daein stretched out on a chair, enjoying the fresh air. He confirmed, "It's true, I'll rest a bit before carrying out the next plan." Seo-eun irritably suggested he should quit altogether, but Daein replied, "I'm not doing it anymore, someone else will take over." Seo-eun asked in surprise, "Someone else?" Daein had some plan in mind. Daein explained that he couldn't be the only one always in the spotlight. The problem was that at the moment he was the strongest. He cited how Stardust had easily stopped Behemoth as evidence that showed they needed a stronger helper for the challenges ahead. Daein closed his eyes, a plan already forming in his head. He would prepare a new member for Stardust. The scene shifted to a cafe. A barista with bright orange hair cheerfully greeted customers. Suddenly a male customer holding a large bouquet of white flowers shouted, I love you, Sei-hee. Please accept my feelings." The girl named Sei-hee froze. From another table in the shop, Daein was watching everything. He muttered, "This scene is in the original too, of course." Contrary to her professional smile, Choi Sei-hee was exploding inside. She hissed through her teeth, "Get out, dear customer. I'm already stressed enough and now there's a clown causing trouble in my sacred workplace." An invisible murderous aura emanated, chilling the young man opposite her. Rejected bluntly, the poor guy could only sob and run away. From the corner of the cafe, Daein watched the whole performance and couldn't help laughing. He thought to himself, "It's more fun to watch this live." His target was right in front of him. After the troublesome customer left, Choi Sei-hee, 23, sighed in relief. She rested her forehead in her hand, looking exhausted. Daein remained seated, silently observing his target. Choi Se-hee. Choi Se-hee rubbed her head, trying to sober up. She wondered if she had just dozed off. Da-in's thoughts revealed a shocking truth. In the original story, Choi Se-hee would later operate under the alias Electra, an A-ranked villain, but for now, she was still just an ordinary citizen. This part-time job was merely a temporary way for her to suppress the constant destructive urges inside her. In short, Choi Se-hee was a ticking time bomb, and Da-in knew it as he left the cafe, leaving her with turbulent emotions. That night, after a tiring day at work, Choi Se-hee trudged home through a dark alley, complaining about the pressures of her life. She stopped, carefully looked around and wondered, no one here, right? Her heart began to race. Once sure no one was there, she began to release the pent-up energy. Small sparks of electricity started to flicker from her hands. The electricity grew stronger, enveloping her body in a brilliant, powerful blue light. Lightning danced across her fingertips, a sight both beautiful and dangerous. The tired expression from before vanished, replaced by excitement and strength as she controlled the current. Finally, she could be herself. A satisfied, slightly mad smile spread across Choi Se-hee's lips. Suddenly a voice echoed from the darkness, "Beautiful." Choi Se-hee flinched, the electricity around her went wild. Da-in appeared from the alley. He stepped out in his familiar villain guise. Da-in made an offer. "I've been looking for someone like you for a long time, Ms. Choi Se-hee. Would you like to use that power to help me in my terrorist work?" At the word, terrorist, Choi Se-hee flew into rage. Her power flared violently again. She snarled, "You crazy bastard, do you think everyone with superpowers is a villain like you?" Da-in merely smirked. He summoned his blazing red behemoth energy, challenging, "Then attack me, let's see how strong you really are." Not wanting to disappoint her opponent, Choi Se-hee channeled all her power, the blue bolts of lightning around her growing larger, signaling a devastating attack. Immediately, she unleashed a massive flash of thunder, firing straight at Da-in, who stood there arrogantly. However, her lightning strike was easily blocked and completely neutralized by Kim Da-in's red strands of energy. The two energy streams collided, creating a horrific explosion that shattered everything around them. After the smoke cleared, Kim Da-in still stood there, unscathed. He let out a savage laugh, taunting Choi Se-hee that this was all the power she had. Choi Se-hee gritted her teeth in rage, but deep down she felt a strange sense of release. This was the first time she had been able to fight with full force without restraint. Despite her anger, she had to admit the feeling was exhilarating. Before leaving, Kim Da-in made an offer, saying it would be valid until next week, and told Choi Se-hee to think carefully. Choi Se-hee was stunned, not yet understanding what was happening. When Kim Da-in was already preparing to vanish, she hurriedly called him back. But it was too late. Kim Da-in disappeared before her eyes, leaving Choi Se-hee alone amid the rubble. She looked down at her hand, the sparks still flickering after the battle. Exhausted and confused, she could not deny that the fight had been truly satisfying. The scene shifted elsewhere, Kim Da-in in his everyday guise appearing extremely pained and desperate. Lee Soo-bin beside him, looking sorrowful, apologized and suggested that perhaps their relationship should end here. Kim Da-in angrily turned to Seo-eun, demanding how she could do this to him after everything he had done for her. Seo-eun replied with a sinister smile and a cryptic goodbye. It turned out it was all a play while they were playing Monopoly. Kim Da-in screamed in bitterness at losing, while Seo-eun laughed with delight. Apparently Kim Da-in had gone bankrupt in the game. Seo-eun relentlessly mocked his pathetic state. As the loser, Kim Da-in had to accept the punishment of washing a mountain-high pile of dishes for a family of 5 for 3 days. While Kim Da-in trudged off to accept the penalty, Seo-eun reminded him that 3 days had passed since they discussed recruiting a new member. She wondered why he was still idly playing around, but he responded indifferently. Seo-eun watched him with a suspicious look, not understanding what Kim Da-in was scheming. Kim Da-in put on his gloves and wore a smug smile, confident that the bait he had laid for so long had surely been taken. Scene shifts to Choi Se-hee's everyday life. She was working at a cafe, absent-mindedly taking customers' orders with a hollow expression. Fatigue was evident on her face, so much so that she accidentally spilled coffee while working. It seemed that everyday life was draining her energy. The kind manager's sister noticed Choi Se-hee's tiredness and advised her to go outside and rest for a bit. Se-hee gratefully accepted and thanked her. She wearily flopped down on a bench outside. During the break, Choi Se-hee took out her phone, her hand trembling as she searched for information about someone. She was curious about Ego's tick, the one everyone kept mentioning. she did not expect him to be such a formidable figure, the most influential villain in Korea, even having a fan cafe and more famous than most heroes. But what shocked her most was the information that Egostic's terrorist attacks caused no civilian casualties, only property damage, the casualty count always being 0. This made Choi Si-hee wonder if he was truly a good person. The story returns to introduce her identity, a user of electrical powers who had never really used her full strength until meeting Egostic. The reason was that her parents hated people with superpowers and had tightly controlled Si-hee's abilities since she was a child. That repression was like an overcharged battery, tension building over time had turned into destructive impulses, a trait unique to Si-hee. Amid the chaotic thoughts, Egostic's offer echoed in her mind, urging her to think carefully. She returned to work, for days had passed since Daeun's offer. She continued working day after day, day 5 then day 6. At this point, she suddenly froze, a name flashed in her head, Egostic. Her expression immediately shifted from cheerful to sheer terror. Finally it was day 7, a week since their meeting. That night, Choi Si-hee stood alone in a dark alley, seemingly waiting for someone. She bowed her head, her face full of determination, as if she had made an important decision. Suddenly she heard a sound, she looked up and happily called out Ego. But it was only a stray cat. It startled, puffed up and let out a fierce cry. The cat quickly darted off into the darkness. Choi Si-hee was embarrassed by her mistake, she clenched her fists, whispered Egostic's name with annoyance and anticipation. At that moment, Egostic actually appeared behind her and asked if she had thought about his offer. After a pause, Choi Si-hee exhaled and decisively replied, "I will do it." Egostic could not hide his delight. Choi Si-hee took his hand, reaffirming once more that whatever he asked, she would do. She blushed with excitement and begged, "Mad or whatever is fine, please let me smash something, hurry up." Daeun, a bit sweaty at this girl, awkwardly replied, "Oh yes yes." Not keeping her waiting, Egostic immediately teleported, preparing to take her to a special place. The place they arrived at was Ego Base, Daeun's secret base. Upon arrival, Choi Si-hee was introduced by Egostic to the members of his group. Egostic solemnly declared Choi Si-hee the new member of the family. Taken aback by the unexpected welcome, she awkwardly introduced her name. Everyone cheerfully reintroduced themselves. Subin in the middle waved hello, "Nice to meet you, I'm Lee Subin." Haru in a school uniform politely followed, "Hello, my name is Lo Haru." Contrasting the warm welcome, Seo-eun showed displeasure, muttering, "Another girl again." Daeun seeing this helplessly introduced for her, "The kid's name is Seo-eun." After introducing everyone, Egostic turned to Si-hee and said, "As for me." He slowly removed his mask. He smiled and revealed his true identity, "It's Kim Daeun." Choi Si-hee was completely stunned. An image of a familiar young man sitting and drinking at the cafe where she worked flashed through her mind. She realized with astonishment that Egostic was the handsome guy who had come to her cafe last week. This surprising truth plunged the room into silence. Kim Daeun was bewildered, Choi Si-hee was embarrassed, and the other members were left speechless. Too shocked and ashamed, Choi Si-hee could not control her power. A massive surge of electricity suddenly erupted from her body. The electrical surge was so strong that it caused Egostic's entire high-tech base to lose power completely. Everything plunged into darkness. In the darkness the group panicked. Han Seo-eun guessed that Si-hee's electricity had caused the outage. Lee Subin felt a tingling in his body, while Lee Haru could only marvel at this incredible power. Everyone was stunned as a light shone in. The beam shone directly at Choi Si-hee, causing her to shield her eyes with her hand. Amid the chaos, Chae-hyun appeared at the door holding a flashlight. The boy irritably asked what everyone was doing and demanded they turn the lights back on so he could do his homework. The scene outside showed the whole neighborhood had been plunged into darkness. Cut to Ha-yeol, who was reading something on her computer. She had just received a notification upgrading her membership in Egostic's fan cafe. She raked her hair and buried her face on the desk in helplessness. Blushing with embarrassment thinking of Icicle's teasing words, Ha-yeol was automatically promoted on Mangostic's fan cafe, truly an elite member indeed. Ha-yeol told herself she should go to sleep. Then she jumped onto the bed tossing and turning in thought. She angrily clenched her hands worrying about Daeun and wondered to herself if that guy was okay. An image of Daeun reappeared in her mind along with the words "You owe me a favor" earlier. Ha-yeol's gaze fell. She anxiously called out Egostic as if there were some invisible connection between them. After the chaotic incident, the warehouse door swung open. The group looked at the open box. Choi Si-hee felt guilty and apologized to everyone, but Seo-eun said it was fine, she was bored anyway. In that atmosphere, Kim Daeun suddenly placed a hand on Choi Si-hee's shoulder. He whispered in her ear, suggesting she go somewhere alone with him. Choi Si-hee was surprised by the unexpected proposal. She quietly walked after Kim Do-in. The two of them separated from the group and moved into a quieter area. They headed toward a large, luxurious mansion, hidden in the silent night. Choi Si-hee's face showed a hint of worry and uncertainty as she continued to follow him. Kim Do-in led her to a wide courtyard. He turned, opened his arms and said, "All right, there's no one here now, just the two of us." She looked at him and asked, "So what then?" With a provocative smile, he encouraged her, "Do it, do whatever you want to do it, don't you, with all that power of yours?" Choi Si-hee looked at him with determination, seemingly ready for what was about to happen. She let out a cry, electricity began to surge violently around her. She looked straight at him and said, "So you avoid everything yourself, ego, Kim Do-in." Despite being called by his real name, Kim Do-in remained completely calm, not flinching. Immediately, Choi Si-hee released all her pent-up power, while Do-in slowly activated his ability, emitting a purple light. Her eyes shone brilliantly, displaying the astonishing power being unleashed. Faced with the massive surge of power, Kim Do-in simply used his teleportation ability to avoid the attack. He laughed with delight, seemingly very impressed and amused by the power she displayed. Choi Si-hee's power created a spectacular scene, an electrical storm that devoured everything around. After expending all her strength, Choi Si-hee knelt on the shattered ground, panting. She was completely exhausted. Kim Do-in approached. Choi Si-hee looked up and asked, "Your terrorist attacks don't hurt others, do they?" He nonchalantly replied, "Of course, I'm a pacifist after all." She sneered, clearly not believing him. "Nonsense. If it doesn't hurt others then it's considered non-violent." Then she suddenly changed the subject and asked his age. Kim Do-in theatrically raised his hand to count. "Let's see, I'm 22, no, this year I'm 23 already." Choi Si-hee puffed her cheeks in annoyance. "What, we're the same age, didn't you look me up before coming here, then why speak so formally?" She smiled, handed him a bottle of water and suggested, "Then drop the honorifics." Kim Do-in agreed and took her hand. A pact was made. Amid the rubble caused by her own power, Kim Do-in officially welcomed her to join. "Welcome to Team Ego." Choi Si-hee appeared unimpressed by the name Kim Do-in gave. "Team Ego, what the hell is that? Is your naming taste really that bad?" A month passed. Choi Si-hee, now a member of Team Ego, was in a special training session with Kim Do-in. He guided her as she practiced grounding electricity into the ground. "Yes, now imagine wrapping electricity around your feet and shooting it into the ground." She tried to follow, but the unstable current threw her off balance and she tumbled. Kim Do-in flinched and dodged to the side when she fell to the ground right beside him. Just then, Seo-eun stepped out of the house, yawned and asked, "Ow, it's early, what are you two doing?" Kim Do-in explained, "Special training, she's going to face Stardust in the next attack." Meanwhile, Choi Si-hee, still lying flat on the ground, asked skeptically, "Hey, are you sure this will work?" Kim Do-in also began to feel confused. He mumbled, "That's strange." But then he suddenly remembered something important. "Right," he exclaimed. He excitedly explained again, "It's like wrapping electricity around your feet and shooting it into the ground." Got it, but Choi Si-hee still seemed vague. "Around my feet, I'm not sure." After a moment of surprise, Choi Si-hee seemed to grasp the key point of the matter. And she succeeded. The electricity stabilized around her feet, allowing her to hover in the air. Kim Do-in declared satisfactorily, "All right, that's enough for today." Behind them, Seo-eun cheered in delight. After the session, Seo-eun happily brought water to Choi Si-hee. "Here's your water." Choi Si-hee smiled, took it and thanked her. She drained the whole bottle in one gulp, sweating heavily after the strenuous training. Noticing Kim Do-in's gaze, Choi Si-hee turned and asked, "What are you looking at?" Kim Do-in pinched his nose and said, "Go take a shower, you smell like sweat." His remark immediately angered Choi Si-hee. She yelled back angrily, "Of course I'm sweating, I was training." The anger of an S-rank talent is not something you want to face. She hurled the water bottle straight at Kim Do-in's face. Kim Do-in panicked. A thought flashed through his mind. "Si-hee, are you about to tell me to deal with it?" Contrary to his alarm, Choi Si-hee was thoroughly amused. She laughed and taunted, "Whoa, dive in then." Watching the two tease each other, Seo-eun could only sigh in exasperation. I wish they could act their age. The night before the operation, the team was highly focused on a game. Seo-eun shouted, "Sis, 9 o'clock direction, go to 9 o'clock. The atmosphere was extremely tense and chaotic. Some yelled to press button A, others screamed to shoot now. Choi Si-hee, holding the controller, was confused, not knowing what to do amid the conflicting commands. Suddenly a noise made all three show clear expressions of alarm. The screen went dark. Kim Do-in shouted to put the controllers down, while Seo-eun yelled for him to turn on the light. Lee Soo-bin entered. She saw the three huddled under the dim lamp planning for the next day, no longer noisy from gaming, the mood had turned serious. Seeing the team still awake as dawn approached, she couldn't help but sigh. The terror event is today and you stayed up all night, must be because it's been a while so everyone's excited. At Lee Soo-bin's reminder, the group broke out in nervous sweat. She gently said, "You've all worked very hard." The tension peaked when Lee Soo-bin mentioned the name of this terror plan, Red DEA, Red Edition 2. She smiled brightly and suggested, "Instead of this, why don't you all go to sleep right now?" Her smile terrified the other three. Hearing that, the group hurried back to their rooms. Choi Si-hee awkwardly said good night, and Seo-eun said she had to sleep to prepare for tomorrow. As Kim Do-in was about to leave, Lee Soo-bin called him back sharply with a cold expression, "Do-in, stay here." In the distance, Choi Si-hee and Seo-eun whispered to each other, "Soo-bin when angry is really scary." Kim Do-in bowed apologetically. The next morning, an emergency alert was broadcast everywhere. A villain's terrorist attack had occurred in Seoul City. Notably all civilians within a 250-meter radius had been evacuated with no casualties, and then the question was raised, where is the hero Stardust? Stardust is on her way to the scene. She dives from the sky at breakneck speed. At the center of the attack site, amid the rubble, Choi Si-hee looks up at Stardust flying in. Choi Si-hee, in her new villain outfit, perches on a pile of bricks and greets sarcastically, "Hello, Stardust." Choi Si-hee's villain alias is Elektra. Stardust lands, looking at Elektra with a cold, wary gaze. Stardust orders, "Villain, stop the attack and surrender. If you refuse I will use force to subdue you." Hearing this, Elektra only smirks as sparks begin to dance in her hands. "Surrender, comma. She shouts, "I won't," and unleashes a powerful bolt of electricity toward Stardust. Stardust is taken by surprise by this preemptive strike. With a confident smile and eyes shining with power, Elektra declares, "My name is Elektra. I came here because of him, to face you." The battle between the two officially begins. The scene flashes back to a week before Elektra's attack. Do-in is sitting in the park with Elektra. She wonders why they have to train when it was over yesterday. Do-in says it's because he hasn't taught her the finishing move yet. Do-in proudly introduces the new move he named, the Thunder Punch. Elektra hears it and thinks the name is terrible, mocking Do-in's naming talent as hopeless. She has no idea that Do-in is upset because the one who named it was none other than Elektra herself. Do-in begins instructing, instead of projecting the electricity outward, imagine coiling it into your palm, clench it tight and then throw a punch. Elektra follows along, focusing her will on her fist, concentrating all the electrical energy to the maximum limit. A massive electrical force emits from Elektra's hand, creating a terrifying explosion. She launches the punch forward. Its power levels an expansive stretch of land. Do-in watches the results from afar, asking Elektra how the thunder punch feels. Elektra can only exclaim that it's truly terrifying. Thus, during the remaining week before the attack, the two focus solely on training this technique. Do-in teases her, telling her to try the move on Stardust. This remark excites Elektra a bit. She thinks he's too cruel. Do-in then puts on an act, saying he's a villain with his own woes. Elektra is left speechless at this guy. Back in the present, Elektra is laughing manically, her whole body wrapped in a powerful electric aura. She wonders if an A-rank hero really only has this level of strength. Opposite her, Stardust is struggling to withstand Elektra's storm of attacks. She is continuously pushed backward. Despite that, Stardust keeps defending, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. Meanwhile, Do-in sits calmly in a safe spot, watching the match through binoculars while chewing popcorn. He treats it as a completely free show. Stardust grits her teeth through the continuous powerful electric shocks hitting her. Stardust realizes that to reach Elektra she must endure these tremendous shocks. Elektra finds it interesting that Stardust can surpass this tolerance. If so, an enormous amount of energy begins to gather at Elektra's feet. Elektra screams, "What about this move then?" Then she stomps the ground hard. A massive electric strike then hits Stardust directly, forcing her to brace herself. The aftershock of the attack shatters everything around them. Elektra realizes winning is easier than she expected. Excitement shows on her face. From within the electric field a pair of legs slowly step out. Stardust's whole body radiates a brilliant golden energy. This is her form when she uses her full power. Elektra is astonished and a little panicked as she watches Stardust slowly approach. Stardust stands before Elektra, powerful energy enveloping her. Elektra quickly moves away so Stardust cannot close in. After landing, Elektra begins gasping for breath from exertion. Stardust charges in, wanting to end the fight quickly. Elektra looks at Stardust, thinking to herself that Stardust truly is a monster. Could it be that all this time Dain has been playing with an opponent like this? Dain in the distance also notices that Stardust seems to be gradually adapting to Elektra's attacks. Another thought crosses Dain's mind: the reason he has been wholeheartedly strengthening Seihi. It was to increase Stardust's endurance. He wanted Stardust to become stronger through battles like this. Compared to the trials she faced in the original story, this level was nothing, but Elektra still hadn't given up. She painfully forced herself up and continued to use her power. Stardust spoke, ordering Elektra to surrender, saying she would detain her without injury if she did. Elektra was greatly astonished to hear this. Elektra shouted angrily because Stardust dared to belittle her. Meanwhile, Stardust understood the other's meaning and replied, "That's something you brought on yourself." Immediately after, Stardust burst forward at full power. Elektra also prepared her finishing move, the Thunder Punch. The two sources of power collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion that split the space. The pressure from the fight tore everything apart. Dain, standing at a distance, also let out a shout. He was deeply moved by the power of the two. Then he used his ability to teleport elsewhere. Shortly after, Dain landed on the balcony of a house far from the attack. He couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat at the pressure those two had just produced. He quickly checked the screen to see how the match was going. A camera wrapped by Dain's power still hovered at the scene undestroyed to record the battle. Now smoke and dust filled the air with only Stardust visible there. Her gaze was resolute, looking forward without letting down her guard. The ground cracked into a massive chasm, showing the terrifying destructive force of the recent attacks. Elektra, holding her injured arm, slowly emerged from the smoke. Stardust then asked who the he you mentioned earlier was. Stardust recalled Elektra's image and said she had come to face Stardust because of him. Stardust continued to question whether there was a mastermind behind Elektra. Elektra gritted her teeth. She refused to say a single word. Seeing this, Stardust said fine, then she would extract the information herself. Suddenly a purple stream of energy appeared along with a hand that grabbed Elektra. Immediately after, Elektra disappeared. Stardust darkened at this familiar power. She wondered, could it be? Just as she finished thinking, a familiar voice rang out, "Hello, Miss Stardust." Stardust looked up. She was astonished, turning to find where the voice came from. In front of her, Dain was holding Elektra in his arms, hovering in midair. He confidently replied, "Yes, it's me." Dain smiled smugly. He said, "Long time no see." At the same time, Dain's DGO stream channel began broadcasting live. The viewer count skyrocketed as everyone was thrilled by his unexpected appearance. Viewers on the stream were very curious about the beautiful girl Dain was holding. They began to speculate about their relationship and even suggested it was an affair right in front of Stardust. Stardust was still stunned. She held her head and asked, "Egoistic, you are still alive?" Dain looked puzzled by Stardust's question, then he laughed and replied, "Of course I'm still alive, though that is not good for you at all, aha." Stardust looked at Dain and said, "Is that so? How lucky." Dain seemed to realize something. Huh. Just now. Stardust flushed with anger and embarrassment. Dain didn't miss the chance to tease, "Oh wow, I didn't expect Stardust to care about me so much. Should I announce my safety next time? Ahaha." Elektra weakly asked, "Hey, why did you arrive so late?" Dain smiled and said, "Sorry, because I needed to watch until the very last moment." The image of Dain carrying Elektra was reflected in Stardust's eyes. She was trying to understand what was happening. Suddenly, Dain sensed a terrifying murderous intent. He looked in surprise toward where the intent came from. Stardust appeared with blazing red eyes and her whole body on fire. She looked at Dain and Elektra with a glare of hatred. Elektra was horrified. She shouted, Hey, what's wrong with her? She looks terrifying." Dain held Elektra tightly. He assessed, Let's see, it looks like she wants to rip apart the two villains standing before her." Dain continued to tease, "Perhaps this is the hero's rage," which made Stardust shyly blush. Before Dain appeared, Stardust spoke up and asked, "Why are you here, Egoistic?" Dain was holding the villainous Elektra in his arms. He wondered if he was the one being called, then answered himself that he came to rescue his teammates. Stardust lowered her face. She muttered the word teammate with a skeptical and puzzled look. Dain paid no mind to Stardust's attitude. He excitedly declared he would introduce everyone to his new teammates. Immediately, a huge three-dimensional screen appeared in midair displaying the words Ego Stream along with silhouettes of the group members. The heroine Stardust looked up in stunned silence. Dain proudly proclaimed this was an alliance, a group of villains who would operate together under the name Ego Stream. Stardust was completely shocked. The idea of a villain alliance was unprecedented and left her astonished and aghast. Dain continued his performance, hovering as he asserted he had teammates as powerful as Elektra in his arms. Forced to become evidence for Dain's words, Elektra showed clear annoyance. Meanwhile Dain declared he would no longer terrorize alone. Dain issued a warning to Stardust, then corrected himself saying this warning was for all of Korea, which made Stardust even angrier. Right after, Dain excitedly ordered Elektra forward Alechu, discharge 1,000,000 volts. Elektra complied and released a powerful bolt of electricity, but she could not accept that name. She screamed in anger, "I told you not to do that." The powerful electric bolt from Elektra struck downward, causing Stardust to be flung far away. Taking advantage of the chaos, Dain quickly escaped, leaving a taunt that Stardust was still too inexperienced to catch him. Mocked by his opponent and escaping before her eyes, Stardust could only helplessly scream in fury. To vent her anger, Stardust slammed a devastating punch into the ground, cracking the earth. Standing amid the rubble, Stardust felt a filth and shame like never before. She gritted her teeth and called out both Elektra and Ego Stick, deepening this hatred. In Stardust's imagination it was entirely different from reality. She pictured Dain and Elektra being intimate, Dain proudly boasting he had many cute teammates and of course the cutest was Alechu, while Elektra shyly replied, "Oh, what are you saying? I told you not to do that." Thinking this, a flame of hatred burned within Stardust. She vowed that at their next encounter she would definitely destroy Ego Stick. The scene shifted to a dark alley. Dain arrived at a secret spot and stared at the brick wall wondering if this was the place. Suddenly, Dain gathered strength in his fist and shouted, "Come here." A powerful punch from Dain smashed the wall causing it to crack and reveal a passage. After entering, Dain landed in a dim corridor. He looked around then said, "I found the right spot." Dain walked down the ancient hallway lit by blue flame candles. This was a secret path hidden behind a false wall. At the end of the corridor, Dain faced a massive jet black door radiating brilliant and majestic light. The door slowly opened. Dain stepped into a completely different space. Upon entering, Dain spoke hello. It was a woman with mesmerizing green hair known as the Vine Witch. She sat amid an enchanted garden, looked up at the stranger and asked why he had come. Facing the Vine Witch, Dain got straight to the point. He had come to ask her to use magic to seal his items. Dain placed 2 journals and a chest on the table. One journal recorded every event that had happened in the world up to now, and the other would record what happened from now on. Vine Witch glanced at the red gem Dain offered as payment. She appeared pleased, remarking it was a beautiful stone and agreeing to grant the request. Vine Witch asked about the duration of the sealing. Dain answered decisively, requesting both items be sealed until his death. Dain's request surprised Vine Witch somewhat. She closed her eyes and pondered this strange proposal. After a moment, Vine Witch began the ritual. She raised her hands above the journals and a brilliant magic circle began to form. Dain stood silently watching as Vine Witch, surrounded by plants and magic, chanted a complex spell. Green and gold magical energy poured from Vine Witch's hands, enveloping the journals and the chest. When the magic finished, a glowing sigil appeared on the books. Vine Witch announced that from now on no one could peek inside except their owner. Dain politely thanked her. Transaction complete, Dain turned and left. Vine Witch watched silently as smoke from her pipe curled through the air. As Dain neared the exit, Vine Witch warned that the path he was choosing would be extremely difficult. Dain paused. Dain did not turn back. He was silent for a moment then offered a faint smile, replying that it was a path someone had to take. Dain appeared on the rooftop of a high-rise, purple energies swirling around him against the city's blazing sunset. He looked down at the vast city and reflected, this was also where he decided his purpose in this world. On a large advertising screen, the image of the heroine Stardust appeared, and it seemed all of Dain's thoughts were directed toward her. Dain stretched and told himself that from now on truly amazing things would happen. In a moment of vulnerability and emotion, Dain cried out desperately, begging Stardust to trust only him. Dain's dramatic moment was cut short by a phone call. Seo-eun shouted into the phone, urging him to come home for dinner because everyone was waiting. Partially pulled back to reality, Dain calmly answered that he would come home immediately. Seo-eun on the other end angrily ordered him to be there in 3 seconds. After the call, Dain regained his usual calm and confidence. He smiled faintly as he looked toward the sunset. He declared that now was the time for the final event of Stage 1. At the same time, on a highway in Korea, a truck was moving along normally, unaware of the disaster about to strike. In a secret control room, a group of scientists worked. An older man, seemingly their leader, announced that the final moment had arrived. Immediately, the highway's surface violently broke from below, producing a massive explosion. From beneath the earth, a huge yellow mechanical component rose up, heralding the arrival of a new threat. The giant machine fully emerged from the ground. It was a massive yellow combat robot. It wreaked horrific destruction on the highway. Drivers panicked and screamed in despair. The elderly man leading the new villain group smiled wickedly. He spoke out, calling his comrades and declaring that this country Korea had oppressed them. The robot began attacking the city, causing large explosions from afar. Amid the chaos, the man's voice rang out, declaring that it was time to destroy everything. Back to a normal day in class, where students are whispering and chatting during the lesson. A male student is watching a video of the villain Elektra and can't help admiring her beauty. He turns to ask his friend whether Elektra is romantically involved with the criminal Egostick. Hearing this, Stardust is slightly startled and sniffs. The other friend continues to speculate that Elektra is Egostick's companion. Upon hearing this, Stardust breathes a small sigh of relief and lightly smiles. The discussion goes on. The student believes that Egostick and Elektra's closeness on camera means they have feelings for each other. Moreover, he says no one would carry a girl like a princess. Hearing that, the brown-haired friend sarcastically asks if that's the level of those youths. Because they have no relationship, they dare to hug in front of the cameras. If it were someone they truly liked, they absolutely wouldn't dare. Stardust hears all these words. The friend agrees and tells him to continue. The student goes on to analyze that Egostick's attitude has always been consistent and unchanged. Their next remark startles Stardust. Egostick only has Stardust, that's it. The other friend replies that maybe that's why Stardust looks so pitiful. I watched the live stream and almost cried. From her perspective, Egostick is just one of the villains, but still worth caring about. Witnessing Egostick embrace another woman right in front of her, who could stand it, the friend concludes that their buddy has sunk too deep into delusion. Suddenly, the blue-haired male student speaks up, saying that he personally enthusiastically supports the Ego-Elec pairing because they seem more in tune. This comment is the last straw. Stardust is so enraged she snaps the pen in her hand. A murderous aura thickly emanates. The blue-haired student seems to realize he misspoke. Meanwhile, the desk mate whispers that the blonde girl appears to be a hardcore fan of the Egostick Stardust pairing. The teacher enters the class and announces the lesson is starting. Birds flutter outside the window, signaling a day like any other. But the peace is quickly broken. Stardust suddenly stands up with a look of shock. An emergency alert appears on her phone screen. Without hesitation, Stardust bolts out of the classroom. The alert reports an unidentified massive weapon heading north from the southeast outskirts of Seoul and orders the team to deploy immediately. She quickly moves to the headquarters of the Korean Ability Association. Upon arrival, Stardust is breathless. She has already changed into her hero costume. Before her is a horrifying scene. A giant robot is ravaging the city. The robot continues advancing, spreading chaos and destroying everything in its path. It raises a massive tripod-like leg, preparing to crush a car blocking its way. Ironically, inside that car a family is still panicking and frightened. At the crucial moment, Stardust erupts with power and darts like a lightning bolt to rescue them. After pushing the car out of danger, she turns to assess the situation. Receiving thanks and cheers from classmates, Stardust feels reinvigorated. She concentrates her energy, eyes full of determination, then soars into the sky to confront the giant robot head-on. A voice rings out, mockingly calling Stardust a puppet of the government and the association as she rushes toward the robot. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the chairman of Hanwha Corporation, who built the robot, watches the battle with a sinister smile, wondering if Stardust can defeat the last remnant of his company. Stardust unleashes a powerful energy strike straight at the enemy. However, her attack seems to have no effect on the robot. It counterattacks, sending Stardust flying downward. Stardust is astonished by the robot's resilience and overwhelming force, a blow capable of sending her crashing into a wall. Not stunned for long, Stardust immediately regains momentum and flies off. Stardust rushes at light speed, fear and determination in her eyes, when suddenly a shout, "Doctor," rings out from within the robot. Stardust is confused, she doesn't understand what's happening. Inside the robot, a panicked voice of a scientist is heard, saying what could it be, followed by a command, "Elect Chu advance," from within. From within a flash of electricity comes a heartrending scream. Suddenly, the robot stops, another voice interjects, "Hey, move aside, move aside." A voice calls out, "Can you hear me, Stardust?" Stardust is stunned as she recognizes the familiar voice and shouts, "Egostick?" Dain confirms it's him. Inside the control cabin, the group of scientists have been completely restrained. Dain's voice continues, "My colleagues at Hanwha Corporation created this magnificent machine." Egostick appears on the big screen. explaining that a real villain like him would be a shame not to use. In the control room, Elektra frowns in disdain. When he acts like this he truly seems insane. Seo-eun seems too familiar with this and replies calmly, "You'll get used to it soon." Dain continues his performance, taunting Stardust that he will use this beautiful toy to flatten the city and daring her to stop him. Contrary to Dain's expectations, Stardust does not falter, instead she bursts into confident laughter. With blazing eyes and a challenging smile, Stardust declares she will definitely stop his destruction and Ego Stick will pay. Then she rockets toward the robot at terrifying speed, determined to end the fight. Back at base, Seo-eun reports that the machine's power tuning is complete. Ego Stick merely smiles. Dain places his hand on the control bar and thinks to himself, "Ha yo, today try releasing the full power once and see." Dain becomes extremely excited, he shouts, "Here we go," and pulls the lever down decisively. The robot, under Dain's control, lifts its arm back and strikes straight at Stardust. The blow is unleashed with tremendous force and makes direct contact with Stardust, causing her to recoil in shock and be pushed far back. From his control cabin, Ego Stick laughs loudly and mocks Stardust, asking if she really thinks she can stop the giant octopus weapon with that little strength. Ego Stick orders Seo-eun to increase the machine's speed further. Hearing this, Stardust also decides to give everything in this battle. The robot charges forward at breakneck speed, its mechanical arms turning into sharp drill points, attacking Stardust frantically. However, with her flexible body, Stardust is still able to dodge the attacks. Her speed becomes increasingly stable and she can keep up with the robot's assaults. Seeing this, Dain instructs Seo-eun to gradually raise the speed even more. This time Stardust nearly reaches the robot's maximum speed. She moves at lightning pace, skillfully evading the robot's strikes. Witnessing Stardust's performance, Dain cannot hide his excitement. He exclaims, "Yes, that's it." He gleefully thinks that today he can finally return home safely, no longer doomed to the tragic end of the past. Meanwhile, in a government building, a man reports that everything is ready. In front of him is a box containing an emergency red button. This man is the president of South Korea. He stands before an extremely difficult decision. With a resolute expression, he declares that to destroy the giant weapon they have only one option left. Without hesitation, the president presses the red button. Immediately, alarm sirens blare throughout the control room, signaling an emergency. At the same time, in Ego Stick's control room, he panics and calls Seo-eun while she frantically hammers the keys. On the main screen, the words, "Max speed error," appear in red. Stardust now moves so fast it's like teleportation, easily evading every attack from the robot. She flashes a triumphant smile toward Dain. A horrific explosion occurred, fire and black smoke billowed from a building in the city, signaling an extremely violent terrorist attack. In the control room, where Dain and his associate were directing, he ordered Han Seo-eun to increase the robot's power by one level. Unlike the panic of the other two members, Seo-eun happily complied. Immediately, a massive beam of energy was fired, creating a terrifying blast with tremendous destructive power. Stardust confronted it head-on without hesitation. Amid the chaos, the heroine Stardust still smiled confidently, seemingly growing accustomed to this power. Dain quietly encouraged her, "She can do it, Stardust." With a shout of determination, Stardust leapt into battle, her body radiating a brilliant light. She quickly closed in and delivered a powerful strike to the robot, causing a huge explosion. The impact from Stardust's attack made Dain's control room shake violently, causing Elektra and Subin to scream in terror. While Seo-eun was also startled, Dain appeared determined, roaring that there was no chance for Stardust. Having spoken, Dain stomped on the control pedal, deciding to engage Stardust himself. The giant robot under Dain's control began moving far more nimbly and agilely, charging forward at high speed. Dain was extremely excited, boasting about his arcade gaming skills and saying it was time to show off. He maneuvered the robot to launch a cunning attack toward Stardust, shouting her name loudly. Facing the attack, Stardust smiled again. She realized her power was gradually growing stronger. The more she fought, the more Stardust felt the energy within her surging powerfully. This was Dain's intention. Instead of fear, Stardust was exhilarated. She taunted Dain, wanting him to launch more attacks. Buffed with power, Stardust charged straight at the robot with terrifying speed, her body like a ball of fire. She easily landed on the giant robot's arm, showing the gap in speed and agility. Stardust executed a graceful somersault in the air, completely in control of the situation. She confidently declared that she was familiar with the robot's movements. With a sharp gaze, Stardust ordered Dain to stand still and wait for her finishing blow. Suddenly Stardust's eyes flashed with surprise. And then an unexpected strike from the robot hit Stardust directly, causing her to lose balance and fly straight down to the ground. From the control room, Dain laughed maniacally, mocking Stardust's confidence and calling it her delusion, because everything was still going according to his plan. Hit by the sudden attack, she gritted her teeth and endured, snarling that Egostic's rambling drove her crazy, then her whole body radiated fierce power. Dain explained that this Octopass robot's performance was designed to maximize against a single opponent. He had prepared this robot specifically for Stardust. At that moment, Stardust rushed forward like a projectile. Unfazed, Stardust shone brightly, lunged forward and delivered an extremely powerful punch to the robot, causing one of its legs to explode. Stardust's attack caused damage. A red warning appeared on Dain's control screen, indicating a component of the robot was impaired. Seo-eun shouted in panic asking what Dain was doing. The backlash from the robot even startled Dain himself. But Dain quickly regained his confidence. He said this was the feeling Stardust should have, and now he would fight seriously. Saying that, Dain shouted, ordering the Octopass's power to be raised to maximum. Strangely, Stardust merely stood silently on top of the robot, as if waiting for something. Stardust's silence confused Dain. He wondered then shouted to increase power again, but the team members just looked at each other in silence. Seo-eun sighed and typed reluctantly, carrying out Dain's insane command. The robot began to transform, its parts moving and reassembling, preparing for a new combat form. Stardust frowned. She sensed the change. Dain taunted asking whether Stardust could adapt to this speed. The robot started to move. It closed in and attacked Stardust. This time she could not dodge as easily as before. Stardust was flung away. The robot's power and speed exceeded her expectations. She landed on the ground, panting, clearly struggling against Octopass's new form. The battle was broadcast live and the audience was ecstatic. They commented on the high-level fight and hoped Stardust would be promoted to S rank. Meanwhile Dain wanted to push Stardust even further. The robot moved chaotically. It seemed Dain was having trouble controlling it at maximum power. Seo-eun shouted for him to focus. Stardust looked at the robot, and she had one more reason to take it down. It was for Egostic's girls. Stardust clenched her fists. She realized an ironic truth. If Egostic hadn't been here, constantly pushing her to the limit, then defeating this giant robot might have been impossible. It was thanks to him that her power had been unleashed. With renewed determination, Stardust declared that now they could do it. She surged forward, ready for a decisive strike. Her power rushed violently into the robot. In the control room, Dain gritted his teeth and endured. The recent attack had put great pressure on everyone. Elektra was astonished that Stardust seemed even stronger than before. Seo-eun anxiously reported that the robot's power could only be maintained for 10 more minutes. Despite the warning, Dain laughed and said he would stubbornly enjoy this fight until the last minute. His recklessness angered Elektra. Elektra angrily shouted at Dain, calling him crazy and warning the robot would explode, yet Dain was ecstatic and urged Han Seo-eun to continue. The violent shaking made Subin complain she was motion sick. As for Stardust, after regaining her balance, she landed firmly on one of the robot's arms, ready for the next assault. She channeled her strength, unleashing a series of rapid punches into the robot's body, each blow carrying destructive energy. Stardust's gaze sharpened. She had located the cockpit where Dain was inside. Over there, he's there. Just as Stardust prepared to strike, an urgent voice blared in her earpiece ordering her to leave the area immediately. Stardust froze, not understanding what was happening. By reflex, she jumped back, kept her distance from the robot and asked why there was such a sudden order. And then a horrifying piece of news was revealed. The president had ordered a small nuclear missile to be fired at the robot's location. Stardust was utterly shocked. Her commander at the control center confirmed the information. He looked at the screen showing a red dot racing toward them and warned Stardust she would die if caught in the blast. She couldn't believe this crazy decision. Stardust angrily challenged them. She argued she could take down the robot herself and that launching the missile would endanger civilians. The commander explained this was a political decision. The president didn't want to be criticized for doing nothing. Stardust continued to argue about the recklessness of the action, but the commander cut her off, shouting that she was not to argue and must leave immediately. While Stardust was still stunned, Dain, unaware of the impending danger, mocked her, asking how long she would dawdle and saying his punch was itching to land. Stardust looked toward the robot. She realized Dain had stopped attacking and was waiting for her, a strangely considerate act for a villain. She knew he was unaware of the missile. A major decision formed in her mind. Stardust uttered an apology, then decisively removed her earpiece, cutting off all orders from above. in the command center everyone shouted her name in astonishment. Instead of retreating, Stardust shot up into the sky, heading toward the greater threat. At the association headquarters, staff panicked seeing Stardust discard her comms, but her manager remained calm. He believed that as always Stardust would find the answer. With absolute faith in the heroine, he nonchalantly ate popcorn and said let's wait and see, despite his subordinates' extreme worry. Dain saw Stardust fly off and misunderstood. He shouted asking where she was going, thinking she was fleeing in defeat. But Stardust paid him no mind. She flew higher, her mind now focused only on Dain. He was an A-rank terrorist and the state had every reason to eliminate him. But, for some reason, Stardust realized she did not hate him. A faint smile appeared as she made her decision. This time she would save him. Stardust flew toward the missile.